Hi, Zizaran here with another video, and this might seem very daunting to new players, as this is probably going to be a long one. This is my Everything Explained series, and this isn't something you're supposed to like sit there and watch. You're generally like playing this while you're playing along and listening and paying attention to things that are new, as I'm going to be explaining everything as if I'm a completely new player. It is going to be long and unedited, and these are pretty hard to do because I can't really script 7 hours worth of content, and I just have to do everything impromptu as it comes up. I've actually made a fresh Path of Exile account, so everything that a new player would experience and encounter, including some things that you get later, will be completely explained. So we're gonna go through everything, and yeah, it is a very long video, but I hope you enjoy it. And obviously, when I take a break, because I will take breaks during 7 hours or 9 hours, you can just skip past it in the video, obviously. And as a new thing, I'm going to try to go a little bit into maps. So this will be even longer than normal. Normally I end in Act 9 since not much changes past then. But I really want to try to include the start of maps. So we're going to try to do this different. And yeah, we'll get in-game first. So this is what the screen looks like when you're a new player. And you have hopefully already installed the game. And yeah, I'll do my best to try to include everything. So there will be a large amount, and it'll go very slow early on comparatively. Somewhere in the mid game, I'll try to speed up a lot to try to save time. But the first 2, maybe 3 acts will be very heavy explanation and go pretty slow. So number 1, install the game, make an account. And then these are the base classes. But the one that we're going to be doing for this Everything Explained, and I have other ones that are relatively up to date, but we're going to be starting with the duelist here.
What did you do
here in league selection, there are no challenge leagues currently, so we're just going to be starting on standard.
Sin has led you here. Your path
Everything Explained. Oh, that works.
You have betrayed the grand.
And just as a quick explanation, the way leagues work, challenge leagues, they generally last for 3 months. Once that league expires, everything goes to standard. It's like an eternal realm, never wipes, never changes. Most people play the temporary leagues. It always has a fresh economy. It's got new content, and it's really fun. People really enjoy it. And I think somewhere like 80 to 90% play the challenge leagues. And you can continue testing and experimenting on standard. So before we start, there's a few things we need to do. So we are actually going to be following a build guide, and we'll try to link to that in the description down below. But this is my Zizaran explosive arrow, and it's using a program called Path of Building. Sorry. We'll have a link to how to install that as well. But in the Path of Building, in the video, there will be a link to Path of Building that you import here. You click import, and then this will pop up. For new players especially, this is really good because it like does a very good step-by-step, and we're going to follow this to the letter as if we were a completely new player. So we'll have that on the background, and I'll be looking at that throughout. Now, on top of that, there's another thing we need before we start, and that is an item filter. So for that, we go to a website called filterblade.xyz, and you can click on like never sync softcore. Regular is probably fine for a new player, and then you just go to save and export. Continue without savings, fine, and then you download. Once you've downloaded it, what you're going to do is you click on this and you put that file there, and then you load it. I think all of mine, mine are usually saved. Okay, I guess I will actually do that then. Hold on, let me do that real quick. I'll just actually use the filter that I was suggesting you guys to use. I usually have my own custom one, but... there, regular, never sync softcore, save and export. There. Okay. There, I just like pasted it in. Filter blade, sure. Alright. We should have the same filter even now, even more. Forgot the others were saved to my account. So once that's in, we have that. We have the Path of Building, and then I'll quickly go over some like I don't think there's any graphic settings. I'll scroll through them quickly, but that's like not super important. If you're having stuttering or any lag issues, switching between DirectX Vulkan and DirectX 11 and figuring out what works good for your setup is pretty important. In game, you need to have this here, and you can click hide filtered items. I usually turn off auto equip. And then in UI, we'll keep this on. A new player would want to have this on. And then let's see, what else do we want? The number one thing to start with, landscape transparency to the left. It just removes like weird fluff. And then map transparency to the right. The zoom can be whatever you want. Always show sockets, show full description, show life and mana levels. And then show mini life bars on allies, enemies, and life bar above you. That's pretty much everything we need to start off with. And like I said, it'll be very heavy on explanation earlier. We're going to skip all tutorials. The in-game tutorials aren't that great. And we're going to do default attack and remove that to move only. And then we're going to just put it on middle mouse button for now. This is because it'll like attack enemies all the time while you're trying to move. So it's better to have a forced move only. The first is to a quick explanation. You have your life in the bottom left. We're currently at 61. Mana in the bottom right. Mana is the same for all classes. There's no alternative resource really, like energy, etc. At the moment. So if we click I for inventory, that opens inventory, and you can see all the hotkeys here, but they're pretty straightforward. You'll see that there's loads of like different item slots. We have some potions. It's 1, 2, and 5 currently, and you can like move that around if you want. And we're gonna start. First up, we get a rusted sword, and you can see that it has a green socket and a red socket. And while talking to this dying exile, we have to kill the hungry corpse. And now we get our first gem. So if you've ever played an ARPG before, you might be used to your character itself, like inside your character, right? Like Diablo 2, for example. You have the skills, you have the abilities, and it's bound to the type of character you are. Path of Exile is very different here, where every ability and gem in the game is an actual item. So if I socket this into the green socket, and it's important, I obviously can't put it in the red socket, this gives me the ability called Double Strike. We can remove default attack now. We're never going to use that. And now we have double strike, and an important thing to do on pretty much every ability except one called dash is you want to select always attack without moving. It would be the same as holding down shift, and it just makes that you don't run towards enemies. So if I right click now, it tries to attack in its direction. It gives you a lot more control over your character, and you really want to learn that as early as possible. Here we're coming up to the large chest, which gives us our first support gem. And this is how you augment abilities. So there's like hundreds of different active skill gems, which Double Strike is an active skill gem, and that's what gives you an ability. And then you have hundreds of different support gems, which augment or alter your active abilities. Just kind of run through everything here, and then now we're going to go to Hillock. And I do want to try to not overwhelm people, but the number one thing you can learn early in Path of Exile is running in a circle is just completely broken OP in this game. So if you can master that early, this will be very important towards one of the early bosses later in this act called Brutus. You can see just by running around and attacking like this, he can't even hit me. And then if he does hit me, you'll see I'll take a decent amount of damage and I'll have to use my life flask. So the reason I say that so early is just getting you into that mentality that moving is strong. And obviously, like I've helped and seen my wife play the game and stuff, so I know it is a lot harder in the start when you're a new player. But yeah, it's pretty great to learn. Keep moving. So now we've killed Hillock. We looted a bunch of items. We'll see that there's different rarities here. So I'm gonna try to explain every single thing as it comes up. That's why it's so like top heavy, early heavy. And here we have white items. So you'll see that there's stat requirements that I don't currently have. So characters have intelligence, strength, and dexterity, and you don't gain that by default. That's from the skill tree. If you've never seen the skill tree before, brace yourself. This is what it looks like. It is very comprehensive. That's why we have the build guide to be very step by step. I'm going to move to a new scene where you can actually see when I alt tab as well. Give me 1 second here. Kind of close. I don't have so many windows open because I've been recording and stuff a lot. Let's see. I have Steam open and loads of things. There. Downloads. There. I think we have everything. Here. So now you'll be able to see my path of building and stuff as I go in game too. So we'll just start here, and the good thing here is it shows you, so you don't have to worry about just seeing a full skill tree and wondering where you have to go. But so we have the skills, etc. And you can see here that some nodes, these are small ones, these are called travel nodes. They either give like small amounts of damage, so here like life, a little bit of damage, a little bit of attack speed, dexterity, and then we have some bigger nodes. These are called notables. So you can see they have like a little gold border around them, so these are better. This one gives attack speed, global accuracy rating, and ignores all movements penalty from armor. This is really nice because armor normally slows you down a little bit. And then you have something else called keystones, and these will be like very, very build altering. And these are, we will be using some of them early on, so we'll explain those when we get to them. And I'll explain, well, I'll try not to over explain, so we'll explain everything as we get to it. So now with items, obviously you've seen that there are attribute requirements, and there are sockets, and there are colors. So sockets, gear can have up to 6 sockets, that's the max, and that's on either body armors or two-handed weapons. So for example, this driftwood maul could have 6 sockets, or this simple robe could have 6 sockets. Here's the standard opening crew. But we also have rarities, and there are no set items in Path of Exile, but we have white items, we have blue items, which are also called magic, we have yellow items, which are also called rare items. We'll use these interchangeably. And then we have unique or legendary or brown items, or orange. There are no set items. And there's, yeah, those are all the rarities. I am on a completely fresh account. So Path of Exile is a free-to-play game. But, and I would say you could easily get like 50 to 100 hours completely free. But once you realize that the game is for you, then you will want to spend anywhere from like $30 to $60 on stash tabs, where the game is borderline unplayable without it. So we're going to go ahead and allocate our first point here. I'm going to hold down control while allocating points. The reason I do that is that so we don't get a prompt asking us to confirm. Now a thing that's really good in Path of Exile is that you don't actually need to talk to most NPCs to accept quests. A lot of the time you can just do the quest without actually like following. So we can look back at the path of building. What are we going to do for our leveling setup? We're going to be using Spectral Throw with Chance to Bleed and Volley. We're going to have Dash at some point, Banner, and Ancestral Protector. And we get these at like level 1 to 4-ish. So first off, we need to get Spectral Throw. I can't remember if I actually get that here.
Fine work.
No, we don't get Spectral Throw here, so I will have to buy that. We can just grab Splitting Steel anyway. Then I'm going to sell the Simple Robe, Rusted Sword, run sell the Driftwood Maul, and Plate. We don't need those. And then you'll see that this sold for something called Transmutation Shards. Once you get a Transmutation Orb, that's when the stack size hits 20. Then it'll give a full Transmutation Orb, and that can change the rarity of an item. So that's very, very interesting, and that's how the Path of Exile system works. Is it's all about like crafting currencies and stuff like that.
What little help I can offer.
Now we're going to go buy a Spectral Throw because that's the thing we're going to be using. We previously would use Splitting Steel, but that's been nerfed quite a bit. Let's see. So we're going to go here, look at the vendor, and we're just going to see if there's any like good links. We would be looking for green, green, red would be really, really nice. Red, red, green isn't the worst to get early on, and we do have spare wisdoms. So if you see a green, green, red, or a red, red, green in your vendor, that is something you can grab at this point. So I'll just buy this.
Farewell.
And then I'm also going to identify this Rusted Sword. Here we see that it has some physical damage, some fire damage, mana gain when killed. And we'll just put that in. We're now dual wielding. We'll put in the Spectral Throw. So right now the only gem we're using is Spectral Throw, chance to bleed. We're going to put always attack without moving, and we're going to move to the coast. And it'll be very slow early.
Not the most pleasant of arenas, but it'll have to do.
And then I don't usually bother killing too much stuff here. Normally running through the first zone is quite good because the monsters are a little bit too strong. Some of the cannibals can like burst you down pretty fast. And yeah, we just really don't need to kill that much here. If I get like a really big pack, I'll sometimes throw some blades through them. But a really, really good thing is as a new player, it's never bad to like overkill, and it'll really benefit you, especially on this build once you hit level 28. Now we have the waypoint system that we've unlocked, and now you'll see we can go back to town from here, or we can go to coast. And I think I want to teach you early on is the power of holding control down. And you can hold that during using waypoints or while entering a new zone. And this is really good for if you're ever feeling weak and you want to like keep leveling in one zone. You're like, oh, maybe I don't want to progress yet. I'm not strong enough. And this zone is incredibly dangerous. These kill a lot of people at league start. You really want to have good movement here. They'll like charge at you. So you'll see that I'm like trying to avoid them. I'm trying to like not get hit by that charge. And see a quest item. Even though we haven't accepted a quest here, you'll see that there's a quest item. So that's a really, really good thing. If you're a player that's coming from Lost Ark and you're used to having to like spam every like quest giver and talk to things, I know I had a really hard time with that. Then PoE, you don't have to do that. You can just go do the quests. So our gem is leveled up on the right here. There is no auto leveling. If I right click it, it'll stop leveling. This is really bad. You don't generally want to do that. There are exceptions that we'll explain later. But I'll just periodically level gems as they level. We'll pick up the quest here and then we'll just focus on killing Roas. Picking up that quest item does buff the Roas around it. So killing the Roas before clicking it can be really good. And I picked up a item called a chrome item. So you can see that this is a red, blue, and green linked. It doesn't matter what order they are in, but if it is all linked together, and we'll explain links as well here, but if they are linked together, then it'll sell for an chromatic orb, and that you can use to recolor items. And the colors of the items are based on the stats. So it's pretty straightforward. If it's a item with high strength, it'll be more red sockets. If it's an item with high dexterity, it'll be more green sockets. And intelligence, more blue sockets. Pick up the row nest here, and then we're about to be charged. But I also want to explain links on items. So let's see. If you see here, the blue and the red is not linked here, right? So let's say the green and the red here was not linked. These two would not affect each other. And you can see that they're linked by the fact that they glow. So yeah. No matter if I hover over chance to bleed or spectral throw, they're both glowing. That means that they're connected. Let me see. We'll hopefully get a new weapon soon at some point. There's a chain belt. Don't really have an ideal starting weapon. If you already have the choice, getting a 200 at this point would be better. We're now level 4. We're just running through here. Now, the early start of this build until level 28 is a little bit rough. And the early game has like got nerfed a little bit, but once we get level 28, it'll be a very, very smooth build. Got a corroded blade there. It's also a chrome. We've gotten all the 3 quest items. You also notice I have the map overlay on all the time. That's what I like. There. And then boom, we've completed a quest. I'm going to move the gems to my chest now. And now you might be thinking, oh, I don't need them in my weapon. And that is correct. There, we'll switch out to the two-hander. Even though it's not rare, it should most likely be better than what I had. We're now going to go, not progress here, we're going to go back to the coast. And then also we're going to look at our path of building. And it says so we're going to be going here. At a little bit of attack speed, a little bit of life. And again, we're holding control to assign those. Now we're just gonna run through here. You'll also notice I sometimes try to like bunch up a bunch of monsters to like kill more at a time. Not super important, but obviously if you're killing one at a time, it takes longer. Now, this is surprisingly the best AI boss in the game. It's the only one that'll predict your movements. If I run like this, he'll actually aim at you and hit you. Normally, just like running around him in a circle, like we showed earlier, is just incredibly powerful. As you can see, you can't do anything. Very, very straightforward. The faster you learn that, the better. Biggest tip I can give you. Bit of a big scream there, and you'll see that I'm picking up all the white items, or sorry, not all the white items, all the chrome items, and a lot of the blues as well. I'm just gonna make some space here for the skill list. Now we're just gonna exit to character selection. At the start of a league, never exit to login screen, always exit to character selection, because you'll be put in a queue. Now the Path of Exile queue goes away pretty fast, sometimes within 20-30 minutes. And then we're going to pick up a Quicksilver Flask. This is a utility flask, so it will not heal you, it will not give you mana. And I'm just going to pick up the volley support here. We don't currently have the gems to use that. Let's see, and then we're going to start selling some things. We can keep the chain belt, and everything else we're just selling. And you'll see now we're getting those chromes that I talked about. And then we're also getting alteration shards. So while the transmutation orb, once you get that, will turn an item blue. And a blue item can have two stats. It can have a prefix and a suffix. We'll get to once we actually I can show on this rare item here, which we identify with the Scroll of Wisdom. Oops. And rare items can have 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes. Again, blues can have 1 prefix, 1 suffix. Never 2 prefixes. So here we have 2 prefixes and 3 suffixes. This is a very good starter belt. It's got life, mana, life regen, and resistances. And resistances are very important in Path of Exile. If you click C and go to defense, somewhere around Act 3, the game will be expecting that you have close to 50-60% and everything here. It caps out at 75. That is the maximum you can get. I will also, for veteran players, I will be on purpose dumbing down some things or intentionally not explaining things, because talking about exceptions that are like, yeah, well, 40 hours from now, there are exceptions, not very important to new players. So I will be trying to dumb things down on purpose and not talk about exceptions as much. Let's see. Here we are grabbing Ancestral Protector. That is a very, very good totem that will give damage to us. And then we're going to grab Dash. That was the gem that I said that you don't want to do the attack in place. But we do want that on Ancestral Protector. And then I'm going to put Dash on my spacebar. That's what I've changed in keybinds. Let's see if there is a green, green, red. I'm also going to look to see if there's a short bow with attack speed. Would be really nice for when we hit level 28. Since this is a red, red, green short bow and it's just 1 wisdom. Oh, but I don't really have that many more wisdoms. I'm tempted to buy it just because we are going to be using a short bow later on and we might not be able to get one. Let's see. There's no green, green, reds. I'm a little unlucky here, so I can't actually use my volley support gem, but that's fine. We're just going to ignore that. But if you can get a green, green, red, that'd be great, especially if you can get a green, green, red short bow for later. You know what? I'm just going to buy the short bow so I have one, because wisdoms aren't going to be too hard. Yeah.
Farewell.
So then I have one for later. And now we're going to go to the Submerged Passage. You'll see that dash. Really, really good. And again, if I have always done without moving, it makes me go backwards. You don't want that. And then I'm going to put the Ancestral Protector. You'll see that's like going to start attacking for me. And then early on, you want to pick up a lot of stuff, because you want things like Transmutation Shards, Alteration Shards. You get Transmutation Shards by selling unidentified items, and you get Alteration Shards by selling identified items. There's a coral ring there. We want that. I'll put that on. And this is like a little mini boss. There's not like a huge benefit to killing these, but you can get some like loot. We can kill that real quick. We have a decent amount of damage already. That iron ring is obviously very, very nice. Here we got a rare leather cap, Orb of Chance. This is really, really good. Sometimes speedrunners get really sad and cranky when they don't get one of those. That'll be important for later. Now, Orb of Chance, and I'll explain every single currency as we find them. Orb of Chance, early on, it's not really used on gear. It's used to buy support gems. Like, for example, Cremation for some builds. And in our case, we're going to be using this to buy Explosive Arrow. I don't think we get it for free. I can't remember. But Orb of Chance is really good. What it does is it upgrades the item to a random rarity. So if the item has a unique, it actually has a chance to upgrade it to unique. I could technically use it on a short bow, and that could give a very good leveling item for this build. We're not going to do that. We're going to go down to the Submerged Passage here, and we're just assigning skill points as we go. We're going to be one-to-one following the guide. I will be playing this at League Start as well. However, at League Start, I will not be one-to-one following the guide. Obviously, guides are completely static, and they're like intended for new players that aren't able to like dynamically alter things based on what you find. So that does lead to some confusion from new players. They're like, hey, why are you doing things different? But obviously, when you're an experienced player, you'll know exactly what you need when you need it, and you can keep changing back and forth. So the guide is still very good for new players. It's just, obviously, we can't make it dynamic based on what you find. We did find a blacksmith whetstone there, and that gives something called quality on weapons. And quality is useful for a few things. Quality will interact with things like sockets later. Like, it'll be easier to get more sockets as long as there's 20 quality. So that's important at the end game. However, early on, it's used to give more damage. So not very important for our build, but for those that are following my Sunder guide and things like that, then you want 20 quality on your weapons. You can see that our current one is 5. Here's a shrine. They are usually surrounded by monsters, and then they give a buff to monsters until you click it. And then once you click it, you get the buff. So now we're critting, and you can hear like an extra chunky nice sound. And that'll be really, really good for killing the Dweller of the Deep. I'm putting down my totem, moving around it a little bit, and we'll make quick work of this, especially with the crit. See that I'm keeping up, just like moving in a circle around it. With a blue short bow with 3 green, this could be really good for later. The number one thing we're looking for here is attack speed. And now we can just log out. We don't want to use portals for no reason. We log out to character selection and boom. There, we're going to look at the short bow. We can save that for later. We'll save that for later too. And we will identify this later. I don't really need blacksmith whetstones for actual quality on this build. Oh, actually, no, we do. We'll keep that. I was like, you can sell them for 4 wisdoms, but we are actually going to use it because we are using Spectral Sword until 28, and I want to show you a weapon recipe. So we're going to keep the leather cap. We're going to sell the chainmail, the plate mail, and that's it that we're going to sell right now.
Goodbye.
We are going to look and see if the vendor has changed. It does change a little bit every level. And we're looking for a green, green, red. They did nerf the vendor recently and made it worse for new players, which I'm very against. They used to reset every time you leveled.
Farewell. Right.
There, and then we're going to allocate Art of the Gladiator. It gives us a bunch of dexterity too. Now we're back to the Submerged Passage, and we're just going to run where we already continue running. If you want, you can also hold control and remake the instance. Like, just to like not backtrack through monsters you've already killed, but obviously not a really big deal. Now, happy jerking. So we'll always be picking up like rares and blues at this point. There's an Orb of Transmutation, a pure one, that does also sell for 4 wisdoms. But we're going to use that. And during this playthrough, you might see that I'm running directly through most zones and like knowing exactly where to go. That's just because I've played a lot. That's not super important. You don't need to worry about like learning layouts and things like that. It's not important at all. Very, very overrated thing, but it will obviously speed you up a little bit. When do vendors reset then? So, they never reset anymore. They just like lose some items and gain some items every time you level. They never like fully reset for level anymore. See, so now we're gonna grab Fury Bolts first. You could grab the life first, but we don't need life that much this early. We're just gonna continue through. Forgot TP at stairs? No, I'm not speedrunning right now. I'm teaching new players. No need to do that. Game's overwhelming enough as it is. There, and we're just gonna walk through here. This is a zone where you really want to notice that you want to keep moving. It's very easy to get overwhelmed and stomped on. We'll keep using our Quicksilver as we're running, and you'll sort of like get into a nice rhythm. Like just like running through things. If you get stuck, you can just dash out of them. You just spam dash anyway. Just like keep running through here. Here you see some totems here, and they're either like debuffing me or buffing my enemies. So they're always like bad. We don't like those. They're not our friend. Here's a waypoint. And if you're ever coming back into the zone, let's say that you had to take a break here, or you're coming back in the zone and you don't know what way to go. This little, like these three here are indicating the right way. It's like an arrow pointing in the right direction. And there's actually loads of racing tips like that throughout the game. I'll mention some of the like very, very easy ones, but there's loads of things like that that'll like point you in the right direction or show you where or how to go.
Traveling light.
Loads of things like that. We now got a medium life flask. We do want to swap to that, so we're going to put that in. That just means that it's like giving you more life than the other one. And flask can be crafted. We're not going to do that at this point, but they can be crafted. Try to like explain as much without making it as complicated. It's a hard series to do. And yeah, generally we're leveling up when we can. Now we're going to grab Fury Bolts, 30% projectile damage and speed, etc. Very nice. Picking up every wisdom we can. You'll see that the Spectral Throw goes a bit further now as well. Rusted Coif. Do we have... We can make room for that. We're going to identify the boots. We're hoping for movement speed. That is like the best thing you can get early. Like speed you up. Now we're about to find Lord Kuduku. We don't need to pick up a quiver. It's a while until we need those. There's a rustic sash. And a coral amulet. Coral amulet's nice early. Gives you a bit of life regen. You say if you've just taken a little bit of damage, you don't need to press your life flask. Life flasks do recover fully when you go to town as well. There. And then we're just going to keep moseying over here. We can start equipping that. And then before Brutus, we're gonna do a little upgrade. We're gonna see if we can find a rustic sash. Or maybe we'll find an essence to use on our rustic sash. Would be nice. Armor scrap does the same thing as a blacksmith whetstone, but for armor. Gives quality, which will increase the base defenses. The base defenses is armor, evasion, or energy shield. Energy shield is basically like a little extra life bar that regenerates differently. Armor will be really, really good against small hits from monsters and will just mitigate the damage. And evasion will do like avoiding hits entirely. Okay, so here is an essence. This is an old league mechanic. So from a challenge league that has gone core and is now just like in the game. And I'll click this freezing shrine and then we're going to fight it. This is the best case scenario for an essence early. This is called a contempt. And essences are similar to another currency that we haven't got yet, which I would have liked to have had before getting this. But an alchemy orb, which we'll find soon, will make an item rare, but everything will be random. It'll have a minimum of 4 stats and a maximum of 6. So anywhere from 4 to 6 stats. And an essence will do the same thing, but it'll guarantee 1 stat. Pick up this amber amulet here. So for a weapon, it'll guarantee that I get a flat physical roll. And a thing that's good for weapons is that they work in conjunction with percentage physical rolls. So if you have flat physical and percentage physical, they'll like buff each other. We'll put down a totem here. This guy does hurt a little bit, but since he's so low, we'll finish him off just to see if we can get any nice gear. We'll pick up a rapier here to like fill our inventory a little bit more. There's another boss we're coming up on here. Don't really need to kill. He's even rapier than the last one. It kills everything. We do want that. We're gonna ditch this stone axe here because we don't care that much about chromes early. Ooh, a lot of monsters. We're gonna grab the first scale gauntlets. Best case scenario here would be having like flat physical or some elemental damage would be nice. On that, life, resist would all be really good. In case we need a lapis amulet, I can't actually remember. He's so low, I might as well finish him off. I couldn't remember Spectral Throw having this much damage early, but it's nice. Let's see, we are level 9, and while going at a slow pace like this, you might be like 10 or 11 even early on. It's very easy to like overkill as a new player. When you're watching speedrunners, they'll generally be under-leveled. And the campaign normally takes, when I'm going through it fast, it takes me 3 to 5 hours, and then for this, it might take 7. But we'll see how we go. Right. What did we want here? I think we want Maim. Yeah, we want Maim. We're going to put that on our Ancestral Protector once we have the sockets for that. We're going to sell these armor scraps for Wisdom Scrolls because we do need a lot of Wisdom Scrolls early and we don't need anything else here. So we got attack speed and cold damage. That's great. I don't really care about this leather cap or the jerkin, so we're going to sell that. I don't really want to identify that just because of the socket. I'm trying to be a little bit careful with what we use our wisdoms on early because you don't have that many. So now we have 2 transmutes. We have a contempt. And I am now going to... Perfect. I am looking for a jade chopper. Now, ideally you would want to find one. But since I have a blacksmith whetstone, and particularly because I have a whispering essence of contempt, I am actually going to... Ooh. That's not bad either, though. That's not bad either. That already has 63 physical damage. However, it's kind of unrealistic that you'll be able to buy one like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy a jade chopper for the blacksmith whetstone. Now, ideally, just kill things until you find one. And then what we could do instead, let's say that more realistically, we got a different essence. We didn't get lucky. We didn't get a contempt. What I would do then is I would use that on the rustic sash. And I would sell, it would be like this. This would have to be blue or rare, the rustic sash, and then I would sell the weapon and the whetstone. And this would now turn this blue with a physical damage roll. So this is like a good way to get guaranteed easy damage. However, since we do have enough to do this now, what that means is we have a chance to get a really good weapon with the contempt because this could give us both a percentage physical damage roll and it guarantees the flat fizz. So exactly what happened here. This isn't a high roll, but this is still a really, really nice weapon early on. We're gonna... Actually, we just need damage. We don't need the resist here from the belt. We can keep that for later. And we can sell that for chrome. And then we have a lapis or an amber amulet. If you find a jade, maybe keep onto that too, because early on you don't fully know what like attributes you're gonna be low on and need. Now, this is a half instant mana flask. I hate using those, so I'm actually just going to vendor it for an alteration shard. Let's see. We're gonna look at the vendor again because we're looking at a green, red. What we really, really want. That would be nice to buy, but we can't do that. Don't have an armor scrap for that. We're very unlucky here. There's no green, red. And we want... You could technically like search. Actually, this is green, red. So you could search like, is this? No. I can't remember how to do that now.
Stay sharp.
We're just gonna move on. Let's see. And you see that Bestel has a quest for us, but we don't actually need to talk to Bestel. We can be antisocial. We're gonna move to the prison. There we go. There's a bunch of blue monsters. And you'll have noticed that there's blue, rare, and unique monsters. Blue monsters give a lot more XP than normal monsters, and rare monsters even more. Ow, 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 I'm frozen. So, normally you always want to kill blues because they're not that much more tanky, but they give a lot more XP. There, you'll see our damage has gone up so much now, and now we're getting to our first trial. Oh wait, I'm missing dash. There. We're getting to our first trial. This is traps, and they do percentage-based damage. You'll see they will hurt me quite a lot. So even if I was on a high-level character here, I'd be taking quite a lot of damage. And this is how you choose the Ascendancy classes in Path of Exile. So So this is like subclasses, that kind of thing. You just jump up here. The archers and scary damage stuff here. We're just killing everything. Now, you see that we found a longbow. We don't really care about any other bow than short bow, and later on it'll be another called grove bow. That's because for the build we're playing, attack speed is super important. The number one thing we care about. So medium mana flask, we're gonna grab that, and we can grab the goat-hide gloves just to sell to the vendor. There's the mana flask. Boom. Trail of Ascendancy. You see that there's 5 more that we need to hit. There is 1 in Act 1, 2 in Act 2, and 3 in Act 3. We're already starting to crush things. And obviously, the more you take your time, the more you slow down, the better you'll feel about everything. Over-leveling is a really, really good thing in Path of Exile. Right now, we're playing something using a weapon. And leveling does not matter as much for that because the majority of my damage is tied to my weapon. Later on, we're going to be playing Explosive Arrow, and there, the damage is tied to the gem itself. And we're just using, we only care about the attack speed pretty much of the bow. So, that means that later on, once we're level 28, over-leveling will give you a huge power spike. There, we're just moseying through here. And I'm trying really hard to make this like my most detailed everything explained that we've done. Where we're gonna like actually like go to maps and stuff, so it's gonna be a long one.
I believe in traveling light.
A unique item, that's not super normal, but it's also a dog shit one. I would probably ignore a good one. We'll just put on the new boots, didn't really give much of an upgrade. We'll throw the old one on the ground. I can't be bothered going and like vendoring or anything right now. If we got a good unique, we just wouldn't use it because it's unrealistic to actually get a good one. If you do get a good unique, ooh, green, green, red short bow. So I'm actually going to identify this. Hope for attack speed. Didn't get that. I keep it. No, we probably don't. We're just going to keep the chainmail tunic then. So we're prioritizing keeping rare items because they will sell for alteration charge and a lot more than the other one. Here we have another freezing shrine, so we'll pick that up. It'll start damaging enemies, slowing everything. Another contempt. There are 4 or 5 different essences that you can get this early. Getting 2 contempts this early is really, really nice. Then a large mana flask. We'll just switch out my flask for that because this is bigger. Generally want to like keep upgrading your flasks as you're progressing through the campaign. You'll notice if you have like smalls at this point, it'll be a bit of a pain recovery wise. Don't need a quiver. Oh, it's to the left. But yeah, so uniques, you do have to identify them before selling them. They won't sell for anything. They'll only sell for wisdom scrap. And you can't craft anything. We haven't gotten to crafting yet. That'll be in around end of Act 2. But yeah, it's you can't craft anything on them, and they're very, very static. They do what they do. So, like, if you find a Shackles of the Wretched, it'll always do that. So, this one is completely useless. We would never use that. Right, let's see. Now I'll look at part of the building and I'll see that the build's telling me to go to the right. And then I'm currently on the level 12 section. I'm now moving up to 32. Then we're going to move down first and then up. Could identify the boots now for movement speed. We didn't get that. I also have realized I forgot to explain Orb of Augmentation. So this is specifically for blue items, and it's for items that only have 1 prefix or 1 suffix. So if it has a prefix, it'll add a suffix. Now we're coming up on Brutus. So very, very important to move in a circle here. And Brutus has loads of abilities, but like every boss in Path of Exile, it learns its abilities the more damage. This is actually true for endgame bosses as well. So if you're ever doing, for example, as a quick example, Searing Exarch is an endgame boss. If you're doing this on Searing Exarch, you're gonna have the same experience. It'll only auto-attack you in the start. And every boss in Path of Exile is like that, where it learns abilities as it's fighting. So they all start off with like basically nothing, and you can kind of just get comfortable. So you can see how easy it is for me just running around him in a circle. He can never hit me. And now I'll just like put down my totem, and now you'll see that it'll start getting abilities. He has a slam, actually a few. He has one where he hits the ground. He has one where he does like the huge slam, and he has a hook. And that is the 3 abilities he has. You see that I'm just trying to focus on avoid getting hit. Especially by that slam, that'll like very easily one-shot you. And if you die, you have to do like a little run back. We got a rare Jade Chopper. We're going to throw out some gloves to check that. And identify that. And that is pretty nice. 30 to 47 with higher attack speed. So that is actually an upgrade for us. We can throw out the old boots, pick up the nailed fist. Actually, we can make room for those because they're chrome. Boom. And now, an interesting thing in Path of Exile, we already have the waypoint for the next zone. So I can log out here. I don't have to run all the way through like what they kind of want you to run through. So, I'm going to sell some items. We do want to sell some things unidentified too, because we do want a bunch of transmutes. You can see here that we're getting a bunch of alchemy shards from selling the unique. I'm going to sell pretty much everything here. You'll notice that I'm selling some things ID'd, some things un-ID'd.
Take care.
Back to Tarkley, and let's see. We're now going to the skill set 12 to 28, which says that I want leap slam. So we're going to grab that. We'll put it in the gloves. And again, it doesn't really matter where you're putting things. We're looking again for green, green, red. We still don't have anything. So hopefully you'll be luckier than this so you can have volley. Would make it feel nicer for clearing. It would make more pop out. Don't think we need anything else. Oh, we're supposed to have war banner. I'll go get that too. And then later we'll get precision.
Yes?
I think we get precision already, do we? Oh, we do. We'll get precision and we'll get war banner.
God hasn't
Don't
abandoned
have
us.
room for the war banner. A bit unlucky with sockets. We should pick up a helmet as well. Just being a bit lazy there. Boom. So, there. I've now activated it, and you'll see that the aura, it gives me a bit of a buff and reserves a portion of my mana that I can no longer access. You see, if I had volley here, it'd be a lot easier to like clear a bunch of the monsters. It would add 2 more projectiles to my attack. So our damage is still fine, but we don't have that much clear. So we really, really want a green, green, red. But our damage is great, as you can see. Gonna keep on running through. And killing the uniques early is pretty good because you will get more items and stuff. Obviously, we have a decent amount of damage right now, and we want to like keep on top of that. So what precision does is it adds accuracy to my skill. Spells do not need accuracy. So if you were playing, for example, a fireball character or something like that, that wouldn't need accuracy at all. But we are a attack build, so we do actually need to physically hit the enemy. And we're running through here. You'll notice I pretty much always care about killing the majority of blue monsters. So blue monsters count as 3 whites, and a yellow or rare monster counts as 5 whites in terms of XP. I will generally always avoid, like, if you see like a stone golem or a bear that's rare, generally they're avoided unless I'm kind of kiting them with me and they're kind of low anyway. But I never want to like stop too long and start like making sure I finish off an enemy. There, we're just going to keep running through here, and you'll notice I'm always trying to pick up waypoints when I can. These are very annoying. You see I'm taking a lot of damage. And then we're in this zone, going to get our second skill point. We've already gotten our first from the cram, and you will get a bunch of those. You'll get a bunch of those while going through the campaign. Do I even bother with the wood splitter? It is a better base. There are loads of different base types in Path of Exile, which is especially important for attack-based builds like we are early. So that wood splitter would be like a level 12 required level axe, whereas our current one is like level 9. And they'll be different. Sometimes there will be some different stats that are unique to that base type. And then you'll also have like different like levels of attack speed, base damage, etc. There. Moving on with our skill tree. Just running through this. There's a little quest here with a unique monster guarding it. You don't actually need to kill the unique monster. I normally always skip that. I will be killing a lot more than normal, just because that is very nice when you're a new player for gear, XP, everything like that. Ow. Bastard sword. We'll move on. Now, since I have the waypoint, I'm actually going to continue through the zone to the next zone, and then I'm going to waypoint back, just to like keep avoiding a little bit of backtracking. And I know that the next level of the zone is like down here somewhere. And zones are random in Path of Exile, but they're only like a little bit random. There's like less than 40 layouts per zone. So I'm currently at 25,000 hours of Path of Exile. So eventually you just know all of them. And you can recognize them pretty easily. We did find an alchemy as well. This will upgrade a normal item to a rare item, giving it, like I said, up to 4 or 6 stats. Let's see. There's nothing we're buying here. We don't want any of these. But we can sell. We don't really care about these. This is a better base type than what we have. And since we do have a contempt, it's honestly not a bad idea to use this, because this is a low level of contempt. It's only going to give us 2 to 5 damage physical here. So if I use this right now and I hit really high percentage fizz in addition to the flat fizz, that'd be really nice. But we're just going to sell that. Let's see. Do I need to buy anything? I think I need to buy faster attacks. We have a bunch of transmutes. You can see that we have an additional 4. Just looking through the build.
Hello.
I'll buy cruelty here, right? No, I can't remember when you get cruelty. Level 18, that's it. Okay, we have everything we're supposed to have.
Greeting.
We're again checking the vendor, see if we can alleviate some of our socket pressure. We've been very, very unlucky with that. Yeah, literally nothing.
Farewell.
Can't use volley yet. Very annoying. We're now going to go back to the ship graveyard. And now we're just going to run down and to the left here until we find Captain Fairgraves. Now, if you're a completely new player and you didn't know that you don't have to accept quests, you're technically supposed to talk to him first. He's supposed to give you the quest, run into the cave, and pick up the item that he asked you to do, and then he betrays you. But now we're just going straight and like talking. So we're ignoring all of that, and that's really nice. We're going to put Leaf Slam here on spacebar, and we can actually remove dash. We don't really need that anymore. Oh, yeah, there'll be loads of spoilers if you care about the story. This isn't a good series for you. Right now, Spectral Throw is just maim. Or, sorry, it's a chance to bleed in Spectral Throw. Nothing else. Okay, a bunch of things here. We can just log out. Log back in. I'll have to watch this when I start. Yeah, this is a good series to like watch alongside your own playthrough. And sell all this. We're getting more transmutes. We're going to need a lot of those. They buff Spectral Throw? No, it's more that they nerfed everything else. There. I'm going to go to Merveil's Caverns.
I gave away my heart on the promise of my life.
Now, an interesting feature of movement abilities in Path of Exile that there are probably even some veterans that don't know is that it has an innate cooldown. So if I click spacebar, and you'll feel this yourself very easily, if I click spacebar, it's very instant, right? Still very instant. However, if I do back to back, you'll notice that the second one will have an attack time and will be slower. It's same like this with Flame Dash and other abilities too. And that's because they'll basically be a, as long as you're only using it now and again, it'll be instant. you'll start to get into a rhythm of it and you'll see how I'm doing it. But you'll notice that I will like run a little bit and then attack. Run a little bit, then attack. And then it'll always be instant. It'll feel really good. You'll get into a habit there. So especially the reason why I'm bothering to kill uniques and stuff, like the unique monsters, is I have very bad socket pressure right now. Like I've been very, very unlucky. Which I prefer. I think that's better for a playthrough. Because if I'm having a rough time luck-wise, that's a lot better. Because that's more authentic, I guess. Than if I'm just, you know, getting crazy lucky. That's why we avoid using rare items. There, then I have a lapis. Oh wait, I already have that. We can pick up the rustic sash. Rustic, especially blues and rares, always good to have. The new season is starting in 2 days. I try to do everything explained right before a new season. And right now we're playing in standard, so we're not getting any new league mechanic. There will be a new league mechanic you can explore. And that will give you things. It'll reward you. Well, sometimes it'll give you uniques very fast. So that's why a lot of people watch myself and other streamers at least start to try to figure out like, wow, can I get some good unique early that I need for my build? Like there have been leagues where you could get some of the best like league starter uniques very easy, like Tabula Rasa, Quill Rain, etc. And I usually like figure that out pretty fast and we abuse that and share it so that everyone can benefit. Right, so again, we would normally have volley at this point, which would be very nice for clearing. Again, we'll kill all the blues. They're always good just for XP. Night Brigadine. I'm almost tempted to recolor these just to like alleviate my socket pressure. But then I do lose my attack speed and my little bit flat to cold. So that's annoying. I could recolor my chest, but I only have a few chromes and it's not necessarily worth it. It's not that big a deal that we don't have volley. Obviously you can see that it's playing fine without it. On a do link right now.
At last,
At last.
I have so much I wish to share with you.
There. Right. Merveil. Same thing as every other boss. You run around in a circle. She's in a weird spot right now, so I have to backtrack a little bit. Ideally, you never want to backtrack. You can see that, yeah, there's not much she can do. We also don't have any cold resist right now, so all her moves will hurt quite a lot. Getting cold rings before Merveil, which you can buy off the vendor for 3 wisdom scrolls, is really, really good, especially for a new player. You see that I'm focusing really hard on moving around her in circles. She has like that like ice attack, and then she does like a blizzard attack. Looks like a Warcraft 2 blizzard. And she summons ads. More like geysers from the ground. We're just focusing on moving a lot. You'll notice that I'm very rarely like standing completely still and attacking. And if you die, we'll probably die on purpose a few times to show. That is completely fine as well. This is a good place to die because you spawn just straight up over there. Every 25% she summons ads and then she just screams while you're close. She's very angry. There, we get a bunch of rare items for seeing is there anything we need here. We definitely want the boots because boots are important. So we'll identify those. They are like quite nice. Fine. They're quite nice. We do wish that it was movement speed on it. I'm gonna pick up one more rare item. I'm kind of out of space. I'm gonna ditch those two. You'll notice I do try to pick up a lot of rares to get a bunch of transmutes, and we're going to be using that at the end of this act. We're now in Act 2, and that's going to be for crafting. Now, if I throw the totem out like I just did there and then run away from it, it will stop attacking once I'm like off screen from it. You can't like just like have it like finish off every monster for you. So once we get to like Act 4 maybe, we'll try to like speed up quite a lot to make the video shorter. Okay.
I'm starting to think there's more to
And
life than
the item
prize or
filter that we've
perish.
downloaded will eventually start like hiding things. So you'll stop seeing white items eventually. And it's very advanced. So it'll generally like show you things like sockets and links, and it'll focus on like blues and rares. Eventually blues will be hidden as well. There's way too many items drop in Path of Exile. Right, we're in town. Sell everything here unID'd. I wish I had more wisdoms. That's okay. Wait, this, I really want to ID this because this is already rare, so it could be decent. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to sell 3 of my portal scrolls. We've been avoiding using portal scrolls anyway. I'm going to sell those. This is really nice. This is a huge upgrade anyway. We're now going to use chromatic orbs to change the colors. Now, since this is a dexterity base, it's more likely to have greens, but it can still get blues and reds. There's a blue, unlucky. There's one red, and now we finally have the colors we want. Put leaf some in the boots, and then we're going to do volley. And if we want, we can swap in faster attacks instead of volley for more damage for single target. I'm going to do chance to bleed here. So now we have volley, chance to bleed, and spectral throw. It doesn't really matter what comes first and stuff for these gems. Then we are also going to do maim. We're going to put maim with ancestral protector. What maim does is enemies maimed by supporters heals take 10% increased physical damage. And then the volley, what it does is it gives 2 more. Let's see, we also have room for our war banner now. We can move this to our second bar because we don't need to have it, right? We can just have it there. Then we can have a war banner here that does have active uses, but we're just going to keep it on passively. There, moving down to dexterity here. So now you'll see that we're throwing 3 and they're like going perpendicular in a line. There's another similar support called lesser multiple projectiles. This is the same thing, but they don't move like perpendicular to each other. Alteration. I think that's our first natural drop. You'll see that our clear speed is so much nicer now. The Jade Amulet. Then we have all 3 amulets in case we need attributes. The league coming up will mess with your attributes, so it might be even more imperative. Portal scroll. Can never decide between LMP and Molly. Yeah. Wait, what did I not say parallel? Oh, perpendicular. Wait, that means the same thing, no? Don't they? Anyway, Iron Staff, getting a lot of uniques. See there. Right, let's see. We didn't find the den while running through, so we'll go back for that. It's a little bit annoying. That'll give us an extra Quicksilver. That means it's most likely going to be here on the right. No. Oh, I did see it. I just didn't go in it. I just didn't go in it. There. Little side quest here. Inventory management looks stressful. I'm the kind of guy that looks at everything. That's very, very normal. When I was a new player, I would pick up every single item, identify every single item, go back to town, etc. So that's why I was saying that you will be a lot more over level than I am. Like, it's pretty normal to be like 18 to 20 here for a new player. And I also would pick up like every single gem, like red gem, green gem, blue gem, everything. Very, very normal when you're a new player, because you always you have a fear of missing out. Again, the thing that I would say to dissuade you from having fear of missing out there is you're most likely going to be playing the challenge leagues. Everything is wiping in 3 months anyway, so you're just learning. It really doesn't matter. You're not going to miss out on anything important, no matter what. Like, even best case scenario and you get the best item in the game that you could possibly get, you're really not missing out on anything, because it's all getting reset anyway. That's such a nice thing about playing those. This is Spectral Throw. We're going to identify the Iron Staff. That'll probably give us a alchemy. Now we have 2 alchemies. We're doing really good on currency. We're a little bit bad on wisdoms. See if there's a nice helmet with some good pressure or sockets. Movement speed boots for sale there, but already using that right now. We have such good boots. And they have an open prefix, which I can use to do a crafting lesson at the end of this act. Now, normally, if you're a player that's watching just to like learn something, but you've already played Path of Exile before, you will already have access to the crafting bench, and you can already go craft on white items resists, and that's very good. I would normally do that. Now, for some reason, you don't actually get access to the crafting bench until the end of this act, which is technically a little bit later than it should be. I guess we're trying not to overwhelm people, but it would be nice if you got the hideout at the end of Act 1 instead.
I'll have to tread
Now, next
carefully
level, we're
here.
about to get a huge damage boost, and we're about to explain our first keystone. That'll be pretty exciting. This is a nice warm-up for me too, because it's like I'm so rusty with Path of Exile. Here's another one of those like neat little tricks. Like this is pointing in the direction you want to go. This room is like an arrow, so I know that the entrance. You could put $1 billion that the entrance is here. There's loads of nice little things like that. When should you drop precision? You drop that once you drop the keystone we're about to explain next level. Or generally you drop precision when you get your last ascendancy that has taunt in this. We'll cover that later for newer players. Here is a rogue exile, so that's us. Rogue exiles is like, you know, basically the same as us, but they're against us. And a rogue exile drops a full gear set. So a rogue exile will drop at least 2 rings, an amulet, a helmet, chest, gloves, boots, belt, and a weapon, and then some extra stuff. You'll see that here now that it has dropped a bunch of stuff for us. We can pick up the boots, picking up every rare, and a portal scroll. I played since 2013 and I never knew that. Most people don't. Here we're coming up on another trial. And you do only need to run these once per league. So while you do have to run the campaign once every character, you only need to run this once. Now, having always attack without moving and leap time is really, really important because you'll awkwardly move towards things if you don't have that on. And notice I'm always trying to pick up every wisdom. And like weak rares like this is really, really nice. Now, if we look at the rare, you'll see that it has some stats. Overwhelm, physical reduction, and minions cold explode on death. So there's loads of different stats that monsters can have that'll make them rippy and dangerous. There. We're now going to identify these rings. We're hoping for resists and life. I'm going to remove the iron ring here. I'm going to start working on our resists. So now we have 29, 49, 21. That's very good for our act. Now, if I was playing normally, I would be rest capped already. But I want to like simulate the whole new player experience. So we don't have access to, for example, Scion, and we don't have access to the crafting bench already. I think a lot of people forget that new players don't have access to Scion. So this is another strongbox. We can identify it because it could be a scary one where it could freeze me when I open it, and that is basically instant death early on. You could just log out, you will disappear instantly, but then you do have to do a lot of running back, so you really want to avoid that. Killing the strong boxes early on obviously gives you a bunch of monsters, and it'll be pretty rewarding and give you a bunch of rares. Greater life blast. Ow. We don't really have room for anything else there. Just throw that in. We're just gonna keep moseying over towards the end. Oh. Scary monsters. Loads of blues. We're getting very lucky on blues, which is great. So we're going to be doing great on XP. Greater mana we already have. This is like, the build I'm playing now is what I'm going to be league starting. And it's like one of my favorite. It's like so strong. It's really good even in SSF. It does have some issues that are solvable in SSF. But very, very strong, and I've done like all the endgame bosses and stuff. How do you rescue up so early? So normally you have access to the crafting bench since it wouldn't be your first character, and then you can craft on white gear. So first keystone, precise technique. It's 40% more attack damage if accuracy rating is higher than your maximum life. Then we'll click C, click on the skill. This is very important because sometimes it could be different than your default attack. So whenever you're looking at something, you always want to make sure they have highlighted the skill that you care about. Main hand accuracy rating 811, my life 393. So we just got 40% more damage. And in Path of Exile, the difference between more and increased is very large. More is like a more multiplier that are multiplicative with itself, and increased is additive with itself. And yeah, it's just not as strong. Anytime you can get a more multiplier, that is a large amount of damage. There, we don't really have room for anything here. I mean, we could make room for one more wand. Notice I do care a decent amount early about getting a lot of like wisdoms and alterations, transmutes, etc. Right, we can put the helmet on, so we'll identify that. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna grab Herald of Ash. Really wish I had an extra red socket. Gonna vendor some things ID'd, some things un-ID'd. Now, if you don't have any like good rings and stuff like that, I'll show you the cool little recipe, and that is, for example, a iron ring with a double strike. This will now make it topaz. So if I really needed that, and then obviously I could do a red gem or a blue gem for the other ones. Very, very nice. You do have the ability to swap out volley for faster attacks. We'll be doing that for the end boss of the act. Other than that, we don't really need it. Okay, we're gonna see if there's like a nice helmet with some reds. I'm too lazy. I don't think we bother. What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to throw one chrome on the axe here because that's almost guaranteed to give a red. Then I have Herald of Ash. So just to go over quickly the gems we're using. Herald of Ash, and then here's our Spectral Throw with Volley, chance to bleed. We have Precision, Ancestral Protector, Maim, War Banner, and Leap Slam. And if I move something, it'll turn that aura off. So be careful that if you've moved a gem around, you might be running around without something. So, there. You'll see I'm reserving quite a lot of my mana now. If it gets annoying, you could turn off Herald of Ash, for instance. You'll notice now with Herald of Ash, it's adding a bunch of fire damage to my attack, and it's doing like these nice little explosions whenever I kill something. Very, very nice for clear. It just feels good and looks good. I pick up the goat-tied boots. We're gonna identify those. Especially later, I'll try to like talk about what I'm looking for on items. So right now this didn't have movement speed, and it has like basically the same resist as the one I have. And what's important, and this will be the crafting lesson at the end of the act, is that the boot I have is an open prefix, and that's, we're gonna show how to craft with that. You'll notice like these blues as well, they have like overwhelm physical reduction. So if we're a character that focuses on being tanky against physical, they will like really mow you down. Then we're gonna look at Path of Building again, and we're gonna see what am I doing next. Well, I know that I'm actually like I am being told to go for bow nodes, but I don't have a bow yet, and that's because we're kind of preparing for the bow swap. So what we can do early on is we go for Weathered Hunter, because that'll affect everything anyway, and give us some resist early, and then we'll take the bow nodes next, and that'll be around completed by the time we're level 28. Creighton, these are called the bandits, so you can help or kill, you can help one bandit or kill all of them. Generally, nearly every build kills everything at the moment. There are some exceptions that help Alira. And by killing all of them, we're getting 2 additional skill points. The helping rewards are simply just not good enough right now. Now, you can see that I have a war banner. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to drop it, and since I had 50 stacks on it, that'll give a nice little damage boost. I do have to turn it back on after.
Your mind wasn't as swift as your blade.
But it basically like places the banner as like a little buff. There, and then we're also going to talk to Silk. He will give us... Wait, I'm confused. Oh, whoops. Sorry, not Silk. We're going to talk to Yenna. We're going to pick up another Quicksilver so that we have 2, and we're going to identify that. It didn't have any good stats, but that's fine. Don't really care too much about our flask early on. Now we're done. Oh, actually, we're not done. Normally we're done, but I do actually need to. Well, you need to do this for the start anyway. This is good. I'm gonna run to the right here because we have another trial that we need to grab.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt!
Oh, you just did happen to me at the start of a league. I had to queue again? Yeah. Annoying. Never one accidentally log out. So, we have now found beasts. That is another league mechanic that has made it core into the game. So this like used to be a challenge league and now it's core. And these are good to kill. And whenever you start fighting them, Einar will eventually appear and capture the beast. They are very, very dangerous. As you can see, it's taking a while to kill this guy. They'll just like kind of like kite him with me while moving through the zone. And then you can see there's like an aura making like everything around him do more physical damage. Getting loads of chance orbs. I'm a very good exile. Being rewarded with loads of chance orbs. If I was in New Zealand right now, I'd be very happy. Boom. And then it'll pop up and tell you what it does, what it's for. I'll pick that up because it takes a little slow. There, we're going to identify this. It is not very good. It's just a bunch of elemental damage. We're generally looking for physical. So we are. Duration, getting really lucky with currency at least. So that's something. Generally, in a Path of Exile playthrough, there are exceptions. I have had one league where I felt like I was just getting unlucky on everything. But out of like the 50 leagues I've played, I've only had one league where I felt like, wow, I'm really getting screwed this league. Normally, you will always be like lucky in some areas and unlucky in others. So it'll be surprisingly balanced. It'll be surprisingly balanced, I would say. 2 more levels. We're going to learn about masteries. I can't remember if it was Kalandra. It might have been Kalandra. I was getting screwed. There's another essence. So now I'll click this unidentified. Very scary. That could have frozen me and killed me, which would have been a good lesson. Fusing. This is really good as well. Turn that into a chance orb if you don't have any. Here we're fighting another essence. This is a greed, so this guarantees life. It's generally what this is used for. So you wouldn't use this on a weapon. That just gives a physical attack leech. You don't care about. What you do care about, however, is guaranteeing life on gear. We just got a Chaos Orb. This is very early to get a Chaos Orb, but we might as well explain it. It is basically the counterpart to the Alchemy Orb. And what that does is it will re-roll a rare item. So I could use it on this Wood Splitter, and it has a chance to make it really good. It'll have at least a minimum of 4 stats and up to 6. And that is like the mainstay currency. That's like what's used the most to trade for like lower things. And then you have Divine Orbs at the end game. So potentially not even cover much. Now you'll notice we are starting to get a decent amount of wisdoms and portals and stuff. We're not as starved as we are in Act 1. Later, this won't be a problem at all. Okay, maybe a better helmet. Not really. I don't care about changing. Okay, we'll run through the traps. Now, I think that's really, really important. I might die showing this, but you'll notice if I'm running straight through traps, they're not too bad. But if I like start panicking and trailing it, that's generally how you die. And in general, traps don't have enough surface area to kill you. So if you're literally just like sprinting through it, generally you'll take very, very little damage if you hit at all. So it's always the panic that gets you.
My spirit is spent.
Is it?
Shine boldly, so that all may find you
There.
when the night falls.
I am now level 19. There. And then we're just going to vendor everything here. We don't need any of this. We don't care about any of that. Boom. There was no quest that we were doing there. And we don't want to talk to Einar. The reason you don't want to talk to Einar this early is if you haven't talked to him, he'll appear at the start of a lot of zones. And if you talk to him, he'll come with you and help you fight bosses. So this is like sort of abused by speedrunners early on where they won't talk to him. The only time I'll talk to Einar is if I get a beast. See if we... So the red beast that we got at the moment will give you a stack of 4 jeweler orbs, which isn't very important. I don't care about that right now. Whereas it could give any unique item. It's a different cram, or it could give you like unique body armor, and those things, they can be very useful, especially like unique ring early on. We'll have some really, really good things. Or unique bow could be huge. So I will be looking out for that, and that would cause me to be like, yeah, I'll talk to Einar and make him not appear at the start of the zone. But other than that, I will just like keep him unspoken to.
You have been captured, beast.
So to use them, you also need a bunch of yellow beasts. There's like the red beasts are what choose what the reward is, and yellow beasts are like filler, like fuel. You generally not pick up blues. I pick up a lot of blues in Act 1 and then less and less in Act 2. It depends how many transmutes and stuff I have. Because I already have 7 transmutes. And not too big a deal. I will pick up like some that are like 4 slots and stuff. But I especially don't pick up things that are like 8 slots, etc. This is a tanky dude.
Do not worry, little beast.
I'll pick up so I get nicer chrome. The problem with picking up like everything, and somebody's gonna take this personally, but you'll end up spending so much time in town, and it'll take you so long. It slows down people so much, and it's like people are scared of missing out. Like, well, what if it's a really good item? It's like blues are never gonna be a really good item, so don't worry about that. And you generally want to pick up most rares. Now, here's another neat trick. So in this zone, we're looking for Elira, and she's on the side of the waypoint, and then the spider forest that we're going to go into next is on the other side of the road of the waypoint. And we're also, on top of that, looking for a little like light, a little break in the road, and that'll indicate the road to Elira. So it's very, very easy to find. Loads of like nice like pathfinding tips and tricks that sometimes even veteran players don't know. Here, we'll level up that. So what are we struggling with now? We're struggling on level. We're struggling on strength. Take Weathered Hunter here. We could also just take beef. It's not bad early. Like if you're having stat issues, you do have these. Even if the build guide doesn't call for it, like putting in a point in stat requirements early can be really, really nice. And then you have things like the amber amulet in our inventory we could use. See, was it here? Yeah. So here you can see there's a torch here, and there's a break in the road, and then we know that's the path to Elira. But yeah, you can always just assign whenever you need stats. That's like always hard to like see in a build guide, like when you're gonna need to actually put them in. We just follow this like broken cobbled road, and then we'll eventually find Elira. We're gonna kill her, murder her dead. These others, they're just levels. Kill Elira here. And again, we can use, on bosses, we can use the drop the war banner. And that'll give us adrenaline for like 2 seconds, something like that. And that's a buff that increases our damage by 100%. So it's a huge damage boost early. Very, very nice. Now, we don't want to go too hard on upgrading our weapon, but we do also want to find like a happy medium. We do want to upgrade it every few bases, basically. Here's Captain Artillery. So this is another quest. And again, you'll notice that I haven't accepted any of these quests. This isn't something I've like talked to anyone to get. They're just like, they just exist. Exit to character selection. And we're going to go back to Act 1. This gives us another skill point.
What troubles you bring?
We'll render all of this. Good stuff.
Going.
Now to 8 transmutes. We're back to Act 1. Explosive I can do all content. I've done all content on it myself. Talk to Bestel.
Not quite fair grade. Us.
And then we got a skill point and oops. And another skill point. So now you should have 3 skill points. You can do Inta, right, /passives. Should now show you Dweller, the Deep, Maroon Mariner, and the Way Forward. And once you have killed the Act 10 boss, Kitava, it will show you if you missed any. So we're going to grab Thick Skin here. And then we are now going to kill Weaver. We're just going to move to the right. We already know that this is the direction. My damage is starting to fall off a little bit as well. I'm going to upgrade for a bit. It's done. Here. These videos are awesome. Very good idea. Thanks. A lot of criticism when I started doing them. People said no one's gonna watch 7-hour videos. Then they started hitting like 300,000 views, and I was like, yay! People do watch them. People just like different things. Not everybody wants short videos, not everybody wants long ones. Double two-handed sword, that's nice. So this could be a very good upgrade for me. Got 2. Topaz ring that we don't need, so we're gonna identify these and we're gonna hoping for flat physical and percentage physical. We didn't get anything good here and we don't have access to our crafting bench, so they're just alteration food. I'm gonna go all the way to the left here, which is where we'll find the boss. Sometimes it's in the right, sometimes it's in the top. This boss can be a bit of a pain. You want to stay close to her, and you guessed it, run in circles around her. See. We can use any two-handed weapon, so we could actually use the iron staff if it's really good. Spectral throw. Ooh. Like slowed. Ow. Now these filler monsters sadly don't give XP, you'll notice my XP bar isn't moving. That's what that staff is. 36 to 94 damage. That's actually an upgrade. It's got flat fizz, it's got percentage fizz, it's a very, very good weapon. Ow. And again, the build is a bit of a pain early on, so getting weapon upgrades is really good. I'll ditch the calling one because we really do need the quest reward here, very important. We're going to leave to character select, and then we're going to go back to town. And now we're starting to get cruelty.
Hello.
There, we're going to sell items. We'll sell those. We'll sell that unID'd. And now we're going to switch to this weapon. So we can see by hovering over the tooltip, we went from 156 damage to 236. Tooltips aren't always accurate, but it's probably fine in this case.
Return if you
We're going to talk to Aramir. Oh wait, we have to kill Oak first. We're going to talk to Silk, and then we're going to get Cruelty. We don't have a foiling currently, so we can't use that. Other than that, we have everything that is in this. So Helena is who's going to give us a hideout soon. We're getting close to that, and then we'll teach some crafting. You can unlock your hideout now, I think, as well. Nope. Gotta get to Northern Forest. Did it very late. The hour is late. Now we're gonna kill Oak. He's very scary. He's healing. You'll notice our damage has gone up a decent amount now from that weapon upgrade. So again, really want to look for like a high physical weapon. And just looking at like the attack speed and the physical damage in blue, and the combination of the fact that you can look at your tooltip gives you a pretty good indication of what's an upgrade or not. High attack speed is generally really sought after. Feels better. It's a lot easier to animation cancel your own shit if you have low attack speed. Let's see. We can now grab a life mastery. So the way masteries work, I don't get attacked here. The way masteries work is once you've clicked the notable, then you can select something. So I can now select 50 life. It's a very cool system. It now gave me a total of 70 life. That's because that flat life gets affected by my percentage life. We're going to put down the Ancestral Protector, and we're going to go to town on Oak here. Be quite scary. Put down my war banner for a little burst. See that in the top left, it'll be like a red icon that lasts for 2 seconds. He does heal as well, so he can like take a while to kill. But yeah, worst case scenario, you die and you try again.
Shame we have only the trees for audience.
There, and now we're gonna move on to the next zone. We're getting close to getting our first hideout. Then over here is the waypoint. Gotta go to town. We gotta pick up the Apex. Aramir. Boom.
Same shoes.
Yeah, you need to put down more banner to get the adrenaline damage. You like charge it up basically. Now, there are accuracy things that we can take later. So an accuracy mastery that is the dexterity bonus adds 3 instead of 2. So this is a good time to talk about this. It's a bit overwhelming to talk about earlier. So dexterity, strength, and int all have bonuses. 1 dexterity equals 2 flat accuracy, and 5 dexterity equals 1% evasion. 2 strength equals 1 life. Flat life, not percentage. And 5 strength equals 1% melee physical damage. Intelligence equals mana, and 5 int equals 1% energy shield. So this will change that bonus, which is really nice. That if I am ever... So right now in town, the precision isn't active. So I probably have like 1,000 accuracy right now. So we don't have to worry at all. But if I, for example, had 700 life right now and precision was active, I would need to take that mastery to make sure that my flat accuracy number was higher. So we're going to continue to the wetlands, and we're going to go into one of the most convoluted zones in the game. A lot of people don't like this zone. We can move up here. We could take the bow nodes too. It doesn't really matter. I usually like taking Sentinel first, just to get some resist early, and then I take all the bow nodes. So hopefully I'll run pretty straightforward in this zone, but this is... You'll have a lot of new players who are like full clearing this zone. It's a bit of a rough zone. Bit of a rough zone. Sort of get used to it eventually, but even as an experienced player, you can very easily run into loads of dead ends. And while side areas, which I haven't had to explain before, can spawn, and that'll screw up the entire layout. Been very annoying for a lot of racers. Boss side areas are dangerous, rippy areas with a boss at the end, which will corrupt items at the end, which I don't plan to cover until later in the session. But they'll be like different and modified items. They are like okay to do early. Obviously, like as I said, this build does benefit a lot, especially later, from over leveling. So there's nothing wrong with like full clearing a lot and doing things like Val side areas. There's not really any Val skill that we care about. Val skills are different than normal, and they use the souls of your enemies to cast instead of mana. Here, we're gonna keep moving. This is also like a fairly rippy zone. All the monsters are like kind of dangerous here. And our damage is now, the next time levels, honestly going to be quite poor. We only have to kill one more boss, and that's like the act zone boss of this act, before we switch to explosive arrow. Here, we're going to keep moving through. Getting a decent amount of currency. Getting everything we need. Don't got many items. Thank you. Oh, this is actually a dead end. Almost ran straight through it. Not too bad, at least. What's down? It's very, very easy to get super stuck here and full clear the entire damn thing. As you can see, we run like pretty straightforward to it. But there's like a lot of areas up here, and you can get pretty lost. Also, again, for those watching on Twitch, obviously I'm not answering too many questions
Well, this can't be good.
right now, unless they're relevant to what I'm doing. But hopefully other people in chat can answer that. I also have alerts turned off. I think they appear on screen, but I have audio turned off just to make it a better viewing experience for people that are here for the Everything Explained. Well, they do league start practice tomorrow maybe, and then I can do more questions there. So we have Einar, we have the waypoint, and this is a really good XP zone. So if you for some reason are under leveled, this is a good zone to do that like control click thing I taught you guys, to reset the zone and farm. I just will kill this guy because he's gonna follow me for a while. This used to be one of the most dangerous monsters in Path of Exile. Been nerfed quite a lot. Getting a lot of chance orbs. 5. Here's a Val side area. We're gonna skip those. We don't really need it. Chests can be very rippy. Again, just be very careful. And here we're going into a side area called the Dread Thicket, and this is where we're going to find our hideout. You only need to do this one time ever. But that's why I made a fresh account, because a lot of people, when they're doing things like that, they kind of forget that new players don't have a hideout. So they get, like, new players get really confused when the streamer's just like suddenly in Act 1 crafting. They're like, wait, how do I access this place? So that's why I do like doing a new account for this. It does end up taking a bit longer, but hopefully it makes it as basic as possible. There is the hideout. That's what we're looking for. Why no spectrals for MTX? I have no MTX, no stash tabs. This is a fresh account. Is it just levels? Yeah, once we're at level 24, we can level those up. This will happen a lot more now, because a reward that can happen when you kill rare monsters is that you get a bunch of gem experience. So they'll generally be over leveled. Now you have to kill every monster in here, and once you've done that, you can talk to Helena, and she will give you a hideout. We're going to pick up that life flask. Like I said, upgrading your flasks is pretty important. 2 unique monsters in here we need to kill. Need some loot at least. Hideout unlocked, a lush hideout. I guess it doesn't count the drop bears, because that would be annoying. Fun little tidbit fact, these were actually added by a supporter who paid $5,000 or $10,000 to add them to the game. A lot of people don't like them because they kind of like drop down on you and can kill you.
Curious.
Create
Welcome.
hideout. Boom! We now have our first hideout, and this means we're able to craft. So we'll get a waypoint, crafting bench. Don't have a vendor in our hideout right now, but what we can do now is we can hold Alt on our items, and this will show you different things. Like, we know that we don't have a suffix open here. Resists are always a suffix. So the belt, however, does have a suffix. So we can craft a lightning resist. We don't need any cold. We can craft a lightning resist right now. And then we can craft nothing on my boots, nothing on my ring, nothing on this ring, but we can craft on this chest. Again, remember, you can craft on white items. Very powerful. We don't care about this anymore, and we were struggling a little. Well, probably gonna struggle with int, so we'll do that. We'll craft fire resist here. For people watching on Twitch, I have to play ads soon. Usually take a break while playing ads, but not during this. So if you're watching on Twitch now, is not a bad time to take a break. There. I'm gonna go to town and vendor while I'm playing ads. There, we're going to talk to Groost. Let's see, did we get any other beast? No, we haven't gotten any other good red beast yet. We're going to vendor all of this. We are going to look at the boots. We finally got movement speed, then we are going to switch to those. You'll notice a huge improvement in my character.
Going?
There. I think that's pretty much everything we could do right now. Now, I'm going to remake the Northern Forest because I don't want to backtrack through all of that without getting a bunch of kills. I can just remake the zone and kill. Can you enchant the boots? Soon. Well, I was going to enchant the other ones. And give them movement speed. That was going to be the first crafting lesson. But we don't have movement speed yet. We get that in the caverns, at the end of the caverns. And our new boots just have movement speed. So you can see I'm so much more fast now. Very, very nice. I'm just zooming through. Absolute zoomer. Oh, this is a dead end. Not zooming. We have good damage. We are going to probably be a little bit low on damage for the boss. This build does struggle on damage early because the leveling portion of the build with like splitting steel, etc. kept getting nerfed. It used to be really strong, honestly. It used to feel really good, but it kept getting nerfed. It doesn't like matter. past level 28, but the early game might be a little bit slow. That's fine. We will struggle through the start. We're also looking for the red beast. It would be lovely to get like a really nice unique. I would just show it. I wouldn't actually use it because anyone watching at home might not get a really good unique. So for example, if I get a Quill Rain, which would be the best thing, I won't use that because it's unlikely that everyone is going to get that. It's quite rare. If you're playing on Trade League, however, you might get lucky at something somebody else will need, and then you can get the Quill Rain. The Poleaxe. We're 25, so we can actually get a Vol Axe. See. Huh. There. Now we have Sentinel. Now I'm going to start taking bow nodes next. We'll go to town and we're going to look for a bit of a weapon upgrade. We do have a contempt. It's kind of low though. Like be low flat fizz. It might be enough though. We'll do a little bit of crafting before the boss, just to like tide us over and make sure we have a good boss experience. We're gonna look and see if we can find something called the double axe. It would be great to drop one so we don't have to spend a transmute on buying one. New question, what happens at level 28? I am going to swap my build to explosive arrows so that like short bow that we kept from Act 1 is going to come into play. The reason we kept one from Act 1 is short bow is a low level base, right? You can get it already at level 5, and what that means is the higher up you get, the further into the game you get, the rarer that'll be. So once you're actually playing at the end game, short bows are incredibly rare. You might only get one single short bow, like literally a white one. I'm not talking about a special one. Just the base itself, and on a high level, you might only get like once every few weeks of playing. It's that rare. And that's because they've like recently done something called a culling of loot. Because Path of Exile just had so many drops, right, that nobody ever uses. So it's like a byproduct of that. But at the end game, we do actually want that. Not super important right now why, but why we picked one up early. But we will get other things more common like Grow Bow and Thicket Bow. They are all basically the same base, but if you're a Diablo player, it's the same as like a Nightmare and Hell base. They look the same, they have the same attack speed, but they have like higher dex requirements and higher flat physical damage, which we don't care about the physical damage. Why we only care about the attack speed, and we also care about something called item level, which we will cover later. Some rings, 2 stone rings, that's nice. Identify this as life and no open suffix, so it's kind of meh. We don't really care about it. Also, like normally these sessions end up getting cut short a bit. That's why I end them in Act 9. So you should get hungry and stuff. I actually have snacks this time to make sure I can like make it a long one. So that would be nice. This is a ghost. Very annoying mechanic. I'm not a big fan. It'll possess monsters and rares and unique, so it can be scary to have around bosses. You could actually possess this boss here and make it very dangerous. It'll give like different buffs. Here are our crafting recipes. I might not have mentioned those, but you just click them and then this goes into your crafting bench, and now you have the ability to use that. Okay, we'll start taking some bow damage nodes now. There. Now, there are like optimal places to stand with Spectral Throw. You'll see that it like stands still for a little bit, so you can like try to like stand perfectly there with the boss. Oh, and I can, oop, scary. I will swap out my volley support with faster attacks for more damage on this boss. You'll notice, ow. Ow. Notice we don't have a crazy amount of damage. I want to make sure my totem is up. And I am out of mana. So what do we do now? Now I go to town with a portal scroll to refresh my mana instead of like sitting there and waiting for the regen. There. All done. That wasn't too bad. And I kind of forgot about the fact that I said I was going to go get a weapon upgrade before doing the boss. But we didn't really need that anyway. Like I said, if you want to, getting a Val axe, or sorry, not Val axe, it's called a double axe. We probably have access to. One of these would help a lot early, but we are pretty close to switching to explosive arrow, so I don't need to. This ring is really, really nice. I'll explain why in a second. We're also going to look at the helmet. That's also really, really nice. And then we're going to then do those. So, this ring has all resist and cold resist. So we're going to, boom, put that in there. It's just better. We're now resist capped already. 76, 90, 101. And this helmet, let's see. We can put precision in the boots. We're going to have to re-enable that. This helmet has an open suffix. So what that means now is I don't need to craft anything on that right now. But maybe I will need more resist. We do lose resist in Act 5. And I can then fix my resist again. Precision back on. Do I even need precision? Oh, I don't actually need precision right now. So I will keep that off just to have more mana, just for quality of life. Because right now I am accuracy capped. And I have enough accuracy that it's not a problem for my precise technique. So gives me a little bit more mana. It's on my second bar. Quick little tip as well. If you want to access the second bar, it's control to access it, but you don't actually need that. So I'm holding control right now. You can see that I have Q for precision right now, right? So if I press Q now, you can see that I'm not activating control with the second bar. I just click Q. So you can rebind things to the second bar there. So sometimes I might have, for example, my movement ability on mouse button 5. I quite like that. And a lot of times I'll get asked like, Zizaran, how are you using Flame Dash? It's not on your bar. That's, yeah, because of that. Now, Clarissa is the only thing in the game pretty much that you need to talk to. You need to kill the captain guarding her and then you can talk to her. Right. Now that we're in Act 3, you guys are getting ready for a few more explanations. I tried it. It's hard to, like, I can't script these episodes. They're too long. So I try just to be careful about not overwhelming everything. So far, we'll go over all the gems for using and stuff. So right now we have Spectral Throw, and if I hover over Spectral Throw, you can see that both the chance to bleed and volley are being highlighted. The chance to bleed is adding flat physical, which is just making me do more damage. It's giving a chance for things to bleed, and the volley is doing the 2 additional projectiles, but I'm doing slightly less damage, but it's very, very nice. We keep it anyway. The Herald of Ash gives me a bunch of fire damage and that like boom, nice explosion you see. And we have Ancestral Protector. It gives a speed buff. It does also hit itself. And then we're also using it because of Maim, which is enemies take more damage. On top of that, we have the War Banner. This is giving us a bit of accuracy buff, etc. And nearby enemies take more damage. But we can throw it down with the charges for giving like 2 seconds of the Adrenaline buff, which is 100% increased physical damage. Leap Slam is that nice movement ability I'm using, jumps around, and Precision is that buff giving accuracy. Gonna keep running through here. We're gonna turn Precision back on. Boom. See, we're just slaying everything. So now we need to go find a boss called Gravicius. Gravicus? Something like that. And once we find him, we can switch to Explosive Arrow. That'll be huge. Whispering Essence of Woe. This is great. And if you've already found one of these, you, well, I probably should have mentioned that earlier. It's not the end of the world. But keeping one of these for when you switch to Explosive Arrow is really nice. Because what Whispering Essence of Woe does on a bow, sorry, on a quiver, is it gives guaranteed damage with bows. So it's really nice. We just got a 4-link, our first 4-link. Very, very nice. Kind of bad colors. I don't know if we'll be able to use it. What are we using later? Explosive Arrow. Yeah, we need green, green, red, red, so Not helpful. Whoa and a bow. There. Now we're in the crematorium. We have the waypoint, and there is a trial in here. So we now have 3 trials? Yeah, we have 3 trials. This is our 4th. Then we're gonna find piety again. The story is pretty cool in Path of Exile. It's basically a bunch of short stories. There's loads of cool lore series and stuff. But generally not why most people play this type of game. There, we'll just grab that. We have the ability of killing that guy. Now, we could also log out because we do have to go back to the waypoint, but it's not too far. You don't always have to. This is a bit of a... I don't really have any good tricks for this layout. It's more of a layout that sort of like makes sense in my head. Not something I would like be able to explain to people. You just kind of know it half the time anyway. Sometimes you just sort of know things. Not everything has like a proper trick. Will this be his league starter? Yes, sir.
That somber expression doesn't become those fetching features at all. Cheer
Another
up and
crafting
dance
bench.
with me.
A lot of these you don't
Don't be
need, but obviously it
shy,
doesn't hurt
duelist.
to pick them up.
Touch me.
Oh yeah, piety and the duelist used to be dating. So you're killing your ex. You'll be fighting her a lot. There.
Enough of this.
Portal out. Now we're getting to the point where you can start using portal scrolls because you should have like 10 to 20. Could again just log out like we have been doing.
I need.
I will keep those. Sell everything else. We do have a frenzy set up that we could use them on. I'm gonna keep running, and you'll see I'm ignoring everybody in town. I don't care about your shitty quests. We don't need to talk to you. We are just running. Then boom, make sure you talk to Clarissa like I did to get the key. So, there will be 3 busts down here. There will be 1 before the waypoint and 2 after, and you need to pick up all of them. These will give you a skill point, and obviously we are very hungry for skill points. We do want those. We'll check this double axe, see if it's an upgrade, but we don't really care that much anyway. We are 1 level away from swapping. Well, it might take us 2 levels because we haven't got explosive R yet, and we need to kill Garishis for that, I believe. Remember if we need to do the library side quest on this build, but we'll figure that out together. Oh, that's really nice. Doesn't have FUD Fizz though. I don't actually know if it's an upgrade. Oh, we'll grab that shrine and kill a bunch of monsters. Well, we can check on the tooltip. 293. 325. Yeah, just because the attack speed, it's quite a buff. And that's even including the fact that Herald of Ash got turned off. So, really, really nice. It'll feel a lot better with higher attack speed too. Staff is very, very slow. There's an additional hideout. You can do that if you want an additional skin for your hideout. It doesn't give you any benefit. It's just like a different look. There's loads of different hideouts that you could either buy for money or unlock by killing bosses, etc. And finding in maps as rare drops. There, we got a better mana potion. That'll be huge. Wait, I don't need to have precision on. 1060 accuracy. I have 700 life. Giant life flask, it's blue. So what we're hoping for here is either bubbling or seething, which is half instant or instant. So that would change that my life flask no longer like recovers life over time. No. It just became better. But better's good too. This is Spectral Throw, correct? And obviously, while watching this, don't be worried if you feel like you're trailing behind a lot and stuff like that. Just like pause my video and play alongside it. Like it doesn't really matter about the pace. I'm just obviously trying to keep the information flow high and the video as short as I possibly can. Here is another. There. This is another trial area. We need all those. Yeah, I do care quite a lot about picking up most wisdoms and stuff I find. Want to make sure that I have enough to identify every rare, etc. early. Bone bow.
Traveling light.
So the reason I don't care about going back for that is that there's nothing that can roll that would be good. We are very beholden to using short, grove, and thicket bows because of the base attack speed of the weapon. The only other option would be, I don't remember the early game bases, but the bases that are called Imperial Bow at the end game, they are usable, but only if they're really, really good. Attack speed's very important for our build later. We will grab the essence. They're just good to have, just to throw on rings and stuff. Even if it is a muttering contend, which would have been really nice if we were continuing playing melee. We could get a small upgrade right now that would be a big boost for us. But since we're about to swap, it doesn't like make sense for me to spend like 5 minutes getting an upgrade when I am 7 minutes maybe away from swapping to our endgame build. We don't care about that right now. Again, you'll see I'm like focusing really hard on just running through the traps here. This, as I said, they don't have a big enough surface area to kill you unless you panic. There, back to character selection. And we'll sell everything. Keep that, and we hand in that for the skill point. We will look for a 4-link now. So that's the early one, Royal Bow. Like these are useful. If it was a 4-link, I would maybe consider using it. Any nice 4-link? I see a glove. No. And buy the rusted hatchet for 1 wisdom. Just to get another chrome. We might have to recolor some stuff. We're not going to recolor the gloves because they are evasion and energy shield. So they're most likely going to hit blue stuff. We're gonna grab Grace. We'll need that later. Talakura. There, we'll grab a Farsight there, and then we'll start moving on the second bow gem cluster. That'll be really good because as soon as we get explosive arrow, we'll have a bunch of damage. There's a quest here that we're going to ignore. I can't even remember what it gives, but we do not care for it. Man, that must be hard for people that are like, they want to complete everything. They're going to be like, but I want to. Feel free to do it, but it's a bit of a pain. I never do it. Ever. I don't remember what last year I did it. Giant mana flask. We already have that, and we don't really care about the mana flask being blue. Oh, so here you see the ghost has touched the monster, so there was a ghost a little bit off screen there. And that buffs them. They'll also give more rewards, so they can like drop a decent amount of stuff for me. It didn't. You see, I'm like using my movement ability a lot to try to go faster. We'll grab the ribbon spool here, we need that. Request. Obviously, the game does tell you to some degree like what quests you're supposed to be doing and stuff. You just don't really need to. I'm your quest giver now. The unique. Might as well grab that while we're moving through. You see that I try to position so that I'm killing like a bunch of things at the same time. pick that up just for some alterations and stuff. There's 2 rares here on me. Don't have room for that. You could bank a lot more than I do as well. Obviously, I'm trying to save time and I do care about things like that. Because the shorter I can make this video, the better. 5 orb of alteration. That's a pretty rare drop this early. That is more than we need. More than we need. Every one of these like little dock areas here has like a small blue pack. So this is like, for people that are under leveled at this point, a lot of people like leveling here. This is a divination card. Do I explain divination cards? Divination card is like an item shard. When you hover over it, it'll say what it does. So this, once you get 7 of these, you can hand them into a vendor and they'll give you 20 orbs of fusings. They drop in like random zones. Every single divination card is actually not made by the game developers, they're made by supporters. You can't buy that anymore, but it was like an old thing. It was a way you could support the game and then you got to design one. There. Boots, we'll pick up the life. Right, this quiver could be great. It is not. It's usable. The usable starter quiver. Right, we need the quest reward here, so I need to make sure I have room for that in my inventory. I'll just throw that out real quick. Just throw out a random mirror to make space. And we're just killing everything. We can pour back to town. Or log out.
How you doing?
Doing great. Keep that. We can keep that faster. It is better than my white one, and it doesn't have any downsides. Sometimes you can have downsides. We can bank. See, we can keep faster attacks. We'll bank everything. So the stash traps you start out with will be more than enough. They'll be more than enough. There, just bank most of it.
How you doing?
Like, you don't need to buy stash tabs to play PoE. Like, you do, but not to see if you like the game.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
There. And then we're grabbing, is it right side or left side? We're going left side. Yeah, right side's phasing. There, and then now we're going to go back to the battlefront. And there is usually a stash tab sale very, very early. Usually they're the first or second week of the league. So if you're a new player, I would wait with buying that until the sale goes on. You'll save like 20-30%. What has Zizaran designed? The Undisputed Sea of Blue, and then I gave one of my divination design tokens to the guy who lost his brother to remake Brothers Gift. I had a spare one.
Dream of home. It's a little tight around.
There, 1 skill point. Need that. So we'll have both Avatar of the Hunt.
The old empire yet.
You see that you are a little bit over leveled. This is pretty normal. You'll probably be, I don't know. I don't know what new players are at this point. Maybe 32 to 34. There. Where did his brother go? He died. That's why it's a tribute card. Alright. When does he transform into Explosive Iron Man? Technically 2 levels ago. We just need the gem. We'll grab that. We just need to get to the point where we can swap. Normally I am like 27, 28 when I get to the gem, but obviously we're going slower while explaining everything. We're gonna go left here. generally always to the left in Solaris Temple level 2. See. Again, we click all the boxes to get a bunch of different XP, etc. You might have noticed that there are different boxes. There's some really, really good ones at the end game. They'll be kind of rare and kind of rewarding, like Diviner and Cartographer box. Another Chancellor. This is great. There, and now we're gonna pick up Int. I think I get low on Int on this build. I can't remember.
You may go.
There, and we'll grab that. Good upgrades there. No, we don't want that. I'll explain why later, but that's fire damage to attacks, which we don't want. Boom! We're gonna go to the sewer. Gonna burn the bottle. Have a crafting recipe there. We missed 1 or 2 crafting recipes too. We can grab that later. We need it, which we don't. And now we're gonna kill Gravatius. Might take a little bit. He's kind of tanky. There's another div card. You see that it's displayed differently. That's because it's a bad one. Somebody wasted like $800 on that. I think it was 800 or something. To get a div card.
Give up the fight, duelist. Your soul was lost long ago.
Alright, now we just gotta kill him. Now, you'll notice he has energy shield, which means if I stop attacking him for a little bit, he will start regenerating. A lot of bosses have this, it's very annoying. You really want to like keep up the pressure. Because he has a lot of abilities, I'm like trying to dodge. He has like the throw that's really scary, and then he has the firestorm coming from the sky. But after this, our damage is gonna go up an insane amount. Ow. Die.
I fought for God.
Good. Right. We'll go grab the next waypoint and then we will swap.
Dying in battle. The only honorable thing you've ever done, Gravisius.
Shade. Yeah, I should have used the adrenaline. I forgot. Nice. You see there's so many monsters around the shrine. Very, very nice. This is a good practice for me too, because this is the build I'm playing. Do another practice run tomorrow, but actual practice and not explain everything. So we're just running past. You see I'm like kind of starting to ignore a lot more too. We are like quite over leveled and we don't really need to kill everything. We're definitely gonna ignore the big boy to our left here and hug the wall here to avoid him. Big dude called Cole. He slaps. A lot of people's first hardcore death has been to that guy. He really slaps. He's mean. Contained items have 2 additional sockets. So this could actually bypass the item level requirement. So, man, trying to remember the actual item level requirements. I think it's like item level 25 for 4 sockets. Item level 50. No, 35 for 5 sockets. And item level 50 for 6 sockets. So item level depends on what zone it's dropped in. Like the monster level. And if I hold Alt here, you can see that it's like item level 31. So once something is item level 50, you can have 6 sockets. The crafting bench can bypass this.
Piety's home away from home. Let's see if the sick witch is in.
Alright, this is a zone where you really want to move a lot. The so-called titty bitches, they have their boobs out and they shoot machine guns out of them. I don't know if they're Katy Perry inspired or what, but they do a lot of damage. I guess it's actually out of the tentacles. They're a little scary. Orb of Regret, what that does is it gives you a respec point, and in the endgame it can give you a respec point for the endgame basically. Scary lightning. Path of Exile sadly has very, very bad respec options. So that's why a lot of players will come to me and be like, hey, I was trying my own thing. The build's not really good. Can you fix my build? And I'm like, no, make a new one. Like, there's no fixing a build early on in PoE. Like, endgame respec is surprisingly really, really good. Like, once you're an experienced player and you want to respec and stuff at the endgame, that part's fine. Oh, whoops, I went past the next zone. Doing a victory lap. Oh wait, what am I doing? I should go to town and switch. I was just gonna grab the waypoint and then switch. Right, we'll grab... Let's see, is there anything here? Do I grab explosive wire for free? No.
Goodbye.
I do have to use one of my precious chance orbs.
Hello.
There, explosive arrow, and
See you.
now we need to look at the POB and we're gonna see the swap. So we need Ballista Totem, lesser multiple projectiles, elemental damage with attacks, frenzy, flame dash. We do need to do library for, so we will need to do library. We're gonna go get a bunch of gems right now that we need. So we need to go back to Act 1 and Act 2 and buy a bunch. So frenzy here. We're gonna get elemental damage for the
My
Huh?
help is yours.
no. Where's that? Elemental damage with attacks, and it's control click to buy outright. Termination. Lista, LMP. You can buy Infernal Cry.
Go with the
I'm not going to do that. I don't feel like I have damage issues. You can use Infernal Cry to get more damage. It does something called Cover in Ash. I think it's like 10-15% more fire damage. It's great. Let's see, I'll just destroy this. It is great, but I just don't have damage issues, so I don't bother. We're gonna buy Ballista Totem. We're gonna buy Blink Arrow. And I think that's everything. We're now gonna pick up the bow. We care about green or red green. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna throw a transmute on the bow. I'm gonna check POEDB bows. Just want to make sure how early can you hit attack speed. See, so POEDB bows modifier calculator. Just a thing I slept into Google. Just POEDB and then bows. So as early as 5. I'm gonna see if I can get item level 11 short bow. Don't know if the vendor goes up to item level 11. Goes up to 14. I'm gonna buy this for whetstone.
Stay sharp.
I'm also gonna check later on, so Act 3, and see if there's a short or grow bow here. I think I have all the gems I need now. Just
You looking sharp?
this is we're looking for higher item level. We're also looking for 4 links. We don't see any.
Do anything I
We
would.
don't have any other good stuff we need there. Right. What I'm going to do to get a really, really good bow, I'm going to throw a few alterations and hope for attack speed. There's not that many things that I can roll. We're going to use my augments too. So when I hit a prefix, I get another try. It would also stop at fire damage over time multiplier if I get that. Now, this is why you want to have a lot of alterations. This isn't super necessary, but will feel really good. I don't want to use all of them though. We're just going to use a few. Being a little unlucky here. Okay, we'll just keep this. That's fine. Then I might as well just use this because it actually has red, green. A little bit unlucky. A bit of a waste, really. There, we got some projectile speed. Obviously, all this.
You looking sharp?
Don't do anything I would.
So we're gonna do Ballista Totem, elemental damage with attacks, and I kind of want 2 greens. We can do that here. We don't need Spectral Throw anymore, so we'll remove that. We can just delete the gems. Don't need Chance to Bleed. Don't need Volley. So we'll do Explosive Arrow, Oh, I forgot to buy lesser multiple projectiles. See, and then got lesser multiple, put that in there, and then we have the ballista. And now, putting always attack without moving on that. Let's see, what else we need? We don't need Leap Slam anymore, so we find that and we destroy it. We also don't need Herald of Ash, so we find that and we destroy it. We don't need Ancestral Protector and Maim, so we can destroy all these, or you can just vendor them for Wisdom Scraps. I think we've dropped War Banner too. Do keep Precision. We got rid of a lot of gems now. So, Frenzy. Faster attacks. Put Blink Arrow there. Then we can level other gems that we need. That's not very important right now. Oh, I think that's everything. We do need to do a side area called the library. Okay, right. Let's go and kill Piety. So we'll have faster attacks that we can switch with lesser multiple attacks. We'll have those there, and then I can just switch those easily. I'll put Blink Arrow on my space bar, and then later I'm going to put Flame Dash on my mouse button 5. That's what I really like. So I don't have a like nice Flame Dash ability yet. That'll feel really good later, having both of them. Now you'll see this is just, it feels amazing. Because now you can just run past things and they will really like wrap up. They attack further off screen than the Ancestral Protector. And it just feels like a joy. Here's another neat trick to know what way you're going. It's 2 barrels wrong way, 1 barrel or 1 wagon correct way. And we don't have flammability yet, and we don't have a thing called elemental equilibrium yet. So we're going to be getting that soon and explaining how those works. As you can see, they're like really taking care of all the enemies now. This will mean some backtracking. This is why a filter is important, because a filter, you might have noticed, also has sounds on things like that are important, like currency. So if you hear something, just run back for it. And right now, we have 3 ballistas. At the end game, we can have up to 6.
I can't do this just yet.
And currently, we are what's called an attack-based build. So that means right now we're actually relying on our initial explosion. So explosive arrow like sticks in our target, and then after 1.2 seconds explodes. And later on, we're going to change a little bit where we're actually relying on the ignite. So this is like burning damage over time. Whereas right now, it's all about the explosion.
So you've chosen to end our affair,
I will take the top mastery.
your memory.
Show that in a sec. I really like that. Not everybody's a big fan of that. I just really love using Blink Arrow. Also going to put in faster attacks instead of lesser multiple. We do that for bosses early until we feel like we have enough damage that we don't care. Because right now we don't have, for example, flammability. And we can attack with Frenzy. That will give us a lot more damage and attack speed. I usually have that on W. And we still don't need Precision on right now. Crafting bench recipe, and she's dead. It's a pretty straightforward fight with this build. Every boss fight really is. You should have had flammability by this point. No, I don't think Duelist gets it. You need the library. Pretty sure. Yeah, need library. There. We'll vendor all of these.
Bye.
Dr. Grigor for skill point.
Goodbye, exile.
We can put LMP back in instead of faster attacks. If you had a green socket somewhere else, you could be leveling that too. I sometimes do library before piety too. There's nothing wrong with that. You can just go up here first and do library first. You'll have slightly more damage. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the cooldown recovery mastery. This one, Blink Arrow and Mirror Arrow is 100% increased range. And then because we are using a feathered arrow quiver, actually I'm gonna go see if I can buy another one, because we do have that woe essence. Will give us another nice little damage boost. Any quiver. There's a Grove Bow. I'm going to buy that. to see if I can get decent attack speed on it. So,
Good luck.
just to see if I can give myself a nice boost early. It would be very nice to get attack speed. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to use the Essence of Contempt. And this is really nice. The problem is that I hit fire damage. This would have been everything I wanted. This would have taken me all the way to maps. But sadly, it did hit fire damage. And because I am just about to take Elemental Equilibrium, I need to make sure that there's no fire damage on my bow. So hopefully you don't have the same experience. But if I look here now, we can see here that I have main hand physical damage, main hand lightning damage, no main hand fire damage, right? Whereas if I put on that bow, I would have main hand fire damage. And the way this works is hits that deal elemental damage, remove exposure to those elements, and inflict exposure to other elements. And the way this works with Explosive Arrow is there's the two parts to the ability. You have the initial hit, which is the same as like basically a default attack, right? This is where our arrow is sticking in the target. And that, because of my quiver, is dealing lightning damage. And that then makes the fire and cold resist go down. You can have cold, you can have lightning, you can have both, and that's fine. Doesn't matter. But if you have fire damage, we're missing out on that minus 25 resist. So, a little bit frustrating about the bow. This is obviously very, very nice other than that. So you could have cold, you could have lightning, you could have both. And then the explosion will go off, which will then again make it more fire resistant. But since we're constantly hitting it with new arrows, it'll always be hit by a default arrow with lightning or cold damage before the explosion goes off.
You looking sharp?
So we're just gonna sell this,
Stay out of
and
the
we will
shadows.
be looking out for Grove, Short, and Thicket bows, and hoping that we get something nice there. And this, right now, already is the playstyle of the build. There's a very scary box there called Detonate Dead. Gotta be careful for that. But this is the playstyle of the build. I'm basically running around, so it'll just get stronger and stronger from here. But if you already now are thinking, like, this is a really cool playstyle, then this is definitely the build for you. I think something dropped back there? No. I'm just hearing things. I'm getting old. We can identify the belt. So what I'm looking for here would be like life and resist and fast charges gain, but it only has fast charges gain, so I'm not going to bother keeping that. No prolif, alk XD, so you never use prolif early because you don't have a decent chance to ignite. You never do prolif early on this build, ever. And while like moving through like this, you could keep your frenzy up too. The way frenzy charges work is they give 4% more damage, so 12%. Really, really good. And they also give us attacking cast speed, which is huge for this build. The way the build works is that the more arrows are in the target when it explodes, the more large the explosion will be. It's very, very nice. That's why we want so high attack speed, and we're very like attack speed focused. So we're gonna go do library now, and the reason we're doing that is it'll unlock every skill gem that other classes have had by now. I think it's like very, very convoluted for new players, and I think they should just have every skill gem is unlocked by default. But here we are. This is more overwhelming, but dead end. Oh no. Can you use a Stormcloud bow? Both Stormcloud and Quillrain are really, really good. Quillrain is better, especially early, because we're completely hit-based. We're not using Ignite, like the damage over time portion early on. And that Mastery here, which is increases and reductions to projectile speed, also increase your damage, is really, really good with the Quillrain bow. So, and we will be using that because Feathered Arrow Quiver and getting, also getting like projectile speed on a bow will be really nice. And we already have, I do have a bow in my stash with projectile speed I could use. Now we gotta find like a little lever. And now, just from that explosive arrow going out, my damage increased by 15%. It's that large. So, very, very huge. Like, I could literally like over level and just like stay, like, let's say I really wanted to be safe, right? Maybe it's like I'm a new player and I'm trying hardcore for the first time because I like difficult games. You could level to like 35, 37 and get such a big boost from those levels. Whereas if I'm attack based, it's entirely based on the scaling off the weapon. And then later we're going to have something called Prolift, which will spread our ignite damage out very, very strong. And it'll like clear very nicely. If you're a player that really likes full clearing maps, this build does so sort of accidentally. You don't actually have to like run around that much. Because the damage like lingers and burns everything. So it feels really nice. There. So now we're just running around picking up all of those. I'm also scared of like missing explaining something, but I'm also trying not to over explain things. It's a really hard balance to strike. Really hard balance to strike. I feel like I'm just constantly talking. It's great. This, why do some gems and builds only level up to a certain level? So we'll be getting to that in Act 4, but that's like trigger gems like Castle No Mistaken. Sometimes you want to balance how often it procs and how strong it is, and then you very often will keep them at a low level to make sure that it procs more often, like a conditional gem. Champion, I think Champion has like a fifth or something, a fifth or fourth of the damage of Elementalist. Elementalist hits dot cap pretty easily. It's very hard to hit dot cap on Champion, and dot cap is 34 million damage. Right. There. Now we're gonna go back. And we are going to grab, I don't think we care about any gem here. Grab hypothermia. It's something we could use at some point. Let's see. What do we need? We need flame dash. Oh, I need to actually have things on me. This doesn't use your stash. I need flame dash. Termination if we don't have that already. There. Wait, do I need a chance orb? I'll bring them just in case.
Need some help.
I don't. There, we'll sell everything. Determination. We'll at least be leveling that, even if we don't use it.
See you.
And we're gonna go buy flammability and flame dash.
May reason.
Dash. Ability. Now the int ones, you do have to be a little bit careful about how much you level. I'm gonna put determination here and then use some crumbs on the helmet, hoping for blue socket. We don't really have any gear that's prone to get blue socket, so kind of annoying. We might have to use some crumbs here. We just need one really for the flame dash. They want one for the flammability too. We can put precision back over here now, and the boots are pretty nice. So come on. Oh, it hit greens. Please, please. Hey, we got it. A little bit annoying, but this is why you want to pick up a bunch of those. Cool. I've put flammability on my T. I am putting flame dash on my mouse button 5, which is on my second bar. And you'll notice I have everything with attack in place. Very, very nice. I don't think there's anything else we need right now. You could also use skitter bots for software instead of determination. It'll shock and chill your enemies, making them take more damage. We can just have determination on. We don't currently need precision because we don't have enough life. Now, you'll be noticing that I'm using my flame dash after my blink arrow. Feels really, really good. So like blink arrow, flame dash, blink arrow, flame dash. And that thing I explained at the start, where movement skills are instant when you haven't used them for a while, these don't share that same cooldown, so you'll notice both of them are sort of instant. It's very nice. So it's the same as with Leap Slam, where if I do back-to-back Flame Dash, you'll see the second one has that like weird animation. It's kind of slow, but as long as I'm like using it now and again, very, very nice. For rare unique bosses, I will now be throwing flammability on them. It is a huge damage increase. Absolutely huge damage increase. So anywhere I'm struggling on damage, I'll be throwing that on now. We're gonna go to the right here, and we're gonna go to the next area. Alright, and now we're entering the Scepter of God. We're gonna skill points here, and then I can take the increases and reductions, apply to projectile speed. I quite like that. You only benefit from that if you have a feathered arrow quiver, or if you have projectile speed on your quiver or bow. And then that's the same as getting 1% increased damage per 1% projectile speed. So really, really nice. Very, very nice. Something dropped there. Transmute. We will pick that up. So you'll see that I'll try to play a little bit faster now. To try to like catch up some time and not make it like a 10-hour video. Probably will be quite long though, since I want to do maps. I will go under level 2 maps. On hardcore, normally you will stay in like Blood Aqueduct or Harbor Bridge, etc., which is some or not in-game areas, but like end of the campaign areas. And you'll stay there until as much as 70 or 72. Just make sure that you're really, really strong entering mapping, and you like prepare more gear. Whereas on softcore, you can go into maps at like level 63 to 65 and not have too many issues. You see I'm like cursing monsters and stuff now. Frenzy too if I want more damage. So our damage will just keep scaling and we'll get more and more damage. It'll add up very, very quickly. And I'm still just on a 3-link. It is very possible that a lot of you watching have a 4-link by now, and that you have elemental damage with attacks as a support, which obviously I don't have access to yet. See, and we're checking. I can't remember what bear is. It's not amulet, is it? I do bother killing red beast while leveling because there are several uniques. They can be really, really nice.
This one is captured.
Good job, Einar. Right. Oh, it's a create a unique helmet. That is really good, and I would normally absolutely talk to Einar so that I could get a unique helmet. It could give me a gold rim. I don't think it can give me a Wilmus Requital, which is a nice item for this build. Can be at least, but either way, we're not gonna bother too much with uniques because they're so random. Yeah, Thrill Steel for the Onslaught would be huge. But yeah. Now we get to meet the Scion. This is the 7th character of Path of Exile. She's now free. Man, it's so weird. I haven't done this in ages. Freedom! Let's see. Now, where are we putting points in next? I'm going to change the tree to the one that says Cruel Lab. And then we're going to start moving northwest on the skill tree. We're going to go through a bunch of life nodes. There's no other utility fuss there that we don't need. Explosive Fire is about to level up right before Dominus. It should level up from the pre-monsters. God is watching. Oh, so now for the boss fight, I want to keep my frenzy charges up, and I want to keep my enemies cursed with flammability. It does last 8 seconds, so as long as I curse them every 8 seconds, I'm alright. I now switch faster attacks unless there are multiple projectiles, just to get a little bit extra damage here. Depending on like if you have a 4-link and stuff like that, you might not need to do that. About to have explosive arrow level next kill. Maybe next kill. Surely.
Have you ever seen the
Okay,
true
it didn't
face
level.
of God?
Very unlucky.
Die in awe, the light of divinity.
Don't stand in that. It hurts a lot. As you can see, sometimes he'll even attack our totems, leaving us free to just chill. It's a very, very nice build for that. And when he does attack us, we can just focus on dodging. So this build has something called really high damage uptime. And sometimes it'll be like, for example, another league starter that I recommend a lot is Toxic Rain. But Toxic Rain only does damage while you're actively attacking yourself. So with Toxic Rain, you're literally standing there shooting, and you'll notice as soon as you stop doing that, your damage drops off a cliff. So that's a really, really nice thing about EA. And I would say EA, the build we're playing right now, honestly, it feels like a build that's like 30-40% more damage. And that's because the high damage uptime. Because yeah, it's great if you have, let's say at the end game, 10 million damage per second. But if that's only while you're doing certain things, or maybe only while you have fast up, it'll feel a lot worse than a build that constantly has like 7, right? And you see the boss is now like dying really, really fast. We don't have anything crazy. And you're getting very smooth boss fights. Ah, this is a great teaching moment. I'm so happy that dropped. Look at this. And oh my god, let's imagine this had like 40% damage and projectile speed, and it's great. I'm going to put this on now, and you can see firsthand one of the easiest mistakes you can make as a new player.
What could be more relaxing?
Why am I not doing any damage? So you'll now see that the arrows are penetrating the monsters, and unless they hit a wall, they're not going to explode and hit. So the biggest mistake you could get would be to get pierce. The second biggest mistake you could do would be to get one additional projectile fired. The reason for that is because once explosive arrow fires 2 arrows, it'll fire in a V around the monster. Nothing will directly hit it. So pierce or 1 additional arrow is the number top 2 mistakes you can make. You always want to fire an odd number of arrows on this build. 1, 3, or 5. What if you're using fork? Then you're making whole new mistakes that I haven't even thought of that someone could make. But like, this is like the easiest build. Oh, huge. That's a huge 4-link for me. So now we get a huge damage upgrade. We get to use elemental damage with attacks. It's absolutely massive. We're going to instantly switch over to that. Oh dear. There, and we put determination and frenzy here. And then we're going to move the elemental damage with attacks. So now I just gained a 23% more multiplier to my damage. So absolutely huge. Have fun enjoying those of you that also have 4 links. Don't need to kill this boss, but kind of like it. Look, like our damage went up a lot now. Once I get to town here, I'm going to take a quick toilet break. Obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, just skip past the break. There won't be anything interesting happening. And if you're watching on Twitch, I will play ads during that. Great way to support the stream. How can I skip? Well, you're watching on Twitch, so you're shit out of luck. You just gotta wait. I'll be right back. Hope you guys are enjoying watching this. I'm just gonna vendor real quick. And then how am I on alterations and transmutes? I'll ID a few items. I can ID the boots actually as well. Looking for like really high movement speed, life. Honestly, that's kind of nice. This is like, so right now I'd be looking for like multiple resistances in life. Those boots are really good. They don't have a blue, and I'm kind of low on blue.
May fear guide
Ah, that's annoying. I mean, I could maybe. Oh, I don't have any more blues left. Right now I'm just looking real quick to see if any chrome items. No, I can't see any. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. Oh my. Right. We'll keep the boots in case I find some crumbs, but... Alright. Oh yeah. Wrong way. Been too long. Been too long. Too much Tarkov and RuneScape. Thanks, Tugi.
No, this is...
Alright. Oh, something dropped. See, like, eventually you'll only backtrack when you, hear sounds. Necessarily just like transmutes and stuff. I do bother killing hosts. They do sometimes have nice things. And you'll see I'll get like into a nice habit now of using Blink Arrow followed by Flame Dash. So I'll get like a really long movement ability. And it's pretty speedy. I'm a big fan of the Blink Arrow, especially with how fast the recovery is with that mastery we took. I don't think that's actually in the guide. Most people don't like Blink Arrow, but I'm a big fan. I love it. I love it. There. And right now, because we have determination, we have a bunch of armor. Now, armor will say we have 75% physical damage reduction. That's not entirely true. And you don't really need to understand the intricacies of how it works.
It seems to
basically armor is really good against small monsters and not good against like big slams. This would be an insane thing to happen in League Start, getting that ring. It doesn't actually work for explosive hour, sadly. But either way, we're avoiding using rare unique items.
I see ya.
But yeah, surprisingly it doesn't work with explosive arrow anyway, so it's not important. Right, we're gonna keep moving up here. Can't think of a better totem build other than EA. Yeah, I mean there's a few good ones, but EA, especially on Champion, it's so nice for new players because you do get that tank, you're not glass cannon, and it's like a very simple tank that's like built into the build. It's not much you have to like understand to make it work. That's very, very nice. Now, so in Path of Exile we have Ascendancy classes, which is like subclasses, and you would already now be thinking about ascending. A lot of people would have done so already. However, right now all we would get from it is some loot, so you could do it now, or you could leave it until the second lab. The reason for that is our first Ascendancy just doesn't do anything. It needs the second Ascendancy to function. So right now we started picking up something called Soul Fight. That is for an endgame mechanic called Delve. And it's basically an infinite dungeon. The only connection it has to maps is that you need fuel. So you need to find the Soul Fight in the endgame mechanic called maps. And then that like fuels your cart and you can like keep exploring this like infinite dungeon.
I'm really not sure I like the sound of that.
Yeah, not everybody likes Delve Duelist, but it's worth explaining. And there's like a decent amount of rewards there. And some like unique items that only exist there, etc. I might do this with Elementless. Yeah, Palstron has a Elementless guide that's still pretty solid.
My spirit is
Many new PoE players here. I'm not sure. I think most people watch this on YouTube so you can pause. So I don't know how many people are like new players watching this. Like this is a better series to pause. I think I've explained everything so far. It's like it's a hard series to do as an experienced player because you always like don't remember what you don't know. Oh, loads of new players. Oh dear. So this is one of the things that'll kill you the most. The Hasted with Haste Aura, they're so fast and they're just very scary. Sometimes you can just disengage and run away from it. A rare Grove Bow, this could be a huge upgrade for us. If I get attack speed and no fire damage here, that would be absolutely ginormous. Oh, this is huge. Huge. So this is now our bow all the way until like late game, basically. This is very big. So the reason this is big, you'll see the attacks per second is 1.5 on our short bow right now, but 1.67 on this. So that'll give a lot more explosions, making the explosion bigger. Really, really huge. Yeah, Path of Exile is a difficult game because even when you have 1,000 hours and stuff, a lot of people consider themselves a new player.
Buried
Which
under
obviously,
tons of
I
rock?
generally do love complicated
Not a
games.
good
Like
way
the
to
other
end
games
this
I play is
table.
RuneScape and Escape from Tarkov. But like Tarkov, you feel like you're pretty good at the game after 1,000 hours, and RuneScape sort of like choose your own pace anyway. PoE is just very, very complicated and difficult. So here I would normally ascend. Honestly, it's not bad to ascend here anyway, just to get some levels and some loot. We're already so over leveled. I'm like normally like 33 or something here, so. You'll see, like, if I have time, I will like bother cursing packs and stuff. See, here I will like keep a totem here and there. And right now you'll notice we don't have any like proliferation or anything. It's all about the direct hit damage, because it's pretty hard to get good chance to ignite. That beast is sadly now a talisman, so we are going to skip that. We don't really care about that. Oh, I think it's down here. Not bad to kill still, but I'm not a big fan. Really want a talisman. It's like a special corrupted amulet. Not really worth explaining. It does not come with an anoint, which we also haven't gotten to yet. We'll get to that later. There's a lot to explain in this game. Here is a little like sub-boss. My clone, give me a little mean. It does die very fast though. And once he dies, he spawns a second wave of monsters. I probably should have helped him a little earlier. Right, we now found a sacred life flask. I am now going to care a little bit about trying to like transmute some life flask. Once I get a 42 life flask, which is hallowed, I will care about getting a bubbling or seething. Especially nice for hardcore. And that's because you're very rarely in PoE like, oh no, I'm dying. Hold on, let me press my life flask that does overtime recovery. Path of Exile, you're very likely to just be like bursted down, like very fast. It's a lot more likely than like dying to overtime stuff. And the overtime that kills you is very, very fast too. So it's always like panic deaths. Any tips on navigating the Grand Arena? Stay to the left. Another Sacred Life Flask. No. Bonus chill immunity. That's pretty huge, so that means I can feel safer about opening boxes. And if I get frozen, I can press that reactively, and that'll save me. So that was a superior gem. That is similar to quality on armor and weapons, but it'll like increase the damage of the support gem. And you can like save these up, and this works on all quality. But let's say I had a bunch of these void manipulations, right? With like just low quality, like 3, 5, 6%. If they total 40 quality, I get 1 gem cutter person back. And that's the same as like armor scrap and whetstone. The difference between those three, like armor scrap, blacksmith, whetstone, and a gem cutter person, is a gem cutter person will always only give 1 quality when used on a gem, whereas a blacksmith, whetstone, and our armor scrap, if used on a white PC gear, it'll give 5% quality, blue gear will give 2% quality, and rare or unique will give 1%. There. He gave me a little bit rippy. He does cold damage, so it helps a lot that we're cold resist cap. And again, keep making sure that you're using a crafting bench to fix your resistances and stuff like that. And in Act 5, we are going to lose resists. So keep that in mind, that you do actually, like, you need 105 resist once you're about to kill the first Kitava. And, you know, it's never a random amount. You're never like, oh, I lost 37% now and like, oh, 28 on my next character. It's always 30. 105 resist, you are fine. There. And vendor all of this. Yeah, we don't care about that flask. I'd rather have a bigger mana flask. Here.
Go where you are needed.
Then we're gonna talk to Tasuni and pick up a skill point from her. That was from the Desherate Ghost.
You have hunt well.
And now, oops. Now we're gonna go back to Crystal Veins. We're gonna go to Comb. They're like trapped in their own dreams. Is Tasuni a girl?
I once heard a card
I have no idea.
their island of the
The
dead.
dude? I don't know, dude. I like don't care about the storyline stuff. I just kill things.
I can't do this just yet.
How do new players price the stuff they want or sell how they know something's expensive to buy? They don't. New players will just get absolutely shafted and scammed by experienced players. It'll just take a very, very long time. Watching streamers that are trading and selling will give you like a rough idea of what's good or not. But trading and stuff like that will be one of the last things you learn, and you will absolutely get scammed. That's why, like I said, don't feel too bad about it, because at the end of the day, you are getting a full reset every 3 months. That's why I really like pushing temporary leagues. Nearly everybody plays that anyway. And then it's sort of like it's all about what you are learning as a person, right? It doesn't matter that you got scammed. It doesn't matter that you got fucked over. Also, doesn't matter if your account gets hacked in that way, right? If you like are poor with security or something, you don't really lose too much. So that's nice, at least. You'll see now that the Flame Nest cannot level anymore. So what we can do now is we can right click it and forget about it and just assume that we're not going to get more intelligence. We could also just take intelligence right here. We're most likely fine on strength, so I can now take Wisdom of the Glade instead of beef. But we don't really need to. It doesn't get a huge benefit from leveling, and a lot of people will keep their Flame Nest pretty low level. It's just like some recovery rates, you'll get more charges faster. But it's good to know that you can do it. And once you right-click the gem, it'll appear here like you saw. If you do want to change your mind on it later. And like I said, there's no like automatic leveling. Only you can choose not to level it. We're just running through to Comb. King Comb. That node is actually called Beef. Beef! It is Lily's favorite node on the tree. Iron scale boots on a 4-link. That's quite nice. And then once we kill Comb here, we get access to a new type of gems. It's like reactive trigger gems. They have level 38 as a requirement, which is fine. We are more than that. We can do things like cast when damage taken. Kind of self-explanatory. And curse on hit. I guess they're all kind of self-explanatory. Here we got a 5 socket, so we know that this is at least item level 35. Not item level 50. Things can be 6-socketed. You'll always notice I'm cursing and keeping my frenzy up on bosses. And then just like throwing down some new totems. With Frenzy, like, the entire stack renews. You don't need to attack like 3 times. You just need to attack once every 10 seconds to keep your Frenzy up. And you'll see, like, I've actually, like, stopped bothering with, like, switching out to faster attacks on some bosses. So damage is pretty good now. And we'll just continue to get better. Obviously, getting that 4-link helped a lot.
That you got a warrior's death, Calm.
There. And we're going to keep moving to the left. Turn left. I always check boots just in case we get some crazy ones. They're pretty crazy actually. I really want that once I hit level 40. That's an open suffix for resist and has really good movement speed. We're gonna ditch that 4-link. We don't really care about it. I don't need extra 4-links right now. We are going to activate the quest, which we need before we get support gem. And then we are now gonna go get curse on hit. I don't know if we can.
Yes?
We could do Mana Forged Arrow actually for Frenzy. Ah, it's not worth it. Anyway, we'll do Hex Touch. I do need a blue gem for. I could try to get that on my bow. We could use one jeweler. One more. Okay, a little unlucky. I kind of wanted that. We could also at this point get Castle Nose taken. We don't really care. It's kind of whatever. But it would be nice to have. Oh well. Yeah, sad Pepe. A little unlucky with my socket pressure. I also don't have any like blue hybrid gear. Like, it wouldn't be bad to get an evasion energy shield one. There, we're just gonna keep moving through.
The beast itself.
Like there with like 2 rares and stuff, I do like bother cursing them. Now this zone is very, very dangerous. Don't be worried if you're dying here. That's because bleeds are pretty crazy. Generally, I'll be blinking right as they're about to hit me with a bleed, but it's a lot harder when you're a new player, so you're probably just getting hit quite a lot. You're bleeding a lot in this zone. You could also play very like protectively with your totem, so like putting things down and then falling back. And we don't currently have any bleed removal on our potions, but that is a stat potions can roll. Ooh. And we're in zone level 2. Why don't you put gems in some items? More inventory space and every buff helps. Because I don't have anything else that buffs or does anything. Right now I don't have a blue socket for my Hex Touch and my wind manipulation. I'm just going to be selling later for gem cutter prisms. And hypothermia I don't need. I just throw out. And faster attacks is just something I use for swapping. Actually I can keep that. Oh, there. Yeah, that's just something I use for swapping with lesser multiple projectiles for difficult bosses. I will be doing that for the boss we're about to find. True, bleed does do more damage when you move, so if I get hit now, hit me. And you see that if I'm running, it does a lot more damage than if I'm standing still. And I can use movement abilities, and they will not bleed as much.
I can't do this just yet.
Fusing, nice. And you'll always see that I'm trying to run at a bit of an angle for monsters. They also don't really know how to hit you if you're just like running past them like that. You'll like dodge monsters. Later we're gonna get something called phasing, which will let us just run straight through monsters. Once you have a lot of attack speed, their attack is so slow that they'll generally never hit you. It's really nice. Right, now we're going to switch in faster attacks here. This is
You're so
probably the
cute when
tankiest
you're
boss in the campaign. It's a very hard boss. You want to be very, very careful here. You'll do like a big like red wave that goes around her. It does a lot of damage. You can run around or just blink through it. If you want to run, then you want to stay like pretty close to her. You gotta be careful for the things on the ground as well. But she dies pretty fast, especially with the faster attacks in. Uh-oh. Easy. And then we can just keep faster attacks in because we're about to fight 3 little bosses and then another boss called Malachi. Another crafting recipe there, and then we're moving to the next one. Right now, if you're on software, you could be using skitterbots instead of determination. Obviously, the tank is a bit nicer though, and you would need another blue slot. It's a little bit of a pain. What is more important, life tap or elemental damage with attacks? At this point, elemental damage with attacks. We wouldn't want to use life tap right now. Earliest you can switch to life tap is like 40-ish, and even then it's a bit of a pain. Here's an Arcanist Stormbox, so I could use a transmute on that. That's best case scenario. I wouldn't bother actually rolling it more. Using a transmute on it is fine. So now I can actually get a bunch of good currency from this. A lot of monsters. Ow. The fire and ignite resistant, this is one of the tankiest things, and like for our build, And you'll keep encountering these and you'll really notice them because they're basically double resistant. They're not fire resistant, they're not ignite resistant, they're both. Dodri is very scary. The things on the ground will curse you. So obviously, like the way we use flammability as a curse, she has enfeeble, temporal chains, and vulnerability. And they'll keep rotating. I normally stay inside the vulnerability one because it doesn't lower my damage. And it just makes her one hit me. So I just refuse to get hit by her and then I'm fine. Then she goes down pretty easy. I portal out and go back to the waypoint.
I didn't catch a word of what you said to it.
Then yeah, that's the reason we have faster attacks in still and didn't bother swapping back, because we're mostly just fighting some bosses right now.
To kill for.
Guy's pretty fast. Honestly, like even now our damage is really, really good considering we have nothing right now. We have no leveling items or anything. This is like a complete like test as if it was new. Do I have an augment on me? No, but I will augment that at some point. Just that flask had a suffix, the remove curse thing, and the making it instant or half instant is a prefix on flasks. I would bother like augmenting that. I usually on hardcore would have an instant life flask by now.
Now you are simply
Let's see.
gorgeous.
I'm just allocating things while we're waiting for the NPC to talk. And right now we're completely one-to-one with the build guide, except maybe one mastery, the one we talked about earlier.
Slice away the ugly.
Always want to follow the build guide. And for people that are like fucking something up or feeling a lot weaker than what they should, this is like the build that I can always fix any problem. This is always fixable. It'll always feel good. It'll always be good. It'll never be like, oh well, you're just bad or anything. Like it's always a fixable problem. Right. This is great because I can put flame dash here, flammability here. Wait, no. Flammability there. Oh no, I need 2 blues. This is annoying. I need 2 blues and a green. Right, whatever.
What is it?
Find that later. But either way, we got new movement speed now. I'm still resist capped, so we don't need to worry about anything right now.
Fear guide you.
Any new gems? We might be using... Is it called sadism? We might be using sadism early until we get the belt for the build that I didn't on.
Finally meet you, duelist.
Also, thank you so much for all subs and resubs. Alerts are off at the moment. Are you able to play PoE without the map overlay? I fucking hate it. Like this? No. I have it sometimes for bosses, but
Now, Exile!
I love having the overlay on in the middle of the screen. Literally, my #1 least favorite thing about Diablo 4 is no map overlay. I honestly think I would play Diablo 4 more if I had a map overlay. It is my single least favorite thing about the game.
Now, Exile!
Dumbest design choice I've ever seen. So here you see that he like pops out of the ground. That slam does a lot of damage. Everything else isn't really that bad. Those like blobs he does a decent amount, and that does a decent amount. So anything that's like slow and telegraphed, very, very likely to one-shot you. Once we've gotten our cruel ascendancy, so that's our like second lamb, it's called, we'll be borderline immortal in the campaign. You like very hard to die then. This is like, for a new player, this will be the tankiest build you'll ever play.
What it means to be nightmare. You are being selfish.
I am being shellfish.
I gave my life. Nightmare gave me so much more.
There. We still have the faster attacks in at the moment. Ow. And right now we're doing a lot of traveling on the skill tree, so it's like quite a while until we get more damage. And the reason we're keeping up with damage is because we're getting those nice level boosts. So being over leveled, really, really huge. And that's how we're able to keep up that good damage. And then I think it's within like 10 levels, we're getting a absolute shit ton of damage. And we're getting to a leveling area soon where we're going to over level.
Are you so in love with
Like a
death?
really, really fast leveling area in Act 5. Where do you go? What are the things called that you click and a bunch of monsters spawn? That's a strong box. Okay, we'll just pick up some random stuff. There was nothing there really cared about. We're not really looking for a lot of loot right now. But that was Malachi. He's all dead. We're gonna check the helmet, and we're just looking for life and resist, and especially open suffix, so that we could craft more
I'm watching
resists. I'm gonna grab a. Oh, I have augments in my inventory. Didn't get what I
What is
needed.
it, Exile?
I'm just checking. Any interesting 4 links? No,
watching you.
nothing. See if she sells hallowed potions. No, it just sells 36. Let's sell that a instant colossal, but that's fine.
See
We'll wait, what's that instant 42s?
Can we be of help?
Oh, that is 42s. So I'll buy 2 of
Be
these.
careful.
And then there, boom. That's exactly what we want. This is like not best case scenario, but pretty close to. Like bleed immunity would be very, very nice. But yeah, you really want a freeze immunity. Here you get some rewards. You can pick up greater multiple projectiles here. We're going to be using that for our frenzy skill. And then here there's a bunch of golems. I don't bother with those. They're really annoying. You have to resummon them all the time, and they can actually get you killed because a boss could try to slam your golem and hit you instead, and you might not know their golem slightly off screen and has started a boss slam. So I very rarely use golems. I generally try to avoid it. Wait, do I have LMP in right now? I do. Good. Generally a lot better for clearing. This is a pretty rippy zone. You'll see like these things, whatever they are, the not goats, but the other things. They'll like slap you, like flicker strike on you. Very annoying. Still killing all blues. Blues are always worth it. Used to be slightly easier to go ignite early. Like there's not that much ignite early and it just doesn't feel that great. Especially like 20% of our ignite chance comes from the quality on the gem, which we don't have early because those are quite rare. We don't have that until quite a lot later. Dark Tooth Arrow Quiver. I mean, we will look at it. No. That would be a thing to check for when there's getting like a nice feathered arrow quiver and using an essence of woe on it is very, very good. That would be pretty noticeable. Our explosive arrow just leveled, so we get a nice 15% more damage boost there as well. The fact that you can just place the totems along the way and have time to dodge things is awesome. Yeah. It's really, really nice. And that's what I mean about damage uptime, which I'm sure you're starting to notice as a new player now, that the damage is just always there and it's just clearing really nicely. And yeah, you're noticing the damage is just going up and up. And if you do have leveling items in this build, like Quill Rain and stuff, it's absolutely insane. It is such an insane leveler for that. Now you might notice that I'm not using greater multiple projectiles on my explosive arrow. It's like I don't really need the 2 extra projectiles. Doesn't really, I don't feel the benefit outweighs the lower damage. So there, he's dead.
It feels good.
And hopefully you've already noticed that all I'm doing on every boss pretty much is I keep moving, try to avoid backtracking, and move in circles. When Dr. Lonnie gives us a ring, normally what I do is I look at what's my worst ring, and then I just get whatever, a better one of that. Either you want a better one, not a worse one like I just got. We're gonna look at the amethyst ring. This is very insane. If that had like 50 life, this would be like a all the way to the end game kind of ring. I don't know if we can fit it. We can try. I do have a lot of lightning resist. We can. And as attack speed on it too. Chaos resist isn't very important during the campaign, but that is an insane ring. We're absolutely going to keep that. Here. Oh, we kind of have 2 really good rings right now. We keep moving, and I do have a spare skill point right now. I'll just place that in whenever. Like, I'm not in a rush because right now we're going through what I said was traveling nodes. So I'm not about to have anything. I'm not going to explain instilling orbs right now. It's kind of unnecessary and you're not going to use it right now as a new player. I might explain that in the mapping portion. Not really super necessary for this build, so I might just skip that. Pick them up. Oh. A lot of monsters. Proximity shield, that thing, you basically need to stand inside if you want to deal damage. Very, very annoying. Ow. And your totems need to be inside. Experimental supplies. Chains that bind. Quite rare div card to get during the campaign. Not the rarest, but that will give you a 6-link body armor once you get all 11 cards. Really, really nice. And yeah, they'll be in like similar layouts. So penetrating arrow we're not even gonna pick up. This guy gets a huge damage shield whenever he's summoning, so you'll do very, very little damage. I promise you still not see DPS. Just while he's summoning is crazy damage resistance, and then you go back to normal damage after. A lot of bosses have that where they'll like sometimes do things that give them like a huge shield, basically. And also every boss for the most part has like, as soon as they've come out of their grace period, or what you want to call it, they have like very, very big tapering damage resistance. That was added because TGD didn't like that the racers were using Warbanner for that adrenaline buff we talked about earlier and bursting down everything in the campaign in a literal 1 second. So they made them like tankier, and it's like, okay, you need to at least stare at the boss a little bit before we let you pass. There. Don't need to kill uniques like this. It's just not the end of the world either. See, we're gonna grab skill points here. We're moving up. Moving up in the world, getting towards more damage. We're pretty fast now as well, because we got the 25% movement speed boots. And we're keeping the 2 Quicksilvers up. Like, they don't stack, obviously. So I'm like using one, as you can see, and then running, and then using another. And since our explosive bar is clearing out so many monsters, we're pretty high uptime on the chargers. So you guys playing along are enjoying the build. One of my favorite starters for sure. And I do try to like every box. That was an Orb of Binding. This is the best orb you could get early. It forces a foiling. It will actually remove, if it's a 5 or 6 socket item, it will remove sockets. But if it's an item that's like, let's say I use it on a glove, for example, it doesn't need to be white. But if I use it on a glove, boot, or a helmet, it'll force it to a 4 socket foiling. So that'd be really, really nice. What I might do now is I might try to find a Evasion Energy Shield helmet. My helmet's not that crazy. It's kind of okay. But I'm not going to replace my boots. I could do it on my gloves too. Either a glove or a boot. And honestly, I'll probably do a helmet because gloves could hit fire damage. Helmet can't. I'll try to find a nice base for that. And then I can get my curse on hit set up. That way I don't have to cast from ability anymore. It'll basically cast that for me. And already now you could start thinking about switching the life tap. But as you can see, we don't have much life regen. We're at... Are we at any? We have no life regen? Yeah, we have 0. Definitely don't switch this early then. You do want like 100 life regen or something before you switch. So, Chamber of Incense, this is a really, really good leveling scene. And a lot of people will stay here, sometimes on hardcore, all the way to like 48. And that's because you'll see every little like crevice here has like blue monsters. And there's so many monsters between, so you're constantly killing things. Really, really good for our build because we don't have to like stick around much and make sure things die. Oh, I'll take that. Or like finishes everything for us. And the reason for this is the further area we go, there's not that much density. It's not that much like, you know, really nice areas. So this is a really, really nice leveling area, and you can stay here. Yeah, in the event I run called Gauntlet, people stay here to like 50, 55, and like really, really gear up here. Like a dangerous event. Aspar bubbles gives quality to flasks. And right now, our filter's actually hiding quite a lot. So if I start holding Alt, you will see things. We'll do it on a blue pack. We'll see things that are being hidden, like this Basilard, etc. And like lots of blues, etc. Because PoE drops way more items than you need. So the loot filter will hide a bunch of it so that you don't have to see loads of things that you aren't interested in to begin with.
I can't do this just yet.
Now, normally I would do at least 2 runs here to get some XP. I'll probably do, yeah, I'll probably do at least 1 more, even though we're on softcore. It'll speed us up later, so it's worth it. There, and then I'll just portal out.
Farewell.
Wow, that's such a depressing amulet. So this is insane. It's got 79 life. This is like endgame viable. It's got damage over time multiplier, which is at the endgame one of the best things we could possibly get, right? We can't use that right now because we don't ignite and do damage over time. However, this is fire damage to attacks. So it's very sad. You could risk annulling it. It's an orb we haven't encountered yet, but it's most likely just going to be something you vendor. A little sad.
Talakura, savior.
I'm gonna take a quick break for my cat. Yeah, right. I'm back. So that was actually my son screaming. I thought it was the cat. It was a very, very loud shriek. And the terrible thing that happened
Thank you.
was that mommy would not let my son have a cookie, extra cookie. That was the travesty that occurred. But I'm back. Right, sorry. So you can grab either Grunnet or Jade. Honestly, I really like having a Grunnet at this point. We're already using Determination. Now, you don't want something like less duration, so I'm going to use an alteration on this until I get something like more usable. And then I'm using augmentations if it has something like semi-usable that isn't less duration. Nah. Nah. Sure, augment. Ugh. Really don't want less duration. We'll just keep that. We don't use crit at the moment, but the charge recovery is really nice. We are using movement abilities a lot right now, so what I'm gonna do is I can roll this a little bit. Oh my god, so much less duration. There. And then we're gonna go down to 1 Quicksilver. Now on softcore you don't need to do this. You don't need that extra utility fast for defense. It is quite nice though. But Yeah, it's, let's see, let's make a new zone and then we're gonna go kill him. You'll see a big notice in your armor. It goes from 2,200 to 6,000, so it triples our armor from that one flask. Obviously, I don't super need multiple quicksilvers right now because we're clearing so fast and so much. I will probably be trying using sadism at least start. Not gonna make a big difference either way, but most likely you can just follow what I do on League Start. I'll figure out if it's good or not. And thank you again so much for all subs and resubs during the subs. The alerts are off, so I can just focus on teaching. There. So now we're gonna go straight to the boss. We're at level 44. It's like more than enough, really. Could stay for longer if we wanted to. There's nothing wrong with that. If you really want to be super powerful, you can stay here till 48. It gives so much better XP than all the further areas. That's because there's so many blue monsters here at the end. This is basically the same as killing a few hundred white monsters. Check out the hollow life flask, see if we get a second instant. No, instant one low life. I'm not a big fan of that. We're gonna put faster attacks instead of lesser multiple projectiles.
Must be cleansed of impurity.
And you'll really notice if you've over leveled, he will die like pretty much instantly. Obviously right now he'll take a few more seconds. But he'll still go down pretty fast and he has quite a lot of stages. But up here. Offhand EAs now. So normally you wouldn't have this many chance orbs and you are going to need quite a lot of chance orbs at the start of your maps. But very early as you can really, you do want to buy 6 explosive arrows and level them in your offhand. That is a good habit even as a new player because eventually you're going to want a level 21 gem and we haven't covered or found a Val orb yet. The only way to get a 21 gem is by Valing a level 20 and that can like break the gem. But that's why you want to have a bunch of backups. It will cost you 6 chance orbs. And you can buy chance orbs for 1 orb of fusing too. So if you have a bunch of fusings, that is okay early. Especially once you've gotten your links. I don't know if I actually covered what a fusing does and a jeweler. So jewelers will randomize the sockets on an item. And like I said, once it's item level 50, you can go up to 6 sockets. It's quite rare. Getting a 6 sockets is 1 in 300 or something, 350 on average. Maybe it's 300. And then the links, it's as long as I use the fusing, like if I use the fusing on the boots, it could link all 3. And getting a 6 thing is 1 in 1,200 when it's like 28 quality on the item. Generally an item goes up to 20 quality easily and then we have some endgame shenanigans we can do to get it higher. So you do want to make sure that if you're going to use fusings on an item, especially if you're going to use a lot of fusings on an item, you really want to have 20 quality on it. Very important. Very important. That's the crafting mentioned release. What would you say is the best time to buy 6 gems to level up? I probably would do it around now. Within the next like 8 levels. Because right now, the explosive arrow from the vendor is leveling up with us. But at some point soon that will stop. So you might as well do it around now. You do need so many chance orbs too. It's a bit of a pain. Again, the rotation. Oh. This sucks. You could put down a portal to avoid this if you're not good at bullet hell. There. They are supposed to like become statues and block the projectiles for you. They just don't always do it. Talk to Bannon, go to the Torch Courts. Why do you need the chance orb? So it's for a late game thing. Well, the start of the end game. So basically right after the campaign, you can buy the end game maps for chance orbs. So you need a bunch of them. And that's like right after we finish the campaign. So it's not like something you want to wait with either. Use a lot of chancers. And this will be the first everything explained that I actually go to maps.
I can't do this just yet.
We'll see. We'll see the feedback on that, if people like it, if I should continue doing it, or if I should keep them shorter. Running through here. Now I'll be trying to like speed up quite a bit. We're already just in Act 5.
Raise the place, but
We've been going
this is just excessive.
quite a while. Can we get a lightning arrow build guide? Maybe. Yes, this will be my league starter. Just really want something super solid to start with. I know Embu wants me to do Magic Find with him, and then I'd have to play something else, but I don't know what I would play. EA isn't like a super good
Whatever
group
happened
build.
to a good old-fashioned graveyard?
Don't know what I'd play. Pathfinder something maybe. I don't know how much things like boss carries cost because I haven't played Trade League in so long. I usually play solo self-fun. There, we're gonna grab the Tomb of the First Templar. There's a recipe here for percentage fist damage. You might as well pick it up. You obviously don't need it for this build, but nice to have.
You deserve.
These are jewels. These basically go in your
Once
skill tree. You
Kitava
just
has
grab
gobbled up
Crimson.
every scrap of
Area
the
damage
remnant,
does work for our
do
build.
Good luck out.
So if I took this heal point, I could put that in there. So if this had 2 damage stats, like say increased damage and area damage, then I would definitely take that now and put it in. Glad to see you're not doing the boss race, but I get it. Yeah, not that keen with those rewards. They're not really things I am super interested in. Then I figured I might as well play Trade League. A lot of my friends are playing Trade League, and I think if I go Trade League and a few others, maybe a lot more from chat might be interested in going Trade League, and then we'll actually have a pretty alive economy. That'd be fun. Seen quite a lot of people in chat said they were going to go hardcore as well because of that. Now you'll also notice that things are dropping like stacks of like 3. There is, at the bottom of this zone, there is a skill point quest. It's very, very simple. You just basically full clear the zone. I'm going to skip that because I don't need the extra skill point, and I just want to rush a little bit. What is Trade League? So that's the normal league, like not solo self-fun. When do you gain Ignite as champion? Probably around level 55, 58-ish.
My spirit is spent.
Is it that and not just that it's unwinnable for all but 3 to 5 people, even if you're a good assistant co? Well, in the last race I was 3rd. I was literally the one right before Exile and Ben. I mean right after. Right, this is Kitava. Oh, I should switch faster attacks. Oh. Very, very scary boss. This is the hardest thing in the campaign. Nothing will be harder than this. And that's because of those slams. They actually do a large amount of damage. Large amount of damage there. Let's take some more life too. This does a really, really bad degen, so you want to be careful, and this will sort of slam you. Just a very scary boss in general. Oh. This is why it's really nice on hardcore to overlevel, because once you've overleveled to 48, you're literally one-shotting every phase here, and you don't have to worry about him. The champion of the feast can hurt a bit too. They do like a mean sunder. Only problem with not having LMP on this fight is you saw that I was sometimes not attacking the target you want, because obviously I don't choose what they target. Very mean Katawa. I have a really high ping. I'm not dropping frames though. Has anyone else been having server issues on PoE? Yes, on London. Okay, cool. There. Really want to make sure you don't get stuck in that thing. Oh. See, I'm trying to be very careful with how I backtrack. Alright, now we can take out lesser multiple projectiles, and that was the last phase, and now we're about to lose 30% of all resists. I should have checked that before, I kind of forgot to explain that. I mean, I did explain it earlier. But, see, we can use an alteration on the chest and hopefully get an open suffix. And we have on the, let's see, we could try to get better quiver. Whoops, I need to talk to him.
Is this what losing a fight feels like?
Go to Lily. But yeah, now we have lost a bunch of resistances. So just by fixing my chest and my helmet, this should be fine. So we'll just, yeah, that's fine. That is an open suffix now, because life is always a prefix. So now I go to hideout and I craft resist on my helmet and my chest. I'll actually craft up to 20. First I hit a bottom roll. A little bit annoying. If I hit 4 more, it would have been fine. We'll craft the cheap lightning resist on the helmet. It's not a very good helmet. Now, to the left here, we have, you should absolutely do that quest. I'm going to skip it. It's just full clear that zone, and you will be able to buy any gem in the game forever on all your future characters too. Oh, I fucked up. That's why our damage is a bit low. I actually need precision on right now. But I don't have, I was missing 40% damage. So that's the precise technique I was telling you guys about earlier. You need to make sure that the main hand accuracy rating is more. And you could also take the mastery there, that would help. Actually might be able to get away without using precision just by taking the mastery, we'll see. Yeah, we were missing 40% damage, so we'll have a lot more now. It was like those bracelets you put on your arm. We have a lot more damage now. Now my mana is really annoying.
My spirit is spent.
What you could do is as well, instead of determination, you could run Scooter Bots. Doesn't use as much mana and does give you more damage too. Here's Nessa.
He did this
Oops.
to me. The King of Brian. And he wants me to be. Oh God. Please. I don't know how I'm doing this, nor if I may again.
Or Nessa.
Help us before you.
Let's see. Yeah, I might turn off determination. I have a decent amount of armor with the granite flask anyway, and it's just mana is such a pain early until you use life tap. Such a pain. Let's see. What's my life regen right now? Definitely too little. It's 13. All we have right now is that 1% life regen there. We could run vitality and life tap. Is a bit of a pain too though. Clarity? Nah, I generally don't run clarity a lot.
Let me teach you the laws.
Random essence. You know what? Join the fight. I'll kill you both at the same time. Speaking of vitality. Don't have to go back to Act 1 and buy one. To be fair, I would get a leveled one in Act 1. And level one in case I decide to use one. It's always good to have as an option anyway.
Didn't even break
If the early of this build is a little annoying with like mana, etc. Late game it's not a problem obviously because we get life tap. And I try to get a decent amount of life regen. That's why I even like using things like Marble Amulet I'm a big fan of. I know not everybody likes that because honestly this league it might be tough. Because this league we're getting something called tattoos, which will you'll be removing stats from your skill tree. So you might have even more like stat issues than normal. And just run in circles and avoid the flames. Boom. Easy. Grab a ring, see if that's any good. Nope. Looking for life and resist. And obviously they might take you a little bit longer to identify like with your eyes if a item is good or not, but you will get used to it pretty quickly. Like it's basically just life and resist is all we're looking for. And once we're in like the starter maps, we'll be looking for spell suppression. I haven't explained yet. We're 45 and a 46 zone, so we're pretty okay. Normally it would be like 48 here, so we would have even more damage. And as a new player, you might be going even slower, which will make you have even more damage. And like I said, you could use Skitter bots at this point as well. The level of Skitter bots isn't super important, so if you can level them up a lot, even keeping them in level 1 will be okay.
Can't do this just
You're having low intelligence. How fast that blink arrow is. It's so nice. Absolutely a huge fan. You see so much control over your character too. Wait, what? Wait, is it all the way up? I'm confused. Did I confuse myself? Or was this just a really short layout and I ditched it? I think I've just confused myself and I should have gone up. A weird plateau here. Interesting. When bringing up the four-link bow be a huge upgrade at the moment. No? We already have a four-link. We already have a four-link. We have a four-link with attack speed. Like, this will be our bow until pretty decent endgame. And like, there's no... Wait, what bow? But yeah, there's no bow that we've found now that would be an upgrade. Like anything like bone, decimation, anything like any other base than grove, thicket, and short bow, no matter what, would always be a huge downgrade. One of the biggest things I see new players messing up is using anything else than those three.
There's a lady in a tower, but this is no fairy tale.
There, we'll pick up the soul fight. Even if you're not going to interact with Delve, it does drop a div card that you can instantly add in that gives you 10 alterations. There's a white grove on the ground. Oh, that doesn't matter. We already have like a very perfect bow. The only thing that could be better would be if we actually found a 4-link bow and it had attack speed and plus 1 or 2 gem levels. That's gonna be more relevant at level 50, item level 55? 50? I can't remember right now what level we can start getting 52. Or maybe it's 64. I think it's 64. Item level 64 we're gonna start looking at bow upgrades. I'm pretty sure it's 64. Maybe somebody can check. Ow. Good recipe here for double resistances. Very, very important. And now we're grabbing the trials for Cruel Labs. This is the first one. Okay, now we're gonna go to the left here. Arcanist box. It does have caustic, so we gotta be careful for that. And then We have 2 more trials we need to get, and then we will be able to get our Fortify, which is a huge defensive bonus. Very, very huge. This is another divination card, and what this does is it gives you 17 chromatics, so it's very, very nice to get on day 1. Obviously, we are very short on chromatics, and we do want to get like that curse on hit early. There. And the reason we're using both Blinkar and Flame Dash is because they don't share cooldown. So we can just like spam like this. There, Fancy Gem level 9. Did our Explosive Arrow just level up too? Yeah, very nice. We get a big damage boost before these bosses that we're coming up to. Ooh, that's a lot of monsters. We're like mostly starting to ignore more and more gear that isn't like applicable to our build, like axes, etc. That's not interesting for us. Energy shield gear, not very interesting for us. Do need like 1 evasion energy shield hybrid helmet. We show how to automate fast during this everything is fine? No, we won't get enough currency to do that. This is something called Abyss. Oh, ow, 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 ow. This is so called Abyss. This is another, used to be a challenge league, and it basically ow. Oh god. It will give you special jewels. It can give you a special belt. I don't think it can give you a special belt already. And there's like bosses in it. The bosses don't spawn until the end game. But definitely worth doing in maps. I don't bother too much with it early on. Yeah, those are like a homage to Dark Souls. There. Oh yeah, you can spawn students person X now, chat's right. They're also not answering most questions in chat at the moment during this video. There, we're swapping back into faster attacks for the boss. Ow. He's mean. So Chevron's been like resurrected. Oh dear. Gotta keep the frenzies up. And then how are we on accuracy right now? 1770. But pretty soon we will need the mastery. Might as well just take that now. There, now we're at 2000, so we can get another 600 life before it's a problem. Ow. Now we have like quite a lot more damage than we did before. Obviously over leveling would give you even more. Sometimes I'm like 49, 50 before here. Then you can just run through monsters without ever caring about like staying in the zone and leveling again. There is a recipe here you might as well go grab. But you do automatically have the waypoint to the next zone, so you don't need to do this if you don't care about spell builds. There, we're gonna go grab up here, and then we get Retribution soon, which is gonna be a nice tidbit of damage. Now, there is a side boss to the right and to the left. I think in the measure of speed, we're just gonna bypass him and like ditch him. Can be a little bit dangerous to fight now, so it's actually not a bad thing to wait a few levels and come back to him later. Let's see, a hunter. We do want something that's like energy shield and evasion, so it's not the worst thing to throw an essence on, but it could be a bit of a pain to chrome. And obviously, I do want 2 blues and a green. Would be very nice for me right now. But yeah, we'll just keep running past the boss there. It's pretty straightforward. It does like a few fire damage moves, and it's, especially if you over level a little bit, it's easy peasy because it's not something that's in the line or in the way of your progression. You can come back to that later. But normally I would, ow, talking about burst damage. Normally I would do that later, but since I really want to get to maps and stuff now. Well, if I want to get to maps, I also want the skill points. Hard dilemma. Maybe I should just go do it now. You know what? Let's just do it now. It's fine. I'd rather have the power. Why not? We have time. We have time. Doesn't take too much time anyway. There's an exile. These are always worth killing. Very, very good source unique items. The rated quiver. And again, always opening every box. Do be careful about opening them unidentified if you don't have freeze removal. This monster has Soul Eater. It gets very, very scary when you kill monsters next to it. They will be some of the most deadly monsters you will fight. You gotta be really careful about not killing too many monsters close to it. They don't get more rewarding the more you feed them either, so. There, so this is the boss, and just run around in circles. You can swap to faster attacks for it if you want, but damage should be fine. Damage is a little low actually. We are getting, oh wait, actually, there, that'll give me a decent amount of damage. We are getting close to damage nodes, which is going to be huge for us, because we don't really have many right now. There, you know what? Do I bother swapping? No, I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to swap. Just kind of running away from him, putting totems down, cursing him, and keeping frenzy up. Same as every boss. This is pretty much how we play. Change it a little bit later on. And he's dead, and I'm alive, and we can continue on. And now, we do get 2 skill points right now. We're about to get a third. The Bestel, you have a skill point for me. We're gonna sell. And I'm gonna see if I can get an evasion energy shield helmet. I do have 2 binding orbs, so that'd be very nice. These are all kind of unhelpful. Unless it's crazy, then I might use it. So we're looking for evasion energy shield helmet, and there is none. Very annoying. There is an evasion energy shield glove. So I will just use a binding on that and hope it's usable. It is kind of usable. Maybe I'll throw a random essence on the helmet, hoping to get something good. We didn't get anything good. Okay, what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna try to socket my bow. Nice. And then I just want 1 red. There, this is fine. Do they need to be linked? No, this is perfect. I just wanted to ease the socket pressure a little bit. So maybe screws me a little bit on resist. They have an open suffix. So I'm gonna go to hideout. You can write /hideout. And we're gonna craft cold resist on these gloves. We can just do the cheap one. We don't need the heavy one. And then let's see. We're gonna have frenzy, Hex touch, flammability. Now I no longer need to worry about use flammability at all, which is really nice because now while I get my frenzy charge, I'm also cursing the monster. So that's huge. See, we have skill points here, and sure we're following Path of Building. Ow. We're gonna go grab. This will give us even more resists, making it even easier to gear, and we get a bunch of damage. 36 or 34. 34 more damage. Well, increased. And that's be very noticeable right now because we have so little. If we had another green, which would be nice to have a bunch of chromes. Oh, I do have a bunch of chromes. Then we could use the GMP as well. So we'll do that. We'll try to get 2 green, 2 blue. Perfect. Very perfect. And then we'll put faster attacks up here. That's just to make it easier accessible for swapping. Very nice. So now we're like really coming together on socket pressure. Only annoyance in the build right now is that mana is a bit of a pain while we have determination running, which would make us tankier.
I can't do this.
Well, that's
just yet.
fine. There's expedition. It's a bit of an explanation. Basically place bombs down and it'll give you different rewards. There'll be some things that'll make the monsters immune to your damage, so you have to read. A bit of a pain. I do have an in-depth explanation video on pretty much every league mechanic. If there's something you think looks fascinating to you. I have like a few videos that just very briefly, actually I have a perfect video we should link in this video that goes over every single league mechanic and briefly explains. And that way you can like, I also do like a quick TLDR if it's worth specializing into or understanding more. And then you can watch like the in-depth video, because obviously most mechanics in Path of Exile can have anywhere from like a 20 minutes to an hour explanation each. So, and there's so many mechanics in Path of Exile that yeah, it really adds up quickly in time. I do have an extra spare blue slot. I think I will go get Cedar Balls to get a little bit more damage early. And with my granite up all the time, I feel like my damage is pretty good anyway. Now you can see that on this boss, it is cursing the boss Rasthatha whenever I use my frenzy now. So that's one less thing to worry about, like one less button. We'll give you another button later. Nice. We'll pick up the helmet because that could be an upgrade, right? It's a very similar type of helmet to what I'm currently wearing. And I don't have any crazy socket pressure that the helmet needs to relieve, right? It's not a 4-link or anything. Didn't drop anything nice. Relieve for life and resist. Nothing good there. Right, normally I would be able to buy Skitter Bots here because I would have done the side quest that unlocks all the gems. Since I don't, I'm gonna go back to library, talk to Seosa, and buy Skitter Bots here. We'll just put that in the weapon. And again, do remember, it doesn't matter where you have things. We're gonna go back to Riverway. So now what this does is it shocks and chills enemies, making them take more damage. This is a Wailing Essence of Greed. That's really, really good. That's gonna be like 40 guaranteed life on one piece of gear. So if I get like a helmet that would bother slapping that on, that would be huge. Now as you can see, this is 2 essences, so the monster is actually pretty tanky. It's also got life regen. It's scary. And the more essences are in a monster, the scarier it'll be. At the end game, you can encounter monsters with like 5, 6, 7 essences in them. And that's some of the most dangerous things in the game. What side quest unlocks Lily? The one all the way to the left there that we mentioned when we were entering Lioness Watch. Just have to full clear a zone. Here's another new mechanic called Delirium. You'll go through the mirror and enter a different world. It'll add a few monsters. And the further you go away from the monster or the mirror, the more difficult, the more tanky everything will get. It'll start dropping things called cluster jewels. This is literally build your own skill tree. So if you didn't think the skill tree was complicated enough as it is, you can expand on it and roll your own parts of the skill tree. You can see in the bottom left, it is giving me like more and more rewards. And I like to try to get to 4 rewards. My builds are usually like, it's very, very easy to get that. And then once I get to 4, I mean, during the campaign it can be hard to get to 4, but once I get to 4, I'll usually play B, which is the hotkey I set to end Delirium. Don't know if it has a default key. You'll notice now that it's like pretty deep in. They're pretty rippy and harder. Be quite a lot tankier. And you see you get a bunch of rewards, including a feathered arrow quiver, which could be a huge upgrade for us. We don't care about the cluster jewels. I'm not even going to bother picking those up because there's nothing they can drop right now that would be interesting to us. They would only be interesting at like a high level. This thing is very scary, the crystal thing. It's exploding crystals when hit. So when this thing dies now, it'll do huge explosions. And you'll see a lot of streamers die to that. Have I ever died to it? I don't think so. So on this bow, we would have picked it up because it's a highborn bow, so it's only 0.5 the normal, like slower than normal. So it is quite nice. And it'd be really good
His time has almost come.
if it had a good one, like plus gems and attack speed. Another Delirium. This is a bit of a pain zone to have Delirium in, because you can see it's so like, we don't have anything to go through monsters yet. And you see that the monsters are like, getting me stuck quite a lot. Okay, we'll go up here for the essence, we also want that. So I'll just end it here. And every essence, even like, no matter what it is always a good thing, because worst case scenario, it's like a bad alchemy. This is like very tanky though. And there's a random unique in there. Here you can see how tanky some essences can be. Like we killed that unique very, very fast. The essence is still going. The essences can be very, very tanky. And there were some batches where it was even stronger and people would be very like demoralized about their build because they'd be like one-shotting map bosses. They get to an essence mob and be like, okay, I'm here for like 10 minutes now. The hell. And you notice that even during the campaign that they are like a lot more powerful than any other monster. And this can be combined with the bestiary mechanics. You could be an essence beast and they'll be some of the tankiest things you will encounter in the game. Even tankier than in-game bosses. There, we're gonna go to the waypoint here. We might as well go vendor. Our inventory's a little full, and I want to see if there's a feathered arrow quiver for sale. I do still have an essence of woe, and I would love getting like a really nice one. Let's see, we do have to pick that up. Put it into my inventory a little bit. There, any quiver? No, nothing. That's fine. This is a stack deck. It'll give you a random divination card. Didn't give us anything nice. And we just like empty out our inventory a little bit, and then we're gonna go back to mapping. Well, let's see. And now we're gonna go up here, and the thing that we really want to get is elemental overload. This means that we don't need to worry about accuracy in the same way. We still do want accuracy because we're hitting, but we're not relying on 40% of our damage being behind that accuracy. So you're obviously seeing that we're soon gonna run out. I'm gonna run out, and then we could actually stop worrying about running precision and stuff. Without precision right now, we still have a 100% chance to hit. So a lot of the time I ditch precision. Just depends on having enough accuracy. So once we get elemental overload, instead of precise technique, you can't have both. They'll cancel each other out and do nothing. But once you get elemental overload, what that does, it'll add like a little diamond on our skill down here. And it'll also give 40% more damage, but it's just based on having critical hit recently. And it's any of your totems doing a critical hit will count for all of them. So since we're firing so many arrows, we're pretty much always having that critical hit, giving us that 40% more multiplier as a permanent uptime. Really, really good. Very, very nice pace on this build too. Like it's actually like very fast. Boom. Life and mana level 2. Always got to remember grabbing the recipes. And now you might have noticed that things are starting to drop in stacks. That is like a fairly recent thing. That wasn't like too long ago that that got added. And it was really nice because before things would just be dropping in stacks of 1. And you'd have to do a lot more clicks. Whoops. And then we're not too far away from getting a 4th totem. That's like maybe within like 8 levels or something like that. That'll be a big boost as well. Basically 25% more damage for 33. I remember, math is hard. This area, if you're playing with a friend, you can have one person do the left one and one person do the right one. It's a bit of a boring area. Nobody really likes escort quests in pretty much any game, I think. Bit of a pain. What's the difference between a damage multiplier and a flat damage increase? So if it says like 16% increased damage with fire, for example, that is very different than, let's say 30% more fire damage. That's because more is multiplicative with itself and increased is additive with itself. So if you're getting 15% there, 15% there, that's adding up to 30, whereas if you're getting 15% more, 15% more, then it's 15% more multiplied by 15% more. So it's huge. You can blink down here and just do a little skip. I'm getting a surprising amount of unique items, none that are useful, but Do we know if we'll encounter the league mechanic in Act 1 to 5?
King before.
Every league mechanic will always be from the very, very first thing, from the beach. They always do that on every, like, whenever it's the active league, whenever it's the main mechanic, it's always from Act 1. Now, not every league mechanic is good early. Normally, I wait till around level 8 to 13. And then that is like a good spot to start doing it because you'll have some more damage, more mobility, etc. But like some things like Delirium and stuff were like really, really good early. Right now, I am in Act 6. Why do you need me? For anything? And now we're gonna be coming up on the ranking. Gotta find his little hole. You're telling me I'm going to spawn with a lower back tattoo? So you won't spawn with a tattoo, and I don't know how common they are. But you will have to like put them voluntarily on yourself.
I can't do this just yet.
I just run into like every dead end. I did. There. There we go. Now you can actually cheese this boss's like middle stage by portaling out. There's not really a big reason to do that when you have a strong build, but if you do have a weak build or very low on like lightning or cold resist, you could do that. I don't bother though. It's faster not to.
Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
Or an Essa. Whenever the boss slams like that, like just blinking through it is generally pretty safe. So this stage, you could just portal out, come back in, and stand still, and the face will continue going while you're in your invulnerability period, as long as you haven't moved or touched your keyboard. Oh. Ow. Now soon we're actually going to be experiencing the lab as well, and will be very, very powerful for the first lab because it doesn't do anything on this build, right? So we're just going to rush through that. It's not bad to do it early just to get a bunch of loot if you're feeling weak and give you some currency and stuff, but I like waiting until you're ready to do both and then get a huge upgrade. You're going to be noticeably tanky. And again, same as this for every boss. I will like repeat it now and again, but it's just run in a circle, don't backtrack. And eventually our totems are going to be taunting for us, so monsters will actually attack our totems. This is a really, really big part of the tank for the build, and this build was actually bugged in the past where we were missing 10% mitigation because of a wording error. So that's been fixed now supposedly. So this build is stronger than last thing. And then with things like tattoos, that should be really, really good. And maybe there'll be new unique items.
My spirit is spent.
That'll be good for this build too. Ow. Leather belt, that could be good. We don't have a good belt right now. We'll pick up the rusty as well, just in case. Even though it doesn't have a good implicit, which is like the physical damage, the life, etc. Like if it has really good explicit stats, so like the life, etc., then that could be really good. We'll pick up the regicide mask. We'll pick up soldier boots. Like, I'm a big fan of picking up almost every boot. Didn't they get rid of the totem taunting? Not from champion. Not from champion. They got rid of a mastery. Let's see. Life, reduced fast charges, and it has open suffix. That's quite good. We don't actually need to craft anything right now. Oh, we might as well just craft lightning, the cheap one. Identify everything else. Nothing really good here. I'm just skimming through looking for life and resist. There. Okay, now we're going to press U and turn on Pantheons. I'm going to do Rislatha and Brian King are the ones we
Turn
want
your
right
back
now.
for the
We're gonna put
barest
lesser
moment
multiple
in Grey
predict
Class.
else back in and then just sell everything else. That is really, really good. I'd rather have the reduced fast starters. If this was on a life belt, this would be super nice. Honestly, it's kind of tempted to keep for if in a pinch we need resists, because this is an open suffix. So it
Till
has like
next time,
70
shall we
resists. So
keep
we'll put that
saving?
in the bank and then we'll keep moving. And we're getting very, very close to actually being able to send. That'll be very exciting. We have a bunch of damage, a bunch of tank. And there is a quest here that gives you a flask. So we can get a quartz flask. And we're going to downgrade so we only have one life flask. That is a little intimidating for new players. So you don't have to do that. But I really like it. I don't think you need more than one life flask. But there's nothing wrong with having two. And especially for some bosses and for lab, you really do want to have two. How's our regen right now? 30. I hate how little regen this build gets early. Such a pain. You could run Vitality and do life tap that way and then free up a mana flask. I sometimes do that. Depends what I'm feeling like. It's a bit of a pain. Your damage is really, really nice now. Everything is just dying behind us. We're just throwing down a totem now and again. And blasting. Gonna pick up the waypoint there and then go southeast. I missed the Vitality Mastery. Yeah. Pretty good level to be before heading into maps. Depends. On hardcore, a lot of people get like 70 or 72. On softcore, like 65 to 68 is fine. Especially on this build, you get so much defense that even if you're low life, you'll be very, very tanky on this build because of the fortifying. Like, it's meant to be for melee, but champion gets it, and that's why champion's been such a like power ascendancy for such a long time. Because even bow characters can get something that's meant as a melee defensive thing. The expedition good to go first in SSF? SSF is taken quite often. Normally people do Essence first and then expedition. But yeah, expedition is very, very popular as an early thing. This is something called Heist. So all you have to do to interact with this is click it and then pick up the stuff that drops. And it'll be like a different area that you go to. You can stand in town and you right click one of these rogue markers and it'll open up an area. Here's another trial that we got to. And Heist is incredibly rewarding. A lot of people run that early league. And again, here we're in another trial. You can see that I'm just like using my momentum to just blast through the trial. Trial doesn't have anywhere near enough surface area to actually kill me.
Boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
And then now we need to find the next area, which is like a little exit like this. And then we're going to find a little map here. So it'll be our first map. Just a quest map though, not actual in-game. Here, we might as well kill the essence. I generally will kill every essence. Sometimes I'll ditch one if it's just taking forever. 2 blue, 2 green, but it doesn't have any good stats. Now, there is an orb we haven't found yet called an Orb of Scouring that will make an item white, and you can use an alchemy on it or craft it again. There is another orb we haven't found yet called the Orb of Regal, which will turn a blue item rare. That's very rare early.
Touching this makes
Very
me feel
rare.
right.
There, talk to Aramir. No, Whalem. We'll grab a quartz flask here. Quartz is huge. And we're not really using this for the suppression. We're using this for being able to run through things. I'm going to throw an alt on it to make sure it has decent stats. There. Now we're good. Yeah, generally if people in chat can help answer questions, that'd be amazing. I'll pick some out if it's like super relevant to the video. There. Lab now, so we need another trial before we do lab. Do we need this? We don't need this. And now we can get rid of precise technique. Boom. So now we don't technically need accuracy anymore. We could run vitality, which would put us 80 life regen. It's a bit low. We can just keep this. Do we need the accuracy? We generally don't. I'm okay with mana. What's here about? I mean, I could run Termination and Precision. But now you'll see that I have the Quartz Fast and I can run straight through enemies. You'll notice I won't get stuck on things as often. And it's so nice. It's such a big part of your defense. Such a big part of your defense.
Hello to you, great dreamer.
Hello, Silk. Map device. Throw the quest item in, Malagaro's map, and then grab the recipe here.
Where am I?
Yeah, not getting stuck is amazing. I'm gonna turn off precision just to have more mana. It's just so comfy to have a bunch of mana. And obviously we're not in dire need of anything really while in the campaign. It's pretty strong. And we are about to get Fortify. And I'd rather just have a bunch of mana. I don't have to press my flask as often, especially nice for boss fights, obviously. Don't get as many charges back. There, we're just running through this zone looking for the boss.
I can't do this just yet.
And we should have a decent amount of damage now. You'll also notice that the Elemental Overload is on. You'll see that little diamond. That means that it is on, and it is skill specific. So if I have it on Frenzy, that doesn't mean that it's on Explosive Arrow. But it should be up pretty much all the time, especially the more totems you're getting. At the end game, when we have 6 totems, there's a 0% chance it's not up all the time. Really good. And we could swap out for faster attacks here. It's not like we're killing multiple enemies. Really, really good damage now. If you do find a 6-thing early, maybe consider not using it. Maybe do a 5-thing. You would have some mana issues and like spam your mana flask quite a lot, I think. Like a 6-thing is not always the best thing you can find early. Best thing would be like Full Rain is insane. A really, really nice bow is okay. You see like how tanky we are, and we don't even have Fortify yet. So we're about to be like so much tankier. So much tankier. And again, if you do want to pick up and like keep a inventory full of rares and stuff, not a problem, but it will end up slowing you down quite a lot. Not like literal movement speed wise, just, you know, the fact that you're going to town a lot. So the last trial is here, and then we can do our normal and cruel lab, and we're about to get the huge boost. Be really nice. We can pick up that leather belt, and we don't have an amazing belt right now. We could throw a random essence on it. We might as well throw Essence of Rage on it. Without an open suffix, it would be okay, because it would have like 70 life. And more resist. Oops. Again, momentum through traps and just blinking past everything. Just, they do nothing, as you can see. It is harder when you're a new player. Obviously, you're a lot more scared. And do a quick like go over of my gear before we ascend as well, so everyone's like caught up on what links we're using, etc. Make that easy and stuff to figure out. Another Chaos Orb. Another Essence. We're gonna start like running past things now because we have so much stuff. Generally, you always want to kill every Essence. It's always worth it. Nice to just put on a ring or amulet, etc. And then the main reason I really love using Blink Arrow is because you see the Flame Dash. We even when we do have a decent amount of int and have upgraded it, it's so slow. Whereas like Quill Rain, sorry, not Quill Rain, a Blink Arrow is just like such a fast recovery. They're always up and we're always just like blinking away. Oh, So this infected a rare monster now. So if I kill that, they'll get a decent amount of loot. Although it is very, very tanky. The Ghost makes it tankier, and bears
My
are pretty
spirit is
tanky.
spent.
Oh, and as life regen. Life regen is a massive pain. Nothing good there. The bows that it dropped is not something we're interested in pretty much no matter what it rolls. Even if it rolled +2, which it can't already. That wouldn't be interesting. We are that reliant on our attack speed. It's super important for the build. That is why it's the #1 thing I see new players mess up. There, we're gonna move through, and now we're going into the Ashen Fields. We're gonna kill a little mini boss, and then we're gonna ascend. We'll get another skill point from that, and I think we have one more to pick up somewhere. To do like is yeah. There, we're just gonna move to the boss. Put in faster attacks again. Is a bit of a pain to swap, but I won't have to do that forever. Do you think losing the totem taunt will affect EA, or will it not be noticeable? You don't lose totem taunt. You are mistaken. The only thing that was removed is a mastery that we don't use in this build. This is Groost. As we're running around him. A little bit of a tanky boy. They're all gone, and we can now ascend. We get a bunch of skill points. Now we do want 2 life flasks for this, because not necessarily for the normal lab, but for the second lab. I'm gonna ditch the granite flask and have a second life flask. Let's see, we can grab some boots here,
Yes,
red and blue, that's
thank
fine.
you.
Nothing good on that. We don't, well, I mean, I might as well
Show
take
me
it and
when.
show you. Like a little side quest, I think it gives you an amulet. Not 100% sure.
End of learning.
Amulet here, this is insane. Absolutely insane. Fire damage, and this is okay. You can't have flat fire. You can have percentage. Right, and then we're gonna go hideout, and we're gonna craft fire resist on that. And now we'll be using the alchemy craft, because this is an amulet we'll be using for quite a long time. 25 fire resist, very good. There, and now let's look at the path of building. We could grab this for accuracy, attack speed, and cast speed. We don't really need that right now. We're gonna go straight for the +1 totem. Depends like how you are on stats. Obviously, it gives you dexterity, which you might be getting low at some point.
You
Depends on your
stand
gear.
before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls.
So first, normal lab. This will be very fast, and the strategy for this is just run to the top. It's pretty much always the top. And it's very nice to have the quartz in handy, so you don't get stuck on anything.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, we're just running. This is now level 33 zone, so this is like free. We're not gonna get much reward here. We can get reward from some tests at the end. This is very similar to the trials that you've been running through, right? Just bigger.
The end of the some things that slumber should never be awoken.
Why do you not want flat fire on EHF? That was explained earlier. For elemental equilibrium. It's also explained in the build guide. Right, so the way this works is if I don't kill the thing that is beaming, he will get more powerful, but he will also give me an additional treasure key for the end. And if you go to pewelab.com, that gets updated every day with what Izaro has. So he has 3 different weapons. He either has a mace, a dual wield, or he has a shield and sword. And the dual wield can be quite rippy. Has a wind slash. So does the shield, but it does less damage, I think. The mace is the easiest. It's like almost impossible to die to the mace's arrow. But the other things he does can be like a little bit rippy. And there's quite a lot of different Izaros. There's like 6 or 7 different things. And you see we're just like blinking through everything. I remember the first time I did lab, I was going so slowly using blink arrow and just like very purposefully like, oh, I don't want to die here. But it really just gets just so much easier once you just rush through it. And yeah, the projectile minion that the goddess spawns can be like pretty shotgunny and rippy as well. This is basically same thing. If I don't destroy them, we'll eventually get a buff. But they do need to be fully powered, and my explosive arrow strays are hitting them, so he won't be fully powered from that. I do actually want him to be fully powered because the keys that he gives is quite nice. And there is, and this is worth mentioning even though you're a new player, because it can happen to new players. You can get something called a grand spectrum from doing lab, from the chest at the end. And some are cheap, but some are incredibly expensive, like +1 minimum endurance charge, fancy charge, power charge. Those are expensive, maximum life, etc. Like some of these can be very, very expensive and are super sought after. So if you do encounter one as a new player, that like can happen. It's probably 1 every 30 runs or something, so they're not incredibly rare. Incredibly rare to get a good one though. If you did open PoE Lab and take a gander at that, you see some areas will have a red D. That stands for Dark Shrine, and it will be like a hidden area with a lever or a button you can press. And that'll give you like a buff. It can also give you an extra enchant. That's like a little buff for your gear. There's no enchant in the first lab. It's just a glove enchant that most people don't bother with. But in the crew lab onwards, you start getting boots, then helmet, and the helmet enchants that we get later on will have a very good buff. Can be pretty random.
No two battles are alike.
There's nothing we really need on rare gear here. You can pick it up and sell for alterations, of course, but we're hoping for a grand spectrum like we just got. This is not a very good one. It's like 1 in 25 or something to get a grand spectrum. So this one's not really worth anything. Now we're going to ascend as a champion, and we're going to take the unstoppable hero first. This does nothing right now. Nothing at all. We simply got one. We simply got one. We'll try to get another one now to show you like an expensive one. That'd be cool. Reset the run. Well, I'm not using it. We're just sitting there in inventory. And now we're straight back into it. And now it is item level 55. So now we're under leveled, and this is actually a dangerous area now. So now we could actually die. We're obviously on standard, so it doesn't matter if we die. There's no penalty for dying. On softcore, relatively no penalty. Whereas on hardcore, you lose your character. You do not lose your stash though. Since you will be playing trade, would you be trying to sell that? I don't know if anyone would buy the critical strike transporter and spectrum one, especially not early. But the other ones are very important, and every lab has a recipe.
Close to the essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst.
I'll swap just in case I'm a little bit low on damage, because I am under leveled and stuff now. This is now a sword and shielded Zaro, so he will do the wind slash. And we do have that little fire elemental that is walking towards him. Once the fire elemental walks inside him, he will absorb it and get a damage buff. So it's a bit of an annoying thing. You could just kill them. Oh no. Okay, well I might as well kill all of them then.
Inexhaustible.
Damn it. Okay, I only managed to kill one, so he does get quite a buff now. I was hoping to kill either none or all of them. We can just keep faster attacks. I can't be bothered swapping. I'm very, very lazy with swapping. Lazy swapper. There, and then you'll see there's loads of levers and stuff like that for like a hidden passage. Well, it's not really that it's hidden. You do need to go there to progress.
I can't do this just
I
yet.
guess you could go all the way to the left. That'd be annoying though. And we're just making our way through. Yeah, and momentum so big for just like not having to deal with shit. You'll see that I'm like clicking the tablet. It shows you where you're about to go. And if it's not like in a straight line, then I'm probably going to choose not to go there. Right now I'm running precision and skitter. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about my gear setup and everything just in case. That we look over it. Perfect. How likely is it for Zizaran to get a 4th mirror? So mirrors are very rare. Out of all my real life friends like Karn, Nugi, Steel, I think between them they have 50, 60, maybe 70,000 hours played. And none of them have a mirror. I have 3. It's very, very RNG over long hours. Also depends what you're doing. If you're playing like softcore trade and super juicing, you can get them easier. Right, okay, so this is what our skill tree looks like. This is exactly like the Path of Building. Our bow, attack speed, it's the only stat we care about here. The lightning damage isn't bad, but we already have that on other things. Our gloves is just for the resist, and you know, we're caring a lot about sockets at the moment, like making sure I have all these gems. Very, very important. Rings quite nice, resist, life resist, and attack speed. Attack speed's huge. Percentage fire damage, really, really nice. And then life and dual resistance is huge amulet. Okay helmet, whatever chest. Very bad belt. Quite nice boots, just the fact that it has 25 movement speed. And very mediocre quiver.
The Emperor beckons, and the world.
I already ID'd that. Like 3 more levels, and I get my 4th totem. I probably wouldn't normally have that before ascending. I'd probably be like, I don't know, maybe I would be ascending right now.
You are condemned.
So this one is basically if you destroy the portals, then they'll stop spawning. I usually just leave them up. They give fast charges, and they're not that annoying. I was just trying to blink through him once he starts wind slashing. He's usually aiming at you. He does sometimes aim at your totems too.
This empire remains filled.
And now we're about to get that
emperors in
huge,
waiting.
huge buff. And then with the new league mechanic, there will be tattoos that'll help buff the build. I think we can get +1, is it intemps? Dex temps? Dex temps, I think. That we can tattoo onto a dex node. That'll definitely be useful, I think. When we have a dex node reachable, yeah, here. So that'll be 1 point for +1 gem level, so that's huge. Oh. Could be loads of good stuff, and then maybe there'll be new uniques that we haven't seen yet. See those tomorrow probably with like data mining. Oh god. That was scary. That was the Ice Nova Artisan with also freeze. So I had to use my freeze potion to like get out of that. Trying to kill everything here because I'll get a bunch of like blacksmith whetstones and armor scraps from opening this, and that'll be a bunch of things that I can sell if I want to for wisdom scrolls. Nice. Over here. Generally, top right is mostly the way to go.
Can't do this just yet.
Straight path. No. And we have to go to the left. And then it'll be here. And I'll say trial. Explosive arrow just leveled up as well, so we get a nice damage boost for the last one, and then we are about to get an even bigger damage boost.
Is the most devious trap of them all.
Because we're about to get 20% attack speed, and we're about to get something called Fortify.
You are
Fortify is a
relentless.
huge defense buff. Ow. Gotta dodge a little bit here. The Dark Shrine things that I mentioned can make it quite a lot easier. So if you're new to lab, finding a Dark Shrine can be quite nice. Might have to full clear the zone when you're new because you don't really know where they spawn, and they're in different spots all the time. If you do die in lab, you do have to do it over again. We got 2 keys. Doing another Gun Spectrum? No. That would have been fun. People would have been upset. Altar of Ascendancy, and now boom! Now we have 20 fortification. We're so tanky right now. Get a nice damage boost from the attack speed, and we can put regen on the boots. Now, if you fuck up and you put a glove enchant that does like fire damage or something, you can go to your craft bench, put your glove in there, and click remove enchant. You don't have to scour the item, anything like that. You just remove the enchant. Those are quite nice.
You get in there.
Those are quite nice boots. We'll look over those to see and show why they were nice. So these have an open suffix for resist, and they have 25 movement speed and 65 life. We can use that at 55. I should sell the ground spectrum as well. We're obviously not going to use that.
Don't do anything I would.
Why are you still standing there?
Didn't need to talk to her. And now we can keep moving on to the northern forest. We can get to Girthkull. Gives us a skill point. Nice 7, almost an 8, and we can now put the granite back in. There's like a side area here. Also be like a quest. Dread Thicket, we're back. This is where we got the hideout, but now the zone has changed a bit. So we need to find 7 fireflies in here. We're gonna kill Girthkull. She is fairly dangerous, to be honest. Our build is pretty strong now, and now we're very tanky. However, one of the big downsides of this build's tank is it's not very good against damage over time, which she does have. That'll always be a weakness of this build, and I'd say like a lot of people, if you die on hardcore on this, it's most likely gonna be to damage over time. It's just a big weak point for the build. So there are usually holes in builds. Like the Callous Mask. Mind getting a new helmet. I don't have the best one. And that's normally how I decide for what to pick up and stuff. Like if I know that I have a really good boot, right? Well, actually I always pick up boots. But if I know I have a really good helmet, then I probably don't care about picking up new helmets. Because statistically, I'm probably not going to find a better one already in the campaign if I already have a really good one. So like, say I had a helmet right now with 60 life, 23 fire resist, 22 cold, and an open suffix. That's very hard to beat. Blazing Arrow Quiver would be a bad quiver because it has flat added fire damage. Are you playing SSF right now? So I'm just on normal standard right now, but I'm not trading or playing with anyone else. So yeah, I'm effectively SSF. We're just doing this to teach. So this is a whole fresh account. And we're just playing solo. I will be playing in Trade League for a change. See how that feels. See, that's not a very important beast. We can remove the quest thing on the right. I really don't like it, and I'm kind of showing you anything you need anyway. Go back out here. Yeah, I'll be playing hardcore trade. Kind of cool. So a lot of people have said they're kind of considering doing hardcore trade because a bunch of streamers are going hardcore trade. She'll be done by day 6. Depends what I want to do. I usually just like trying builds. But killing the Uber Pinnacle bosses, yeah, I'm usually done by day 6. Uber Pinnacle bosses is like at the end game there's bosses, and they've added like super hard versions of the bosses. Which on softcore normally takes me around 16 hours after league start, and on hardcore takes like a week. For me, I like 4 days. Depends if I'm racing or not. It was 4 days when I was racing. This, those circles on the map is called Incursion. They are a pretty okay mechanic. It's like build your own dungeon. A little bit different than Delve. You basically can finish building it and then run it later, and there can be really cool rewards like a bunch of currency, etc. So they are worth running, familiarizing yourself with. I have some in-depth guides for that as well. What about Ruthless? How long would it take you? I don't know if I could kill all the bosses in Ruthless. I think you could only do that with the build that we had last league that got removed from the game. I don't think I could do all the Uber Pinnacle bosses in Ruthless. I do want to think about playing Ruthless with like Steel and a few other friends this league if they're down. But I wouldn't do that as a SSF thing. I don't think that sounds super fun. Buck for one more skill point. Alright, we're getting close to that skill point. Ancestral Bond. I missed the hand-in for this. It's like a little altar. If you find it, you can just click it. You don't need to spawn the monsters. Or like fight the monsters it spawns. But I should have clicked it. Bunch of monsters here, and this zone is a bit of a pain, but it only has 3 locations really. It only has like 3 zones. So it's either like I just ran and checked for the middle to see if it was in the middle, and when it's not in the middle, it's on the far left. Unless there's a big chasm, then it's far right straight ahead. So there are only 3 zones in this. So while it does seem very daunting and a bit of a pain to figure out for people, at least it doesn't have like 20. You doing a practice run? No, I'm doing something called an Everything Explained. So this is where I explain for new players how to play as if you were a new player. Sorry, I just grabbed a snack because it's pretty long.
Here our ways divide. So, keep your wits about you.
Greetings. Farewell.
Now we get Ancestral Bond, which gives me 1 more totem. Huge damage boost. Huge damage boost. Means that I can't do damage myself anymore. Doesn't really matter for us build, our build. Because we're only doing totems. Enjoy your meal. It's just like a protein cracker. I'll most likely try sadism for you. I'll be playing this build only, so you can just watch me play and see how I like it. If I hit it or not. I'll be streaming for hopefully like somewhere between like 22 to 30 hours something start. We'll see. That's how I feel. Definitely getting harder to do long streams when I'm getting older. I've been trying to get in better shape though, so hopefully that'll help too. Doing like 40-hour streams has been harder. Nom nom nom.
This goddess of lust better be worth it.
+1 gem tattoo would be nice. The restoration ones too. Yeah, no, I'm definitely noticing less energy as you get older. I'm 34 now. You got soon 35. I'm soon 35. That's terrifying. Oh, that's really uncomfortable. I'm halfway to 70. Ugh. Kill the next boss, which is called Arkali, and then I'm gonna take a quick toilet break. Hope so you can skip that while watching on YouTube. Now you're really starting to see with the 4 totems, you see how smooth it is. Like we have really, really good damage. It's just mopping up everything. And we're actually getting pretty close to being able to start getting some sort of ignite stuff. That's part of the next thing that we're going to do. So by the time we are... I think it's by the time we're like 60 something, we might have ignite. Okay, there. So I won't even bother swapping faster attacks now, and it should be like really, really nice damage. I hate when she goes down. You know what? I am swapping faster attacks. Great. Especially if she's gonna go down. There. I am going to assign Purity of Flesh. A nice little knife node. Can't even see that she's cursed. Where on earth is the icon? Really weird on large bosses. Okay, poor Silk got eaten by the spider that he loves. You can actually see Silk's head is hanging off her. If you get Quillrain, you still need faster attacks? No, and if you're using Skitterbots, you can use Hypothermia because the enemy is chilled. Even though you're not doing cold damage, it doesn't matter.
My spirit is spent.
The exit to Act 8 is now open, and obviously we instantly have Act 8, so we can just TP out. Broadhead Arrow Quiver. This is really good, but sadly it's on a blue, so we don't have Regals. The orb I told you exists that we don't have yet.
Greetings.
That's sad. We can check the vendor. See if there's any quivers. That's a thicket bow. So, on a lot of builds, you just want the best base, which for most cases would be the thicket bow. But it has such a high dex requirement, so generally I put on my filters that I'm looking for a short bow or a row bow, because we don't benefit from the additional physical damage, and it doesn't have any other benefits. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Feel free to skip it on YouTube. I'll be right back. I'm back. I am back. Right. Act 8. See, it hasn't been too slow actually. I thought it would do. I feel like I've explained. I don't know. I mean, it'll be better for people that have watched the past ones, but I feel like everything explained has been better than the past ones. We're just gonna mow through Act 8 now. Obviously, we're getting through most of the things that we have to explain. It'll just get easier and easier to do. But if anyone has feedback for how this is being compared to past ones, this has been like, I feel like it's been pretty good pace, and we'll actually get to do maps. That should be interesting to see how people like. Yeah, we're uploading this right after. I'm on DX12. I love it. See, yeah, obviously there will be trying to think what we can explain while we're doing this. So right now we're doing really good on gear, and you'll see that this bow that we found super early, and you could find something like this already at level 11 or 13, because all we need is that attack speed, right? That's the number one thing we want. I thought it'd be longer, especially with the amount of boxes you cleared in Act 1 too. Yeah, so it's so slow early on. But I don't know. I feel like I guess I just sped up really fast. It's also I thought it would be slower because I haven't played PoE in 2 months, 3 months. No, won't be live crease. He'll be on YouTube. How will lab be with this? So we just did lab. It's very easy. It's not my favorite Uber lab farmer. You can't die to a Zaro, but it doesn't have crazy regen either. I try to get somewhere between 400 and 700 regen at the endgame on this, and now you'll really see how nice that phasing is, right? I'm just running through everything. This is like tight corridors, and I'm not getting stuck on anything. And because of the pace of the build, oh, very nice. It's a good teaching moment. Because of the pace of the build, I'm able to just like run through everything. See, so this corrupted a bunch of items. Corrupted can change items in weird ways. It can add a new implicit. So for example, this is the implicit 12 cold and lightning res. It can change that. It can break the item. It could 6-link it, but it'll also completely change it. So don't do it on a rolled item, and you never Valor to 6-link something. It's never gonna happen. And it can level up gems. But yeah, it can also like break the item, and you can't change it anyway afterwards. Well, you can a little bit with your crafting bench. You can change like sockets, but it does cost Val Orbs. So be careful as a new player. You don't really want to use Val Orbs. Right. So those things that dropped. That is a like monsters can get like random rewards. It's sort of baked in from the old Arch Nemesis system, where they'll like select a reward from a pool. So one of the things was like talked about that you get a bunch of gem XP. Another one is every item that drops from the monster is fully linked. Another item is every item that drops is fully socketed. So you could get a bunch of 6-links. We'll always every league start to see a bunch of clips of people getting really lucky and getting like 5 to 10 6-links early on in a league. Obviously feels really good. You get rich and get all the items you need, right? And then this was like that it corrupted all the items, and corrupting it made some of them 6-socketed. So once you find a 6-socketed item, I will now be vendoring those for 7 jewelers each, which is nice because that's a bunch of jewelers for me to like start out in maps with. First sign pelt we'll pick up. That is an evasion helmet. It could be decent for me. Regicide helmet, lacquered helmet. I do want all of those. Okay, I'll at least check one of them. Oh, that's very good. That's huge. It's a good thing. Wow. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I don't care about that. We're not gonna do a heist in this. They're insane, all of them. So okay, interesting. Oh, I was playing with faster attacks instead of lesser multiple attacks. This is a very hard boss. So, thing you want to do here, you guessed it, run around, don't backtrack. But more than that, what you can do, especially if you're kind of low on damage, is you can push that lever. As soon as he does that jump, you want to move and then go back to circles. Now, I do have enough damage that I don't need to, but I'll show you anyway. Because a lot of people don't know that you can click that valve and it'll like remove her debuffs. So she can enfeeble you, she can tempt chains you. Tempt chains, it makes you slower, and feeble makes you do less damage. And it's very easy that she gets super low, like 10% life, and you have crazy amount of enfeeble stacks, so you do no damage.
After that, I need a bath.
Yes, you do need a bath. Okay, let's go look at our new helmet. And if you curse her, she'll eat the curse and get more damage. I still do that though. Okay, so we definitely want to throw a jeweler on you. You are great. I will keep you for the end game because it's got suppression and life, and I might not need so much rest as the other helmet has. The hell are these helmets? I'm like the Lord of the Helm.
Good to see you.
See, we'll grab
Tell me something.
that. No, not a very good ring. Gonna sell that. We're gonna keep that. Now, how well? I don't really need vitality. I'm probably not gonna use it. I'm too lazy. So I'll just slap flame dash in there, and then we get a decent life upgrade there. We're gonna throw this in here. I'll position in. Sell the old helmet. Now we are a little bit low on lightning res now, which we need to go fix. Curse aura, she can't eat. And I'm gonna craft the high level lightning res. Not the highest, but the alchemy one. There. Then we're just gonna keep going. And make sure you pick up the recipe there. That's very important. See, we have a lesser multiple projectiles back in now. See, what do I grab now? I don't really need that faster attack speed right now. I don't need more life right now. I'm gonna start getting ignite chance. And that would be huge, especially with the fact that we're using flammability. That means that for bosses, we will have a 100% chance to ignite. That'll be a very, very big damage increase. In this zone, there'll be like one little side island at the start that'll have a quest item that you need to pick up. So check the side areas. It'll be here on the right now. And once you've picked that up, you need to run to the end of the zone. Ah. Beasts again. I can't remember what row is. Nothing important. You see that now, and we'll just ditch divination cards because we're obviously not going to finish this set of divination cards unless it's one that's like turn in at a 1 card. We're obviously not playing very long, but you'll see the density of the game now has increased quite a lot, and there's a lot of monsters, and this build really starts shining there because soon we're going to get something called Ignite Proliferation, and that's so nice because it'll leave behind like a little like red puddle. I'll just destroy everything. So you don't need to do this, but I'm gonna put a portal down here and we're gonna run to the next zone and grab the waypoint. I'm a huge fan of doing things like that for myself. That means I have to do less backtracking. Now obviously a little hard to know when to do it and stuff, but that's like a nice little crossroads there. I could do that. Boom. There. And now we're just gonna go back and Act 2 or Part 2 of the campaign is basically like later. I think it's like 30 years later. I can't remember. Like later, like things have changed. So we're back to Clarissa, and she's tried resurrecting her husband Tolman. It's not going too well. Not going too well. There. The really nice thing about this build is that everything just auto targets. So it's very chill experience. And once you get your crew lab, the totems will be taunting for you. A lot of the monsters will stay on the totems. You'll be like super safe. It's so nice. Can recommend. How far will you play? I will probably play 30 minutes to an hour into maps. Like just explain. Oops. I explained a little bit like how I start, what I'm doing, etc. Oh yeah, I can bend to those boots. We already got really nice boots for resist capped. We're almost ready to be resist capped for maps. We'll lose another 30% resist. We're getting even more ignite chance, and now we can click on explosive power. Very important. A lot of people look here and be like, oh, my chance to ignite is 45%, but you will be using combustion later, which will affect the gem itself. Right now we're on 45%. So we'll be replacing elemental damage with attacks with combustion. Can I buy combustion in Act 1? I'm not sure. I'm just gonna buy level 1 and actually level it. And we're also needing an ignite proliferation, which we can get from Act 4. Might as well go get that now.
Favor you.
What can we do?
Vanja and ignite.
Fine.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, I actually need to do the I'll do that. I need to do the side area here. Good to do anyway. I'll have to do it at least start, so.
Back to where it all began.
Back to where it all began. There. And again, at this point, I would definitely have 6 explosive arrows leveling in my offhand. You really do want to have that. Getting a like level 21 gem is a huge difference. 15% more damage at the end game is very large. Because the further into the game, every single multiplier becomes huge. Like, if you're ever looking at someone's like super min-max build on PoE Ninja, you see like taking off... Oh shit, I didn't mean to press that. Taking off a small thing could suddenly be like 10 million damage, literally. Like, it's insane how big small things are at the end. This is annoying because that spawns a bunch of monsters. Another unique and an abyssal trove. This will give us those jewels. So they can go inside abyssal gear. It's the difference from the other jewels. But they can also go in the skill tree. There. Now we get the ignite proliferation. I always go for 2120 straight up, yeah. Cool.
The Black Crest.
More respec points. You do get a bunch of respec points in the campaign. We're gonna buy ignite proliferation. We do need a life tap as well. Might as well just buy a few life taps. Why not? We can level them later. There. Excellent. And now we're going to continue progressing. Are eyes just better than normal jewels then? So the eyes are basically adding like flat damage. So they'll do like fire damage to attacks, physical damage to attacks, etc. And the other jewels are percentage. So for attack builds, the searching eyes, etc. and minion builds, then the ghastly eyes are better. But for most builds, the normal jewels like Crimson and Meridian are better. They're just both different purposes, really. They're not just straight up better or worse. Except for attack builds like Lightning Arrow, you really want searching. They're huge for that. I had one build back in the day, which basically like 92% of the cost or some crazy shit like that was just in the jewels of the build. Getting like literally perfect jewels. And that was another like skill point quest that we just killed. Oh, I forgot to mention this. These guys, they actually show you the way you're going. If there's a corpse outside, if you're wondering how I knew where to run, that's because I'm following the corpses. The cartographer chisel that I just picked up, that is the same quality things as a gem cutter prism, armor scrap, whetstone, and it works on maps. And if you use them while the map is white, then it'll do 5%, so you only use 4 chisels per map. Yeah, there, explosive arrow leveled up. It's now 13. Very, very nice. Huge damage boost. It's gonna be weird. Like, normally I end the everything explains here once I get to Act 9. But on this one, we are gonna keep doing a little bit more and show maps. Like, they're a lot more... It's a lot more tiring doing this than a normal stream. Because normal stream, I'm just on autopilot. And I actually have to think about what I'm saying, which is terrible. And I don't like thinking. And I'm like talking... I don't feel like I'm talking the same, except I actually have to think. Terrible. Thank you again for all the subs and resubs during this. Hopefully people on YouTube are enjoying it too. Here, and then we gotta run in here. Grab Solaris and Lunaris. the next boss. That's the end boss of this act. Mini bosses before that though.
I can't
Do you have a guide on how to run through the areas? Some of the older ones, it's not really that important. It just sort of like, it's sort of learn it passively over time. And eventually you'll be able to learn it. A lot of the zones are just like, for example here, it's like straight. Like the waypoint's in the middle and then it's straight at the top for the nice one. But it takes a long time. Yeah, Carvaro's cool. There's guides on a lot of the areas. Layout guides. You're maintaining one cohesive narrative line. That's why it's weird compared to regular streams. Yeah, probably that's it. I don't know. I always get like these normally last 5 hours and I'm exhausted afterwards. Whereas I don't have a problem streaming 16 or 18 hours. But even 5 hours of everything explained. Same with like man versus stream. It's also probably because it's different than my normal streams. Here it's also like same like Solaris level 2 that you have done before. It's just go straight left. Popping things. Hey, we got a Regal Orb during the campaign. That is incredibly rare. I'd say once every 3 league starts, I get a Regal during the campaign. Incredibly rare. Can be really useful for some builds. It turns a blue item rare, so from 2 stats to 3. Incredibly rare. It's still a very cheap orb because there's a Regal recipe at the late game. Die. Hydroscale gauntlets. You kind of get used to like what bases to pick up and stuff. Yeah, like ditch the shield, ditch the chest there. There was no reason for me to pick that up. You could pick it up and just vendor it. Doesn't take you too much extra time, and you will like want a lot of alterations and stuff.
Why are you
Another
still standing
skill
there?
point. Now we have even more fire damage over time, and we are currently at 45% chance to ignite. Should I switch to combustion? See, do I need 5 link? So what I can do now is I can do 1 red, 1 green, 2 blue. Could probably do that in my helmet and we can see how that feels. That's usually what I do, and my helmet's quite good. How many jewelers do we have? We have a decent amount since we found those. What was it? 2 blue. Yeah, ignite, proliferation, combustion. Yeah, 1 green, 1 red. Almost. Perfect. Okay, let's link that. And we'll see the difference and we can show so you guys can see how it plays before you decide whether you want to keep the current setup. I quite like this personally. So this is a lot more damage and you have no more swapping with this. So you'll see now we have, where is it? We have 70% chance to ignite now. However, we do get an additional 25% for bosses or things that we've used Fun ability on. So for bosses, we have 95% chance to ignite now. Quite nice. And yeah, you'll see that now you'll see the pro lift that it's lying behind and just shredding everything. Really, really nice. And we're gonna go grab some more ignite nodes at the top. So right now we are at level 57. And the next one is level 69. Nice. I have to go to the right. Is the porcupine huge on this build? Yes, but we don't currently know how early. Like, they don't always put porcupine in early maps. It's in maps like Courtyard, Orchard, etc. So we're hoping that that's early. And there's a trick that you can do. I'll try to like remind people again when we get to maps. But you could not complete every map of 1 tier, and then you'll get more of the map you want. I always end up doing that. It's a little bit complicated for new players. I will explain it anyway, and they can just say like, fuck it, that's too complicated for me, I'm not going to bother. But it is a permanent decision. This isn't something you can fix later, so it's worth mentioning early. And then they can decide if they want to try to figure out how it works or not. A lot of PoE is like that, to be honest. There, Serpent Scale Gauntlets, any good? Oh my. Wow. 97 life, fire resist, 7% suppression, and this, I guess I can explain what suppression does. Wow, they're insane. I won't be able to use them right now because I need the links, but that is something you would keep for later. For sure. So the way suppression works is, let's say you have a 50% chance to suppress a spell, then it's a coin flip whether you take half the damage or full the damage from a spell. If you have a 100% chance to suppress spells, then you're just taking half damage from any spell. So it's huge mitigation. Very large. There, and obviously our new gems are leveling up, the new support gems, so we will get more damage from those leveling up too, like quite a lot more. I think, do we take a mastery there? No, I think so. But we will go for Holy Fire so that we get an additional 20% chance to ignite. Right up here. It's pretty big. Yeah, in 100% suppression. Do you have a written guide for leveling up? No, I don't make written guides. Never will. Well, never say never, but most likely never will. And people are picking up quality gems right now, but you should always be picking up quality gems, and every time you can sell enough for a quality of 40. And they'll give you a gem critter per sim. What is a spell? Anything that's not an attack? No. Just some things are spells. Everything is listed in PoEDB, but just... like you'll see like spark mages, right? Like a mage that's casting the spark spell, that's a spell. Quite a lot of boss things are spells. Yeah, it does not work for damage over time. You kind of have a written guide with the POB in the notes in the various leveling trees. I mean, generally not what people are asking for when they want a written guide. Let's eat one more cracker so I have enough energy. I'm dying. I should eat more. That's why I got crackers. And continue. Oh. We're like an hour or two away, I think, from finishing, because I do want to do a decent amount of maps too. Like basically the setup part of maps, like maybe 5-10 maps, we'll see.
The blood is washed away, but I will never forget what you became, Veneer.
Just in time. Just in time.
Right. So now we're going to get the second orb. Once we have both of these, we can fight Solars and Lunaris. You see very, very good density now. Once you're in maps, there'll be even more monsters. And then there are things that you can do at the end game that'll be like just chock full monsters. And I've been mentioning maps a lot. That is the end game content of Path of Exile. They are actual items that you can find, and you can customize your own end game. You can roll them and add things to them, and it really is like you have so much agency over what you do and how you play, and there's loads of different end game mechanics you can explore. It's very fun. Done a really good job with it. Cookies, yeah. Ow, it's a lot of freeze. I'm just having a quick snack. Don't get too hungry. It's like a protein bar thing. Strictly necessary cookie. Whoa. Like I said, this would be a really, really good one to get and put on a quiver. I believe it was just a bunch of bow damage guaranteed. Level 59. 4% more fire damage over time multiplier. And that is like a very, very good stat for the build. It's a lot better. Like if you have the choice between 10% fire damage over time multiplier and 10% fire damage over time multiplier is, well, multiplicative. It's very, very strong. You definitely want that. Another Quicksilver. Now, you might think, well, we already have Quicksilvers. Do you even need to pick it up? And the one we just found is higher item level. And item level is very important for Path of Exile. And quickly go through it a little bit. But the higher item level an item is, generally the more stats and more rolls it can have. So for example, early on, it's like you can get attack speed on a bow at level 5, item level 5. But later, you can get like 19% attack speed at like level 60 or 70 or something. And then generally, item level 86 is the highest in the game. Past that, nothing matters. So whether if an item is item level 100, for example, or item level 86, there's no difference. Doesn't matter.
Bring me back something.
Let's see if we can get perfect. Evasion's not bad. Better than like I have nothing on mine. We'll bank that, and we'll bank some other stuff. Yeah, I don't need cruelty. I don't use that in the build. I don't know why I had that there for so long. We'll throw a precision in. Love it. Alright, we're now going to fight the Act 8 boss, and then we're going to be in Act 9. Is your ideal item level for Flask? 84? 82? Depends on which one. There. Accuracy still 100%. We're good. You're doing great. You are doing great. I already have a separate video for Expedition, Heist, Alva, etc. I have one video that goes over every single league mechanics and says if it's worth learning more about or if it's just like skip, don't worry about it. And then I have individual videos for every single league mechanic that exists. And every boss. Alright, here we go. Now you'll see our damage has really come online and the boss is just like wasting away. And this is before leveling up a bunch. Like, I could be like level 63 or something here. Really, really good damage now. That attack is pretty scary. I always just want to stand behind her when she like races her spear. You're dead. Oh. Oh! Benares doesn't have that many crazy attacks. There, didn't drop anything that we're really interested in. We could look at the armor evasion tests because we could force socket them if they're really good, but they aren't. I'm using most basic never seeing filter at the moment. Alright, now we're in Blood Aqueduct. This is most people's leveling area of choice that they just like control click the zone and keep leveling here. You can farm at Tabula Rasa here, but that's been nerfed quite a lot. Obviously, they could change it a little bit this league, but most likely doubt that it would get buffed. I think it takes me around anywhere between 4 and 7 hours right now to farm a Tabula, and this build doesn't need it. So you absolutely don't want to farm here for 4 or 7 hours. So I just like normally like go either a level here for a few levels, or you can go level in foothills. I'll show you and talk about foothills farming. That's actually very, very important to learn, even as a new player. It's a little bit complicated. It can also be quite enjoyable. I will talk about it and you can decide if you want to skip it or not. From Onigoroshi instead? No, I don't wish that on anyone. There's a Divine Life Flask, so this is going to be that's like the final upgrade for Life Flask. There is one after that called Eternal, but that's not really used very much. Not very good for most builds. More for like overtime flasks. Not so much for instant, and instant is generally what you want. So this is a cool outcome that can happen. It makes the sockets of everything that drops white. So that means that you can put any gem in there. It can be really, really nice to get early because then you like alleviate so much socket pressure if you're on a build or you really, really need blue sockets, etc. You will find these. None of these are particularly good. I would have kept this helmet normally because it would be very, very nice for a lot of builds to just have that option.
Good luck.
There, transmute. And then for stash tabs and stuff like that, if you're interested in buying that, I do have videos saying like what the good stash tabs are to buy when they're on sale.
Take care.
Let's see, any quivers? There's a thicket bow, and we do have enough. We do have enough now to use thicket bows, like enough dexterity, but they can be a pain to color. That's why we like short bows, even at the end game, and grove bows. Because the higher, the way colors work is the more, like for example, if an item has 30 dexterity, it's required, right, to use it. They'll get more greens, but he can still get a decent amount of reds and blues. If an item has 150 or 200, whatever, it'll be really, really hard to get reds and blues on an item. So the higher the requirement is for whatever the respective socket is, that's how it decides like how rare it is. It can be a pain. There are so many monsters around shrines now. Really great. We're getting levels really fast too. There, now we got 20% chance to ignite. And when very important that you've clicked explosive arrow, you can see that I'm now 90%, and that's without the flammability curse. That means that for normal monsters, we're almost always igniting, and for bosses, we are always igniting.
Just in time.
You see that we have like really good damage now, and that 20% ignite chance, the way it works for explosive arrow is every percentage ignite chance you're missing is basically the same as missing more damage. It really is that bad, so you really, really want to make sure you have 100% as soon as possible. And the last 10% we will be getting from quality on explosive arrow, so you can just slam every gem cutter prism you get into explosive arrow early. But you need 20. And now in this zone, we are about to meet Jun, which is the betrayal mechanic, also the most complicated mechanic in Path of Exile. It makes a lot of people really confused. Even a lot of veteran players don't really get how to manipulate it and how it works. Like a 30-40 minute video about it that does explain it very plainly, and most people say they understand it a lot better after watching that, so hopefully that'll help. But pretty convoluted mechanic. Show you here in a sec. Just gotta do this little quest. Little questy quest. Die. Got the Stormblade. And where is Jen? There she is. Oh, no box. So this is great. This is like there's 4 different encounters. They have really, really dangerous bosses. They can very easily one-shot you. Can be very deadly. Kinda hard to get one-shot as a champion because of Fortify, but still can happen. They're very dangerous, and there's like 13, 14 different people. They're also on rotation, and some people are probably like, what the fuck is this? You can move them around, and they have really different rewards. Like, for example, Hillock on Fortification here will give quality as a reward when you finish the safe house, and not super important to explain, but can give you rewards of giving quality to your armor. Guff can help you craft stuff. There's like for Ricci that gives you white sockets, and there's like endgame rewards on intervention. There is a cheat sheet, and we have a very good in-depth explanation of this, but they have very, very powerful rewards.
Keep your word.
And that is veiled items. So if I talk to Jen now, I can now see this is like weird squiggly lines. You have not just developed dyslexia. This is actually the veiled system. So if I click unveil now, I get a new thing, and I get this for my crafting bench. So I can craft it as a weaker version later. And none of these are particularly useful for me, but there are so many really good things, especially on gloves and helmets, that I can get like +2 AoE gems, and our explosive arrow is an AoE gem. So I would get a level 16 explosive arrow, getting 30% more damage by getting that helmet. So there's some really, really good things, and because of that, and these veiled things, and there's some crazy crafts here. What a lot of people will do is what's called foothill farming. It's kind of annoying to do as a streamer because as a new player, you have no idea what you're seeing, and you end up having to like permanently chain explain it every 3 seconds because it looks a little weird. It almost looks like an exploit. And as you saw in the quest text, it popped up on the right saying John was there, and that keeps happening. So what you do is you keep respawning the zone over and over and over again, and most people do this for... most racers and most players will do this 2 to 4 hours at league start once we get here, because you're leveling up here too, so it's an okay place to level in. You're getting very powerful gear, and now you see the text popped up, and now I know that there's a John research. And even if you don't understand how to manipulate them and move them around and get the rewards, the items they drop and the crafts they give you can be incredibly powerful. You don't need to actually fully understand how it works.
This does bring back some
The only one it doesn't like give a text on is intervention, so you will just miss out on one of the safe houses. But pretty good. So now we got 3 people. We can just do whatever with them. It's not really super important. All we're looking for here is the gear they're dropping. That belt, for example, could be really good. This glove could be absolutely insane. This could be like... I could regret playing right now because I'm wasting my league start RNG. We'll go to town again and we'll talk to John. But that glove, if this is AoE, that is some like criminal shit.
I am some of the members. Hello.
Okay, it didn't. Oh, it's a suffix. It would have to be a prefix. I didn't see that it didn't have an open one. So either way, this is a pretty good glove. It's got lightning, chaos res, lightning, fire res, 43 life, and a little bit of armor. Can take this is a good craft that we need later. I didn't explain the minion attack speed in my build guide this time. We're just gonna get so many questions of that. It's basically at the end we're using a node here called Spiritual Command, which lets minion attack speed work as your normal attack speed. Oh yeah, and the belt.
Blessings.
And the ring. The ring could be insane too. Nothing good here. Ring. Could have gone endurance charge, would have been very good. None of this is very good. So we didn't get anything good, but maybe already you're seeing like some of the potential, and this bow is not very good. Maybe already you can see the potential. It can be like just very, very strong. Very, very, very strong. Let's see. Any quiver or crazy bow? No, no quivers. And these are all blue, so they're useless. I don't know why they changed that. They just made vendors worse. There, we're gonna go back to the Mysterious Desert and kill Shikari. Little quest boss. Yeah, damage feels really, really good right now. Very, very good. Yeah, this will all go on YouTube. I put one of these up every 3 to 4 months. Before every league start, I make one of these. In a very like popular video people keep requesting. I just keep them up to date. Another thing we could do as well later is we can get Culling Strike instead of Greater Multiple Projectiles on Frenzy. It'd be really, really nice. We're now level 61. And now we got Holy Fire. That gives us fire resist too. It makes it easier to gear, so it's a really nice node to pick up early. Now you can see our damage even on bosses is like quite nice. Page over. Yeah, you can swap to culling. Yeah, I have TLDR off the patch notes. Need to. Here you just gotta let her attack you while dodging. Covered in sand. Wish I could play this as a Pathfinder. Yeah, it's not really a great Pathfinder build. It's okay on Elementalist and Champion. I've done it on Juggernaut a few times too. It's not ideal though. It needs so much more gear. Insane how much gear it needs. And then yeah, soon we'll be getting our 5th totem in not too long. Alright, Johnny, yeah. Alright, quest almost done. Die, please. Daughter! Pick up the Divine Life or Mana Flask. There, any good? No. No. Sure. Why not?
Can we be of help?
Maybe I should just keep the other one because I really need freeze immunity. It's so easy to get caught by a strongbox, etc. and get killed that way. Let's see. Do we not use any mastery anymore for that? I think they nerfed them all. Man, masteries used to be more fun. Fun. Right, what am I missing right now? I think we're just going down towards Panopticon. And that will give us another totem, and then the 6th totem we will get later on when using an Engia mechanic called Anointing. We're going to the Boiling Lake here. Mana's been pretty okay, just with the mana flask as well. I haven't really needed to like use life tap, and we obviously don't have a crazy amount of life regen yet. We will get a little bit more life regen later when we're getting Golem's Blood, and we could run Vitality too. I might end up doing that on League Start just to get another defensive flask. It's pretty important for hardcore. That's important on softcore. I always end up running slightly different than my own guides, depending on drops and stuff like that. And run nearly every zone is always just run to the top. Now we are going to skip Merciless Lab, that's the next one, just because I want to be a little bit faster, and it's just like 20% damage. It is quite substantial. Don't really care about that right now. and like 30% damage reduction or something. Highborn bow, we will look at that just in case it's crazy, but you know, hard to beat the short bows. It was not crazy.
Yes.
Yes.
Pulls.
Bye.
There, we're gonna run through, and then that also means that I'm gonna be skipping the next 3 trials that I would need for the Merciless Lab, because I can't be running that right now. Don't really need that for the starter maps. The build's so strong, it doesn't like need everything that you have access to. But you will have access to that at least start lab and stuff like that. Which is nice. It's always better if it looks and feels even more powerful for the people playing than what I'm doing. Be even better. We get a pretty good speed too with the blink arrow. Just zoom in. And then with the quartz fast letting us go inside the enemies without getting like stuck in them, etc. It's just so good. There is one trial in this zone for the Merc Lab. You have to do it's somewhere near the start. And then another thing that we've skipped, there's a boss here called Yugul. And in that area too, there is a trial there as well that you need to do. Want to make sure you pick that up. You can do slash passives at the end once you kill Katava, and they'll show you what you're missing skill point wise. I'll show that later. Important to grab all of those. I figure we can skip some of the skill point quests and stuff now. And just be a bit weaker instead. That's just sheer power we're giving up. We're 61, we're a little low level. I'm gonna be at least 65 before maps. And this build really shines from over leveling. At least you will not see me being 61 here. I'll be like foothills farming for a while. I'll also be probably leveling to at least like 68 before going to maps. 66 to 68 somewhere. You just get so much power from over leveling on this build, and there's just no reason to rush while you're playing hardcore. On softcore it's fine, obviously you can do whatever you want. Also, this is the tankiest thing during the campaign, pretty much. He's just very tanky. Very, very tanky. Right, what dropped out here? Another Chaos Orb, that's good. Need those for the crafting bench. What setting it enchant do you need from the foothills? You can get fire damage and ignite chance on a bow. It's not the end of the world to get.
The corruption will
The minion attack speed one is very huge. And then +2 AoE gems is pretty huge.
And here we
Grab the craft here as well. There, just gonna run through.
Here I go again.
And true. Poor beast. Oh. You really tell that blade does like so much more damage while I'm moving. Just more expedition, we're just ignoring that. It will be one of the things that will be running at least start though. Basically it has like one guy called Rog that helps you with crafting, one guy called Tuyan that helps you with currency, Gwenin that helps you search for unique items but won't actually help you, and then Danny gives you other people's currency. Here we have the first map. The specific names of the maps will be changing for League Start because they shuffle which one is which tier. But here we have a colonnade map. That's the first one we've found. And that is the end game of Path of Exile. These can be rolled just like other things like strong boxes and items. And you use the same currency for that, like alchemies, etc. Oh, owie. Everything hurts. My explosive arrow is not too far away from leveling. It would be nice to have one more level for some damage. I'm usually not this underleveled. Actually, I really shouldn't be this underleveled. I actually should be leveling a little bit. I'm like super underleveled for maps and stuff. It'd be nice to be like 64, 65. I think most people do that on softcore even. Here we have another Jan.
A new challenger.
Where are your first one?
Might me. They'll never even suspect us.
Nope. Nothing good. Ow. I was 73 when I beat the final boss. Yeah. That's pretty normal, especially for people playing hardcore. How? He's so mean. Stop being mean. That stomp sounds so cool. We're fully rest capped and stuff like that. We don't need a shield. We'll be a little low on damage because we're like, I would probably normally have like level 16 explosive arrow for killing this. I would have 30% more damage plus a bunch of skill points. We probably have like 50% more damage than what we currently have. It's fine. We will hopefully survive. This is a bit of a pain. Like jump and start screaming soon. Why are you so scary? No, no screaming. I don't have regen. Stop it. Easy. Even with low damage, it's like pretty okay with this build because we can hide behind things, etc. And we're still using that that shitty item level 37 bow that we got. It's really, really nice, and we can get really, really good upgrade by getting +2 bow gems. We get that pretty early in maps on like a useless bow. We get a huge, huge upgrade very early into maps. Sometimes you get that during the campaign too. It's not like crazy rare. Wait, is Ashley no good? Did I have an Ashley? I didn't see it. Leveling slow so crawl after 93? Yeah. Well, 95. 93 is pretty fast. Yeah, like it does. So generally level 98 is halfway to 100. In terms of like time spent. We go. Boom. We get some more regen. That'll feel really nice. And then down here we get even more regen. And then Panopticon, we get a huge damage boost. Obviously we get so much damage from leveling as well. That's why we're very low on damage right now, because we're very, very low on that compared to what we normally are. This is going on YouTube, yeah. Either way, pretty easy boss, even with the low damage from being under level. We get to like 65 or something.
With luck, that was the last time I'll have to sully myself with those three.
Check the new armor.
You're well, I suppose.
All right, let's do it. Random unique that we don't need. We got pretty. We don't care about the belt right now. There. All right, we will just run through everything. Do a few Blood Aqueduct runs because we need a little bit experience. And yeah, we might be using sadism. Decided yet? We'll find that out on Friday. We tried at least. You see the XP goes really, really fast here. There's so much density. Normally I would do foothills, but I don't care that much about items right now, so saving that for Friday. Not a very fun grind. Right, I do have to play ads, so I might as well do that right now for the people watching on Twitch. While we're just doing Blood Aqueduct fuel. Another unique. I might as well grab the mittens, although we have crazy gloves already if we want that. Those are leveled up to 15, so that's a big damage boost. Feels really good to get exploration shrines. Zoom zoom. There's so many blue packs in Blood Aqueduct too, like quite a lot that are just guaranteed that are always there. The big difference between getting the 5th and 6th totem, and once you have those, is that then you're actually able to get the max amount of fuses that explosive arrows can hit is 20, and that makes a huge difference for the build. That's why we're so obsessed with attack speed as well on this build. Alright, one more run. Really starting this build. A good amount of attacks per second, like 2.7. Grab the... I can't be bothered going to the other side to grab Delirium. Hey, let's see. Having another strength node. There's nothing really in our near vicinity that does anything. We need like a few more points. We'll get 64 and then we can head on. Be a little bit under leveled for maps for what I normally do, but I think that's fine. The build's so strong it shouldn't be a problem. And normally you would have the Merciless Ascendancy too. So yes, we are going to be losing a lot of damage compared to what we would normally have. But I'd rather show off the build underpowered anyway. And then you can see what I'm going to be normally doing. Hopefully I'll be a bit faster than most people that want to learn on Friday anyway. Maybe we'll see how it actually pans out. Broadhead Arrow Quiver. We can grab that, try to throw an alchemy on it. Actually, we want to throw a woe essence on it. Fuck Twitch, everybody should move to YouTube. These ads are so annoying. So that's not YouTube's fault. It's not Twitch's fault. I chose to play those ads. I play 3 minutes of ads per hour. And usually I take a break when I play ads, but seeing as I was just doing Blood Aqueduct anyway, I figured now is a good time to play them, as nobody was going to be missing much. A good way for me to get paid. And if you don't like ads, you can subscribe or use Twitch Turbo. Completely okay. Generally I run ads in a pretty good way. Pretty big part of my income. Yeah, one more level, then we're gonna head on. This should record all the ads himself, like YouTube intros. Yeah, excellent. See, that is a pretty decent one to throw a greed essence on, because obviously I don't have a great glove right now, but I do need the sockets on the glove. So throwing a greed essence on that's pretty good. Boots would be a hard one to throw a greed essence on, because right now it would be pretty unlikely for me to get a better boot, and my helmet as well as triple rest with life. There. Almost 64, then we'll carry on. Be on this scene actually. Right now we're completely followed to the Path of Building, so I have like the level 69 nice tab open. So normally we would be finishing that off before we get to maps. Filler orbs, nice. Almost 64, we're old. Olge. How do the ignites work with the A? Do all the fuses all blow at the same time? Yeah, so once the first arrow hits, you basically have 1.2 seconds to get as many fuses into the target, and then it blows, counting how many you have. That's why you want to get enough that 20 fuses explode every 1.2 seconds. That's why we want so much attack speed. And then you get a very, very large ignite. Right, we're level 64. Would foothills have better XP? No, it's worse XP, but better gear. Do foothills for gear. Right, let's go. There, we had a point there, and then boom, we're in Act 10. They override each other, or continue. This is a different scene. This is facing the other way now. Yeah.
I am in need of your services once more.
Nice solo. So now we do have a decent amount more damage. Not a crazy amount. I would normally be decent amount higher level here, but just to go fast. We'll continue. So I'm going to show off the starter maps. A lot of people get confused on what to do there and how they work. There, and I think we'll be missing like 3, 4, maybe 5 skill points. No big deal. The good thing about that is when we're playing at least start, the build will be like 50, 60, 70% stronger. It'll feel even better. It's like we're playing with like Rock Lee weights. Alright, the Ravaged Square.
It's time to
And
end
at the
this.
bottom of this zone, there's another boss called Valenta. So we have been like missing some skill points and like bosses and stuff like that. And give you another skill point. Definitely worth picking
can't
up.
do this just yet.
So at the end, you will have 22 skill points if you help demand it, 24 if you kill them all. Ossuary, that's where another trial is. It's also like a respect regret point, but it's where another trial is that we would need for Merciless. And the Merciless lab is actually very, very huge. On the next like loading screen or next, I go to the next zone, I'll explain what the next ascendancies do. They're very, very good, and then Uberlab we'll get later on in maps. So the first one is 100% chance to taunt on hit, and it's reduced damage taken if you've taunted an enemy recently. This line was bugged and didn't really work before. And enemies taunted by you deal 20% less damage against other targets. And then enemies that are taunted also deal 10% less damage to anyone else. And it's our totems taunting, so we get a lot of damage mitigation. So we don't get any damage from this. But once we get Worthy Foe, enemies take 20% increased damage. And since we don't have a lot of enemies take increased damage, this is almost the same as 20% more damage. And enemies taunted by you cannot evade attacks. So even if it says here like 30% accuracy or something, it's 100%. It'll never show in like the tooltip, but we will basically always be accuracy capped on this build. It'll always be taunted, so... We'll always be hitting.
By the time we're through, no one will
But it will look very scary. It'll look like you're missing. We will hit. Oh, scary.
I can't. Leave the mask on. I don't.
Go on.
I am well. To live free. To dream.
Right. No items. Don't really want to explain exactly like choices and stuff right now because Betrayal is such like it's a 30-40 minute thing. This show dying yet? No, I haven't died. Not particularly eventful. You just get a screen saying resurrecting checkpoint or resurrecting town. If you're on hardcore, it'll be followed by a few curse words. I'm wondering where you went wrong. It'll be very fun to play hardcore though. Everything like feels very special when you're able to accomplish things. You can see you can like do better and better. Like last day I think I played like 600 hours and I died 3 times. That's a pretty good ratio for me. 1 death every 200 hours. My like average ratio is like 1 every 130, 140 hours. Maybe we'll have 0 deaths this thing. That's what I've been aiming for a while now. There was one league where I had no deaths the entire first month and then I shit the bed pretty much a month after league start. Worth running champion even on software? Yeah, I mean, better off asking software players since I am biased, but I've had so much positive feedback. So much positive feedback from software players that are just really, really enjoying. It's so tanky and still really, really great damage, and it does make you learn the game a lot more. Like for example, playing something Elementalist will not really teach you the game because you're just suiciding and rushing the boss down that way. Whereas with Champion, you're actually dodging and tanking a lot of the mechanics and outplaying the boss. All right. Time to kill the boss, and then we have to kill Katava again. He's back. Who knew? Spoiler alert. This is a very, very tanky boss. It might take you a while. run around him in circles. He's pretty harmless. Well, actually, it's like a truck, but not very accurate. And after all of this, I have to do some more build collabs. Then I have to just stay awake a bit and play some Tarko. It'll be great. Alright. Town. Remember this boss one-tapping Lily in the Gauntlet? She had 4.7k life? Yeah. Can be a bit mean. Mean boss. Let's see. We're gonna grab the Greed Essence, the Wailing one. Throw that on the gloves. Very nice gloves. We're gonna throw chromes. 2 blue, 2 green, please. We got no 2 blue, 2 green. I need to go to Act 4 or Act 8 too. But we're gonna hand in the divination card for 17 chromatics. That does help a lot, so very, very nice. There's a few divination cards like that that you most likely will get one, either the alteration one or this. Get a bunch of stuff. I pay a lot more attention than I have been doing to actually finding stuff like that. Like crumbs.
What is it, Exile?
There. Alright. Lots of life. So we're at 2,800 life. Normally on hardcore when I kill Kitava I have like 4k. Alright. Oh, whoops. We do need to talk to Innocence.
Bannon.
Is there anything we need here? We can grab Silver Flask.
For freedom. Bannon.
Care about a chest?
Remember, we do
There.
this for freedom.
Alright, Innocence. Oh yeah, so Innocence just spawned out of Bannon and killed Bannon. He's gone now. Very sad. Very sad, but we must move on. The things we must do to save the world.
I don't suppose there's time to convince Innocence to
Kitava will welcome you.
No, there's not.
Sure.
There, this gives enchanted items. So there's loads of like different rewards you'll get from Delirium. You can even get unique items, currency, etc. So normally what I'll do, if the reward is good instantly, like if it's currency or unique items, then I'll see how far I can take it, like try to get 4 or 5 rewards. And in maps later on, you can get as much as like 10, 12. Do you get most of your pre-gear map from Syndicate? Yep. Syndicate is huge for gear. Absolutely huge. Especially because of the veiled stats being so good. So the veiled stats themselves are stronger than what you can craft later. They're basically drop only. So for example, you will later be able to craft +1 AoE gems, but you can unveil directly +2. That's why it's so strong. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to go to 4, so we'll just end it there. See what we get. Maybe some helmet enchants. Actually, I think we need 68 or higher to get helmet enchants either. Oh, we could have. I thought the next stone was here. We're 65 now, so we're like, okay. I never go to maps this low, but should be fine. Traffic glitches? The hell? As a normal player, do you reckon anyone could actually keep up with streamers on the leaderboards? I've heard 6 party leveling or whatever. I'm assuming most streamers do this to get the biggest head start? No. Nearly every streamer plays solo. Even when we play in groups, we play solo and just trade with each other. I might be playing with Ember at least, right? I haven't fully decided yet. But like, this is going to be the first league I go trade in a long time. Nearly every streamer plays solo self-fun. It's just better for content. Only exception is Empyrean's group playing a group. Hey, there's the Orb of Scouring. We got most of the orbs that exist. Alright, it's time to fight Kitava, and then we are entering Path of Exile's endgame. I think this is the first time I've done that on an Everything Explained. This Kitava is a lot easier than Act 5 Kitava, because this Kitava does not have a similar type slam, where he like hits the ground really hard. So it's a lot easier. And normally you're more over leveled for this. You can see my damage already now, even while I'm just level 65, more than enough to like absolutely shred. Those things are actually like the most dangerous. Yeah, but this Kitava is full fire ground sometimes. Is there a safe spot? Yeah, just the opposite of where it starts. So if it starts here, then you just stand here and then you're safe. It's a very, very easy boss. And then if you go low on fast, you can just portal out. How we? There. Never making these to help new players so much. Yeah, it'll be interesting how the feedback will be on going to maps. People will like it. I always feel a bit rushed at the end. And now he's gonna do the fire breath attack. Oh, oh. Oh, I didn't do the fire breath attack. Lame. Well, if it starts here, you're safe all the way at the end.
My spirit is spent.
My spirit is spent. Mana is annoying in the start.
May a new dawn arise.
I did it! Right. So we're almost resist cap now. We just have to craft resist on my gloves, and we're ready for maps already. We also have open suffix on my boots, and we have open suffix on my quiver. So we'll craft attack speed on the quiver. There's loads of things we can craft there.
Well, now that by the high...
Go to Lily Roth. Can you show play, don't kill? Sure. It's usually around 7 hours for everything explains. Oh,
Exile.
thanks.
Exile, wake up. Commander, keep your life to your own. Through the tunnel.
Alright, and then you just, I mean, we can just go hide out on the back down. It's kind of faster than actually running there. Right, let's see. Let me craft real quick. What do I need? I need lightning. We'll craft, this is pretty good. We'll do the high level one there, and then we'll craft attack speed. Do I have that yet? Yeah. Boom. Excellent. That's a good start. A little bit of a waste of the chaos orbs, but too many alterations either. Gloves are worth it. The quiver was questionable. There, got another. So right now we can do slash passives, and we are actually missing quite a few. We have 20, so we're missing 4 skill points right now, which would take us pretty close to getting 1, 2, 3, 4. So we would be like getting very, very close to getting our 5th totem. I'm gonna go talk to Kirak, grab alleyways, and if I hold Alt, you'll see that the Atlas map and bonus objective is not completed. This is now a blue map. It's got monster damage. It's got player recover less life and energy shield, which is very annoying. It's a bad stat, but yes, it's a little bit rippy. Let's see. Put some things away. I normally have these things in my inventory. Also, I should have handed in this quest, but whatever. I keep these things in my inventory to like sort of roll on the fly. So that I'm rolling maps without having to like go back to the stash every time, etc. And now we're in
Like
Path of
stepping
Exile's
into a dream.
endgame. So this, well, we'll get the atlas and stuff now. And see that density is really, really high. And this is a blue map. You can alch them as well. And the more you roll the map, like if you roll it alch, then and chiseled, which is the quality stuff, similar to like armor scraps and whetstones, then the more you roll like that, the more stuff is gonna drop in your map. You see, it's like a lot more crazy than normal. You get a decent amount of upgrades. This immortality thing is really, really annoying because I can't find the source of it.
I do love the stink of victory.
Here we go. And we will be picking up at least one full inventory worth of rares by the time we're leaving at the boss. So you basically want to identify one full set just so you're getting a bunch of alterations to craft. No, I don't usually automate my flasks. I hate doing it. Except on Pathfinder. Ow. More jewelers. You see, we're clearing very, very nicely, and like I said, we are quite underpowered here. We're missing our lab, which is additional tank. That would actually make us very, very tanky right now. And the taunt, which keeps things off me and on my totems. And we're missing a bunch of levels on my gem. Sometimes I've been as much as like level 17 gem on my explosive arrow. Right now we're level 15, so that would be another 30 damage there. Plus getting another totem, so like 70% more damage. I don't know, quite a lot. It really adds up fast, all the stuff that we're missing. We'll be able to see like real powerful version of this build on the start. This is the boss. You guessed it. Run around it in a circle. I mean, to be fair, normally you wouldn't even use it to stand still because he would just be attacking your totems the entire time no matter what. Now it's just kind of RNG what he's attacking, but normally your totems would be tanking. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's very safe for shit like that. That's why it's one of my favorite builds. So from the boss I pick up a full inventory worth of rares. And then now we go talk to Kirak.
Now that you've had a
And we can invite him to our hideout. Boom, he lives there now. And we, if you felt like the normal skill tree was convoluted, now we also have an endgame skill tree. And here you can choose what to do, like how you're going to set up your endgame stuff. So I usually post mine, but there really is no skill tree. Like you can be like, oh, I really like the essence stuff. Then you search for essence and you just go through and you pick everything to do with essence. That's usually the first thing that I do.
Hail.
One. Sure. You're all I need. And then we identify, see if there's anything crazy, like really high life and resist. It's not bad, but it didn't have an open suffix, so just vendoring everything for alterations.
got my eye on you.
Oh, my voice is dying. Let's see. Decorations. Map device. Don't know if it was further in, but oh, it's here. What's the played? 5 hours, 58 minutes. Let's see. So, a quick thing worth mentioning is sometimes for some builds, and this is very important for this build, there will be, for example, maps like Courtyard, Orchard, what else? Courtyard, Orchard, Gardens, and a few other maps that will drop, for example, the divination card we need called Porcupine, and that gives us a 6-link bow. And let's say that this map is tier 4, right? Then normally what we want to do is we don't want to complete any other tier 4 map than the one that we are looking to do. And terrace, yeah. And the reason for that is the way map drops work in Path of Exile. If I'm clearing an alleyways right now, I can drop an excavation, which we did, or I can drop a stagnation. But I can't drop a colonnade. Well, actually, I think colonnade can always drop because it's tier 1. But if a map isn't connected, we can't drop it. And we can use that to our advantage. So let's say terrace is a tier 4 map. And I've only completed terrace as my only tier 4 map. And if I'm then doing tier 6 maps, the only tier 4 map that can drop is terrace. You'll start building up a really big pool of these, and you can start spam running these just to farm that divination card you need, which is in turn is going to give us that 6 sync. So really, really nice for that. Now we're going to go into a tier 2 map, and the way map drops work is a normal monster can never drop a map higher than the map they're in. So right now we're in a tier 2 map, so all the whites that we're killing in this map can only drop other tier 2 maps. The blues and rares can drop 1 tier above, and the map boss can drop 2 tiers above. Is there a way to know the atlas beforehand? Yeah, it gets posted by Printing Gear Games. The full layout. You guys think you'll get a 60 in this playthrough? No, because I'm just gonna play like 30 minutes into maps and explain like the basics and how we start. Like, it's very important. Like, I'm resist capped right now. That's important. I've got a decent amount of life. Like 3k is fine for mapping, but you would want at least 4k for the starter maps. Uh-oh. See, this is why you want instant life flasks. You see, like, its magnitude's crazier in maps than before. There's 2 bosses in this map. You gotta kill both before you get the completion. I do also need to upgrade my instant life flask. And what's so nice about this for being your first build is the taunt is just makes everything so safe for bossing and stuff. Incredibly safe. Also, Leicester Eldritch Ichor. So the way this works is it changes the implicits on an item. So you can only use this in like gloves, chest, helmet, boots. But that could have given me, I can't remember if it's blue or red version of that. That'll give me like Ignite Proliferation. That would let me swap our Ignite Prolif gem to something else. Now you don't get that much of that currency early on. So you normally save it until you have an item you're really, really certain that you want to keep. So I wouldn't have used it on the glove that I just showed it on there. Because before tier 16s, you don't get much of it. Ow. And then right now, our totems will be dying quite a lot. And that's because we're missing a node called Ironwood. It's at the bottom of the tree. That's where we're headed next. And some people stop taking that on support. I don't know why. You really don't want to not take that. It's very, very important to take. Find life flask. Grab a few force slot items. And then you can go clear the rest of the map. You can even do like remaining. It also shows in the top right. And you can like run around and clear a map. But generally, especially in these maps, they're not very high investment. I'm just killing like the bulk, right? I'm not going to go and make sure that I've killed everything. It's not very important. Sometimes I'll even just kill the boss. It's like, even if you lose half the map, it's kind of whatever. There. Decent clubs there, but we're not going to keep those.
Long day.
They're armor evasion. We're not interested in that. We're going to try to roll ideally a freeze immune and either bubbling and show something else that's pretty cool. See if I get a bubbling or half instant with no suffix, then we can show bestiary. Didn't. Unlucky. Okay, I'm not getting one. We'll just have no freeze immunity. But we can do that on our mana flask too. But bestiary we can do here, and we can add convection to the flask. And that basically forces freeze immune. So using bestiary for things like that, really, really good. Now I'm going towards the essence one now. That means that every map I open after I get that will have essence. And that means that I'm just stacking up essence. And even if I just open a map, run to the essence and leave, it'll just really, really pool very fast. So you'll see that I do that very, very often on SSF. Now, I guess I'm playing trade, so maybe I'll do things slightly differently. It'll be interesting. But I still play very like SSF like. Here we have Betrayal as a random spawn.
You killed me.
You do also have like one of each daily mission. So you could like force Betrayal on a map, but here we got it for free. They're pretty dangerous right now because they're poisoning. That's like a rippy deadly map mod that's on this map right now. But we don't have enough currency to really re-roll it, so we just have to roll with it and hope we don't die. Just gotta hope we don't die. Explosive Fire just leveled up, so that's another 15% more damage. Or are you gonna play trade this thing? I didn't like the... Oh, Jesus. Didn't like the prices for the race that much. Wasn't something I felt like racing for. I die here. Ghosted Hillock is kind of crazy. Jesus. What a mean dude. Alright.
No.
Nothing good. Oh no. And there's intervention.
The Syndicate's trying to restrain your baser instincts, Ogre.
Fighting all alone.
Gets no ease, does it?
As if you just die.
Go on.
Absolutely brutal.
Braves. We must have went gloves and helmet.
Syndicate I
That's what
told
we're looking for.
Or do. I don't care.
How much chaos rest is this at? Right now I'm minus 35. I don't look at chaos rest until I Gila maps at least. Not important early. More important than before, but not very important. There's Beyond in this map as well, so you can see these things that are being summoned here. They're fairly dangerous rippy monsters. I usually avoid running it on hardcore at the start because it is very deadly. They're not super rewarding either. They're like okay rewarding. They're like a bunch of XP. You can see with the map mods here. There's like, oh, I'm so dead here. Yep. So this mod is what's killing us right now, and it's monsters poison on hit. And the entire premise of Champion, especially once we get the next ascendancy that we're missing, is that we're not immune, but we're very, very tanky against hits. And the number one thing that ends up killing this build is damage over time stuff. Do we self-proc adrenaline or just let it happen naturally? We don't have adrenaline on this build at all. Yeah, damage over time is the number one thing that kills this build. It does get very tanky. I try to get like 700, maybe 800 life regen to bypass that. I find that that helps really nicely. But later on, you'll be like face tanking almost every hit. You can see how much the poison is screwing me up and the ignites and stuff. Even like an ignite box, you'll really notice will mess you up. Here's the Scarab. That's part of the endgame content where it'll basically be something you can put alongside a map into the map device. And if I put this Abyss Scarab in, then what it'll do is it'll guarantee that there'll be Abyss in the map that I'm running. And there's loads of different Scarabs, so you can customize your own endgame content. Also, I would not be running this map on hardcore. Like, Alch maps early is a little bit sketch. Normally, it would be a lot more powerful than this. There would be less of a problem. But, I generally run a lot of blue maps early while you're unlocking the Atlas. Not just because of rippiness, but you don't have a lot of, like, alchemies and chaos orbs. So reroll maps, if you get a really fucky one, you can't really do anything about it. Whereas, very easy to reroll a blue map. You are tanky. Why are you so tanky? Oh, it's an essence. Essences are crazy. Essences are literally the craziest thing in the game. This doesn't even have life regen. It's just that tanky. Ow. I would say if it's easier or harder than the actual boss of the map. It's definitely easier to kill the map boss than the essence. Man, look how the burning degen is just shredding my totems. And part of this is because we are missing ironwood. Ironwood, very, very important. It gives resist and a lot of life to your totems. There, we can just leave. You could ring, I mean, nope. Pretty okay helmet, but again, we're not going to keep that. Now, we could unveil that actually. Did I have Jen in my hideout? I haven't invited her yet. So, Kirak will sell you a bunch of maps. So here is like Bone Crypt, Scriptorium, Grotto. Kirak's Grotto is just like slightly more rarity. And an Infested Valley. So for example, you know, buy this Infested Valley for 4 chance orbs. And
how's the trail?
I can run maps through Kirak. So if I run, let's see, this is a good example. This is what I run actually.
Card in the region in question.
So,
don't ask me how they figure these things
hold
out.
on, if I can make him stop talking. That thing that I just showed that contains a full stack of divination cards, that's really nice. You can go to a website made by one of my community members, Mariners, divcards.io, and you search for the map. So in this case, we would search for Infested Valley. It doesn't have a very, very good divination card, but sometimes, like for example, if it was Terrace, Courtyard, etc., this could just straight up give us a full 6 link just from running that map. So that's the number one thing I'm always looking at the start of a league is contains full stack of divination card in a map that has good divination cards. And in start, yeah, you just gotta look them up each time, and eventually you'll figure out what are good ones and what are things you don't care about. But very, very worth it. And then once I launch one of those carry maps, he'll reset his entire shop. So you'll be able to use the rest of your chance orbs and see what else he has that you need. And you can just hold Alt down on the maps and buy the ones that you need. So Kirak is a huge part of actually like exploring the Atlas. Care priority, Kirak div full stack on map, Kirak purchase map. Well, I always do Kirak full div card as long as the map has good div cards. I looked that up. If not, I don't care that much. And I do, whenever I'm like running out of maps, I'll run a Kirak map so that it resets his shop and I can buy more. And early on, I'm trying to get like, I want as many chance orbs as I can early. So fuses are good for that because there is, I'm going to show that after this. But the vendor in Act 10 can like convert currency for you, so you can buy like fuses, turn into chance orbs, etc. Very useful early because I don't care that much about links on this build. We get a free 16 from divination cards. I can use my fuses, turn them into chance orbs, and then just buy more maps and shit like that. Oh no. Stupid ghost. This is a little bit of an annoying area because it's so much damage over time. Obviously, we don't have a lot of damage over time protection yet. We do get some later. And that's why I really love getting as much regen as I possibly can on this build.
My spirit is
Once
spent.
those 3 are out, the rule spawns. Now. An annoying boss early on because of all the damage over time. And once you get something like 700 life regen, I think the most I've had was 1200 on a champion, but anywhere from like 300 up gets pretty respectable. Now. Yeah. You can if I like, so right now I don't, oh, this is best case scenario. So it resets its mission whenever, I think it's once you get like 4 completion or 3 completion. It does reset pretty early for free as well. But right now it put Orchard full stack in here.
How's the trade?
And this is the number one thing. So now there's a big chance that I just straight up get a full-on 6-link from that. And that would be huge. I wouldn't be able to use it right now because we don't have dread essences. And crafting on this bow requires dread essences because it's too low item level to hit naturally. +2. It's item level 64. Also, this map has chains. It's very rippy. I would be very, very careful while running this in hardcore. I would still run it because the full stack on an orchard is so big. But orchard almost always has porcupines, which is a lot of people really, really hate that monster. Really want to make sure they have a granite. Jade's really, really good too for this, but we don't have one at the moment. Right now, we're just hoping that we see a full stack of porcupine cards. The number one thing we want here. I don't want to do too long in maps either. Obviously, we could go forever here, but go like a little bit of like getting into maps. This build doesn't have like a big transition period or something. It's just sort of like, okay, I finished the campaign, now I start playing maps. Which is really, really nice. And I will have maps videos about like how I'm gonna do my Atlas skill tree and what my plan is. And obviously it changes throughout the entire league, so it's just sort of like a starter thing. Just change the entire time. Let's pick up a lot of blackstone whetstones as well. That you can turn those into glass blower bubbles. We did get the mission. It is sadly a sacrifice fragment. Once you get 4 different ones of these, the dusk, dawn, noon, and midnight, you're able to fight one of the endgame bosses called Ziri. We're still going to kill... You would actually full clear these maps because you really, really want a porcupine. It normally takes me less than 11 hours, 10 or 11 hours at league start to get a full 6-link from farming div cards. Probably a bit longer for most people because I do play pretty fast. Not the div card we won. So she's very, very scary. She's a degen boss. Just gotta break her line of sight. The Vision of Justice. Hey, where's Zizaran? What'd you do to him? Alright, Astral Plate. So we will pick up every 6 socket and render that just because it gives 7 jewelers. And would like normally we would go through the map and kill everything, hope that I get a porcupine. Right now we're just gonna leave. Ow. We're just going for some quick completion. So now we do have a guaranteed essence. So every map that I open up now is going to have an essence in it. It's not guaranteed that it's a good one or something you need. And then everything from the vendor now is reset, so I can now buy a shrine map. 2 unique bosses, sure. And then you see you have dailies here, so I can put Einar on and hope that I get some good bestiary stuff. See, we can remove Fury Bolts because these aren't super important right now and would rather have Surveillance, and more importantly, we really want Panopticon. The huge node. Can't really get it until we get 2 more skill points, but we normally would have it by now because normally we're missing 4 skill points. You would be a lot stronger at this point and have a 5th totem. There's the essence. So technically you could just leave after getting it and you just hoard the essences like that. And once you have all the nodes, as a quick example of what you can customize in the skill tree is first you can do the fact that they can spawn all the way up to Shrieking. So that's like quite a lot higher tier than the essence that we are at right now. And then you can have that if there's one Shrieking in the essence, it doubles all the essences. And the fact that it spawns more and more, and it just really adds up. So you have so much like choice over how you want to run things. Man, those are chunky. Cinder Elementals. Here's a Dunes map, so it's a tier 2. So So we're just right now the way you want to like, oh god, right now the way you want to like expand your atlas is, you know, you're holding alt and going like, okay, I haven't done this one. Let's go get the completed objective bonus on it. And the way that works is on a normal map, so a white map, that's what these are called. It's just about doing them blue. And on a yellow map, so that's tier 6 and higher, you have to alchemy them and then complete it. And on the red maps, they have to be alchemied, but also corrupted by a Valorb. And I can change the map quite a lot and make it crazy rippy. So it's pretty hard to get your red completion early on. You know, require a lot of Valorbs and maybe a lot of like dropping multiple maps because it might change the maps into other ones, etc. Valorbs are very unpredictable. And then you also get to pretty early fight like a bunch of bosses. And some of the early bosses are like tutorial bosses that like very, very fast will go down. They don't have a lot of HP. Boom. Ow. Dropping a lot of stuff. You notice I'm pretty safe just by moving through the monsters. Also, normally I would have determination, which made me quite a lot tankier. Probably wouldn't be running skater bots at this point. I'll see. I might be running life tap too and have a jade flask. I don't know. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Day after tomorrow. Very, very soon to league start. And obviously it'll take quite a long time until there are more things to explain in maps. So we'll probably wrap it up after this map. I'll do like a quick explanation of where we would be going next and what it would look like. Obviously like the Atlas, I'll make a video for that. Right, twin boss. I'll turn off determination, just have more mana. Ow. Might have to pour it out to get flasks here. Stupid arc build. They're killing my totem so fast too because we don't yet have Ironwood, which we would be getting. I think we would already have that now. Go get some mana flask real quick. That'll do. The recipe in some maps, as you can see here as well. But they do down pretty fast. They'll go even faster once you have taunt and things like that and actually ascend. To get Uberlam, the fourth we don't have even have a third one yet, but to get a fourth one, how that works is you just need an offering. You don't need any other map trials anymore. They do only spawn once you're tier 6 and above, but that's another thing that's really easy to get through Keurig. He can just give you, hey, this map contains an offering, or like a lab trial. So look out for those, but also doing things like Ritual can give you the offerings. So there's no more trial RNG. It's just, you just need one. And then yeah, we would be like expanding through our Atlas and going through here. Make sure you use like good use of like buying and using chance orbs, or you can share map completion with other players. Hope everybody enjoyed the everything explained. Please let me know some feedback. Do you want me to do maps? Do you want me to go even further? Obviously it's like kind of limited. It would be hours until there's like more crazy stuff to explore. It would just be like mapping. So I don't want to make these too long either, but yeah, let me know the feedback and how this everything explained was, or anything I can make better for the next one that's like 3 months away. So thanks for watching. Sorry if you liked the video. Say something cool in the comments. Say giraffe in the comments if you're actually watching at the end. I don't know. Anyway, try to die less than I do.